Hello, everybody. How are we? Welcome to Upgrade. Let's see if we can see any comments and get things moving. All right. So we've got a few people in here already, considering it's so early. Oh my God, look at all these comments now. Cherry, your mic is muted.
Hi, everybody.
Thank you, everyone, for joining us for Upgrade. Really excited. This has been a long time coming together. So, yeah, it's good to see everyone back from the last Upgrade Summit. You guys are awesome. Look at all the love in the group already. We have a huge day today. How are you feeling, Sherry?
Yeah, I'm good. I'm excited. Lots of cool people joining us this time. Some people from the past, and then some new people as well. So excited to see it all around. See the vibe, and some of these people I've never met. So it's just to kind of dive in and see. So I'm going to be sharing in with you guys as well, and some of these people joining and again, like what you have to offer, what I have to offer. I'm just excited for this whole, like the buzz is huge. So thank you guys for joining us again. Really appreciate having you guys with us.
Absolutely. So you all would have seen the timetable that come out, and something that has happened since getting that timetable out to you is Ashley. She has had an injury, which she's going to see the chiropractor for today. So she is actually swapping with Sherry. So Sherry's going to be taking her spot today. And Ash is still going to be at the summit. She's going to be facilitating tomorrow. So she'll be in Sherry's spot. So if you notice a difference, then that will be the difference. Okay.
We just hope she gets better really quick so that she's not in any discomfort.
Yeah, absolutely. But we are definitely all sending her healing and love and light. So, but I'm sure she'll talk to you more about that tomorrow. Yes, lots of love to Ashley, Sandy. Absolutely. All right. So, everyone, can you please drink some water? We're going to be saying that a lot today, as you know. There's going to be lots of grounding needed. Lots of water. There'd be food and hydration and grounding break, but you're still going to need to be staying hydrated through it and grounding. So, hey, Sammy. So without further ado, let's bring up the first facilitator. She is a great friend of mine. You would have seen her at the last Upgrade Summit. Altea has amassed quite the following on Instagram. She is a light language activator and overall spiritual superstar. Yes, well, what she does is incredible, and I could not say any more pleasantries that would do it justice. So, without further ado, I'm going to bring on this beautiful light warrior. 1 second. Thank you, Sherry.
Mm-hmm.
Hello, beautiful human.
Hi, thank you for having me.
Oh, it is my absolute pleasure. How are you?
I'm well, thank you. Navigating these full moon energies.
Oh, yeah, the full moon, all right. Super moon. Couldn't just be a normal full moon, had to be a super moon.
Yeah, it did.
But yes, it was massive, and I feel personally that my healings tend to get a lot stronger. It's like the channel opens more in the full moon period. What about you? How does that feel for you?
Yeah, full moon and new moon, it depends. And I think it depends also on the star sign, like how much, it affects your specific frequency, but definitely the veil is thinner. So everything will be amplified for sure.
Absolutely, absolutely. So like I mentioned, guys, for anyone who doesn't know Althea, you've obviously been living under a rock with your eyes closed and your fingers in your ears. But yeah, she's here to spread some light language love and give, I guess, an outlook on the collective energy right now. And I can't wait.
Amazing.
Anything you need from me before you
Um,
get into it?
no, I
No?
think, yeah, this is perfect.
Perfect. I will be waiting eagerly in the background.
Hi, guys. How's everyone doing today? Hello, welcome, welcome, welcome. I'll be taking some questions. So I'll maybe leave a little bit of question time at the end. But you can write in the comments while I'm explaining stuff as well. Like I always like to keep an eye in and out. I like to keep these presentations very much in flow. I try to prep, but it's always like, okay, some info here, some info there, and then we'll kind of like see what comes through. So the first thing I want to touch on, hello, hi, welcome, welcome. I like it, very interactive as well. So yeah, let me know how you guys have been feeling this full moon. It has, I mean, I'm an Aries. So what's been happening with the cardinal signs is they have been clearing 15 years of karmic cycles. And that's a lot, guys. Like, I mean, that's half of my life, basically, of karmic cycles and patterns. And I must say, I started feeling it around Thursday, between actually, yeah, Wednesday evening. My sleep, I sleep very well, like because I'm so active in the astral. I don't really have a lot of um problems falling asleep, and I exercise a lot, so my body is like rest. I don't sleep like a lot. I'll sleep maybe like 7 hours is generally what I get, sometimes 8, sometimes 6, but 7 hours is probably where I function in a more like optimal state. And I could feel the moon because I had trouble sleeping, and I could see my kind of like patterns and overthinkings coming in, sometimes for something reasonable, sometimes for something not like reasonable at all, sometimes for small things, sometimes for bigger things. And I could just pick up that frequency. So for me, like how I like to navigate intense energies, and these are tools that all of you can use. Yeah, drink enough water during the event and during the full moons. Someone said they're tired, stressed out, but work, not full moon, maybe both. I like to go back to what I know, to my kind of like somatic tools and practices. So whether it's like yoga, some meditation, a little bit of stretching, some journaling, lighting a candle, having a bath. There's a lot of things that you can do to kind of like re-anchor and ground back into the nervous system. So that was my initial experience. Then I had a lot of very 3D stuff going on. Like I was navigating quite like I didn't work for like the one day, and I just had, friends and things that were happening. And then everything heightened a little bit between yesterday and today as well. There was also, I think I was told, so like I don't really follow that much, like I know astrology stuff, but I'm not here like, oh, this day is the moon, and like the information will come to me. So what I tuned in, and because this was this morning, I was like, this is not normal. I was feeling so lethargic. I was out doing stuff and whatnot, but I was feeling like very lethargic. And there's actually like a bunch of solar flares coming through as well. So there's a lot of energy coming through from the sun. So we're getting the full moon, and all the frequency and energy from the moon, and we're getting it from the sun. So if you are in tune and aware, you're getting like really, really, really bombarded with these things. And this can cause also a lot of physical things that can go on, whether it's like exhaustion, dizziness, nausea, palpitations, also feeling like scattered, not present. It can affect the root. Another thing that came through that I saw was a lot of core abandonment wound healing from source consciousness. So this is what a lot of energy workers are moving through at this moment in time. We are healing this core abandonment wound of separation from source consciousness. So this not feeling whole, this not feeling complete, and this is why there's a very big phenomenon of this kind of like twin flame. And everyone's like, oh, I need to be complete. Where is my twin flame? Like, no, guys, like you're just busy healing the core abandonment wound from source consciousness. And this is why you're not feeling whole, because you're almost longing to go back to be in that unified space with the divine creator, and so it's getting almost like misinterpreted. So that's kind of like a process that's been going on and been navigating for a lot of beings at this moment in time. There's a lot of timelines that are merging too. So a lot of timelines that are actually like unifying, and a lot of lower vibrational frequency timelines that are being let go of, with the attachment habits, patterns, and behaviors connected to that as well. So you measure progress in, like, you know, if you look back 8 months ago, a year ago, how would have responded, how would have reacted? And it's different to where you are now. So that's how you kind of like measure progress. So you might come to the conscious awareness and realization at some point within the next week or within these few days with regards to this moon, that you actually have moved past and you actually have moved forward that experience, and you actually are not in a space where you're getting triggered anymore. So if you are around family members this weekend, or if you are around situations that can trigger you, have a look and see how you're feeling internally, what your response is like. And I was speaking to a colleague earlier, and she made this comparison, which I got a visual download as she was explaining it to me, of things like bubbling and boiling to the surface, and then the bubble like bursting, and then what needs to come out has come out. You know, it's this energy of the Aries, you know. So I thought that was quite interesting. So let me know in the comments, guys, what you've been moving through and how you've been feeling with regards to these full moon energies, and how you are navigating them, and what tools you are using to stay present. And again, sometimes we like, you know, I don't want to say we guilt trip ourselves, but we are a little bit too harsh on ourselves. This is also a time to let go and to surrender and be like, okay, I trust the universe. I trust my path. I trust my progress. A lot of movement is happening on a physical level. A lot of actual traveling itself I was seeing coming up for a lot of starseeds in the next few months. So anyway, with these timelines merging and jumping, it might cause disturbances in your sleep. It might cause a heightened activations within your astral space. So you might be also observing old things come up in the astral. So like people that were maybe like in your high school, you know, or people that you haven't seen for like decades and years, you know. And the reason that happens is because it's easier for us to clear things in the astral because there's no limitation of time. So our guides will send us experiences, and they will send us lessons to navigate in the astral, because it's easier than us seeing the person in 3D, because we're not in touch with this person anymore. These people aren't, you know, around or even in our peripheral. So because of the lack of limitation of time construct within the fourth dimensional density reality in the astral space, we are able to clear timelines instantly. So it's really, really powerful. And what you can do to harness these energies of the full moon, or any full moon, any new moon, any portal energy, and I'll get to that as well. What you can do when you, before going to sleep, is set the intention. Sorry, guys, I'm going to be clearing on and off. Is set the intention that you want to release what doesn't serve you. You want to clear that pattern. You want to clear the situation. Yeah, someone in the comments, someone from my high school was in my dream last night. I don't know how old you are, but it's like I said high school because it was like, 15 years ago for me. Longer probably. 15, yeah, like just over 15 years ago. So that, or it could be family members that you haven't seen in a long time and that you're not in contact with, and you don't really maybe want to see, but there is still unresolved courting there. It will come up in your astral space. So ask before you go to sleep, sit, clear your mind, meditate, and ask your guides, okay, what is needed for me at this moment in time? What can you send me? What do I need to heal? What do I need to see? What do I need to observe? What do I need to know? What do I need to be cognizant of to move forward and step into my highest alignment, to be able to release what doesn't serve me? Because a lot of the time we're like, I'm sorry, guys. Yeah, I'll be, they said to me that I've been clearing on and off for like 3 days. A lot of the time we need to reclaim it in a way that is sovereign for our experience, because that's what it's all about. What clear spray did I use? I used something that is ayahuasca, bobisana, cacao, cinnamon leaf, clover, hibiscus, jasmine, lemon, lemongrass, lavender, orange rose, mapacho eucalyptus, orchid, plumeria, palo santo, vanilla, ylang ylang, rosemary, and sage. And I don't actually, yeah, it's Katukina, guys. You can even get a discount from my code. If you want to know where to get it from, send me a DM and I'll send you the website link. It's actually also in my link tree. And it's really beautiful. It's 100% natural, no chemicals or synthetics, ceremonially made. It's lovely. It's literally like, yeah. So I use sprays quite a lot. I find that I've got one in my car. I just find that they just kind of like uplift, and I use them intuitively. I've got incense on, I've got a candle on, I've always got stuff going in the air. Anyway, so yeah, setting your intention before going to sleep and then surrendering into whatever is needed for you to observe, And what I was saying, yes, this was my thread of my stream of thought that was coming through. Sometimes you don't have the cognizance, you're not aware of what it is that you need to clear or that you need to reclaim your sovereignty. So it's really important, even if you don't know what it is, just to sit and be like, actually, I would like to clear what doesn't serve me, and then set that intention out in the universe, send it to your guides, and then what is needed for you will come to you. But you need to be the mechanism that sets that in motion. Like, yes, you need to be in surrender, but being in flow stays between being in surrender, for the divine will of the universe, and having structure, having discipline. You need to structure yourself. You need to be truthful to yourself. You need to be in alignment. And this is a very big theme that has always been present in my personal life, because my personal life and my work life are the same thing. I'm not someone different when I'm off camera, and I'm not someone different to my friends than what I am to a client or to you guys as I'm speaking. And because of the collective responsibility that I hold, and this is where you guys want to get as well, you don't necessarily have to be doing what I'm doing. However, to be in a high alignment, to be in abundance, to be in a good vibrational frequency, to be operating from fifth dimensional density and reality and creating your own experience, your process, your truth needs to be in alignment with who you are. So your actions need to correspond to your words, your thoughts, your actions, your emotions. They all need to be in alignment. You need to be operating from the space of integrity. What does this mean? You say something, you do it. You live fully in your truth for who you are, and unapologetically. And this means releasing fear of judgment. And that's a very big one. We've been conditioned to care about what other people think. Obviously, you want to be a nice human. You don't want to go around like being destructive, because in that case, like obviously like people are not going to like you. But what I'm talking more about is like you feel a call to go and work with crystals, but oh my God, my family's going to judge me. What are people going to think? Everyone in my community will think I'm weird. That's not your problem. You can't control what other people think, what other people say, how other people feel. By not aligning with your truth and being who you authentically feel like you need to be, and then I'll get to explain to yourself how you know what it is that you need to be, you know. So by you not being in that space, you're doing a disservice to yourself and to others, because there's others that might need to see that or might need to hear that lesson from you. So it really comes down to not everyone is going to like you anyway, because it's part of life, you know. So you might as well be disliked for something that you actually are authentically than for something that you're not, you know. That's a nice way also of seeing it. I mean, listen, don't get me wrong, like I'm sure there's people out there that everyone likes and loves, but just in general, you know, you come to terms and accept the fact that you're not everyone's cup of tea, and that's okay, you know. And you'll get to a point where if you are living fully, authentically, truthfully, people that are not meant to be in your peripheral will not be there. And people that you might think that were not meant to be there will actually come closer to you. And by being in your truth, that is the best way to attract a partner, friends, a community that resonates with you. Because most of us get stuck in, you know, the program that we have within the family dynamic, you know, the karmic cycles, the traumas, and it's difficult to break patterns that you've had for decades sometimes, you know. Like I was blessed and grateful enough to start this journey quite young. But yeah, they're saying to me, don't like underplay it, because you cleared like eons of karmic cycles as well. So thanks guys for that. You know, like I was like, yeah, maybe it's easier because you're younger. No, it's actually not necessarily easier because you're younger. But I do think, you know, yeah, they're just saying to me in a perspective, in a timeline within third dimensional density and reality, where time is linear, you know, your earthly experience, if you are 60, it's probably harder to clear a program that you've had than if you are 40. Sometimes, not always, but sometimes, you know, it can be like that. So how do you really step into your truth? How do you step into your power? How do you step into your soul mission? Because that is where you want to be. So first of all, you want to understand that your soul mission can be whatever it is you want it to be. This is a question I get all the time, guys. So many clients come to me, they're like, you know, and I do sessions and I do Akashic clearings and I do light language and I do whatever it is, you know, that I need to do for them and they book me for. And they like, okay, but what's my soul mission? Can you ask my guides? Can they tell you what is it that I'm supposed to be doing? And I always say the same thing. I'll say to them, I can check and see there might be a sense of direction. However, don't expect them to say, you're going to do this or you're going to do that, because that's very disempowering. That takes away and goes against the universal law of sovereignty. This is a universal law. This is not a law that an energy worker makes. This is a universal law. No being can act who is operating from a space of integrity and from a vibrational frequency that isn't of service to self, but is of service to others. Any being who is operating from that cannot go against the law of sovereignty. Okay. So what happens is, if, you know, I come back from the session and say, oh, your guide thingy said that you need to go and plant potatoes for the rest of your life, and you believe me and go do that. How is that empowering for your own experience? So again, there's a sense of direction because some of us have done the same things in many lifetimes. So you're more prone to go down one direction rather than another one. But you can be anything that you want to be. Where, you know, your attention goes, your energy will flow. and some things you will have already mastered and done in previous lifetimes, so they will be easier, and some will be new challenges, and that's also a beautiful direction to go in, you know. But the most important thing is that you're choosing out of your own sovereignty, and you're choosing your soul mission, and which also doesn't necessarily have to be one. You can have like many, like I do many things, you know. And again, like, you know, guys, for me, I speak from my own experience because that's what within this reality has brought me to where I am now. And so then how do you anchor into your truth? You know, how do you enter that space of being unapologetically yourself and having also unconditional self-love for yourself, for your experience, for what you've been through, you know? You follow the happiness that would have made your inner child happy. So you need to do inner child work, shadow work, whatever, call it whatever you want, you know? That joy, that frequency that you feel when you're excited about something, when you are happy, when you feel grateful for something, you know, or something that you desire more of, that your child would want, whether it's like, and it's so funny, they're sending me the image of ice cream because I love ice cream. Like, really, and I'm not talking about like the ice cream that you buy at the supermarket. I'm talking like proper Italian gelato. Like, I really like ice cream. It's like one of my weaknesses. I try to avoid like dairy. I'm not vegan. I'm lacto vegan, but I'm very consciously aware of what I put into my body. But like the only time I have is when I have ice cream. And I'll also sometimes have vegan ice cream anyway. So that would be something that for me would bring me inner child joy and happiness, you know. So do more things like that. And yeah, so they're also sending me this to say, but hold yourselves accountable for your experiences, for what it is that you do. So, and that's where the structure and the discipline comes in, you know. So to be in this flow, in this state of, you know, flow consciousness, you need to surrender and then be also disciplined and structured for yourself and towards yourself, you know. So whether it's waking up and doing some exercise, doing some movement to help you move through emotions, to help you move through experiences, you know, or setting boundaries for yourself within your family members, or setting small goals for yourself to do on a weekly basis, learning to express your feelings, learning to communicate. And, you know, the universe will send you what you ask for. You know, you need to work on staying grounded so that you're able to see the lessons and the experiences that are sent to you. Because if you're too busy worrying about the past or the future, you're not going to see what's in front of you. So you're going to miss the lesson, and then they will have to throw it in your face. And trust me, I've learned, like, I'm an Aries. I will go head first into things, like literally. I'm a better, more embodied, more patient Aries now because of all the work that I've done. But I still very much, I don't have attachment to the identity of it, but I still very much resonate with a lot of the things. I mean, there's beautiful qualities when you're like that, like something said and done, and you're very efficient. But my work has been on the other side. My work has been in stepping back and also observing, you know. Sometimes people are too much in that space and they need to learn to take better action, or for a better word, more aligned action. And again, this is a concept you guys want to be working with. What is aligned action? Aligned action is, again, taking action that is in alignment with your truth, your heart, you know. And another example, you have a friend, they, you know, invite you to go out, and you don't really want to be going out, but you say yes to them, and then you're out and you just want to be in home in bed, you know, and you pretend like you have fun, and you know. So that's doing something that's not in your truth. That's not taking aligned action. That's taking misaligned action, because you are not living in your truth. You're not living in integrity. You're doing something that you don't really want to be doing. And you're doing it for someone else. And, you know, if they love you for you and want you around regardless, they will understand and they won't force you to do something that you don't really want to be doing. So you taking aligned action would be you saying to them, hey, actually, I want to stay home tonight. This is my time for me. I want to stay home. I want to stay present. And if they get upset, then that's someone who's not respecting your boundaries. And perhaps they needed to hear that lesson from you, you know, and they can choose to be in your life or not. But most of the time, people will be understanding. You know, they'll be like, oh, okay, like this is what you want to do. Like, great, you know, we'll do it another time. So it also comes down to the people pleasing patterns, you know, that we need to learn to deprogram from, especially the woman, but also the men, you know, and the voicing the needs. If anything, guys, over communicate, you know, express, say, and it's difficult in the beginning. Like I really struggled as well because we don't want to seem demanding. We don't want to seem like we are too much. And it's funny because I recently saw the series, what's it called? The one with nobody wants this, I think, and it's like a romantic love story between, I think he's a rabbi and she does like a podcast. Anyway, it was on Netflix. Like, guys, I also watch Netflix. Like, I'm human, you know. Sometimes people are like, oh my god, you watch Netflix, and I'm like, yeah, I do. I can spot product placement, programming, and like some Netflix productions are like really not great because they are programmed and programming, but this one that I saw for me was really lovely, and it was like quite, you know, mature way of communication. And when the woman says like, I'm sorry, like if I'm too much and whatnot, and he's like, no, like you're not too much. Like I can like tell you a million women, clients, friends, myself included, who have felt like that or been in that situation, you know. And it's the programming that's deeply embedded, and you're not too much for voicing your needs, for voicing your truth. All emotions are valid, all emotions are legit, all emotions are valuable and need to be observed. And one emotion is not worse or better than the other. It's just an emotion. You are not your emotions. You are an infinite being of light. So once you start to recognize your emotions for what they are, just emotions, you release the attachment to them and you move past it. And then you are able to embody a more present, more anchored, more patient, more grounded version of yourself, because you are not a slave to your emotions anymore. It's not stopping you from living your life. This is what happens a lot of the time. People get frazzled, they get scattered, they get into their head, they get controlled by their own emotions because they don't understand how to either self-soothe, work within their own nervous system. This is a good one that a friend gave me quite a while ago that I've been using even to my clients. So a lot of the time when we get into like those states where we are responding emotionally, you know, it's like inner child wounding, or traumas or things like that. And it's just the body's somatic response, like a panic attack, the anxiety, you know. A mantra that really helps, and I'm going to answer that now, Sandy. And something that really works, a mantra that really works, is repeating to yourself and to your body, I am safe, I am safe, I am safe, I am safe. Because that's the response the body has. It's like, it's not feeling safe. So it's like, oh, fight or flight mode. Something needs to happen, you know. But you actually are safe, you know. So someone's asked, how would you handle nasty people, ignore or say something? It depends. Like, are they being nasty to you? Are they being nasty to other people? It depends. So if someone says something nasty to me, I will put them in their place, and I'll explain to you why as well. Because if you are ignoring them, you are saying to the universe that it's okay for that frequency to be around you because you're not setting a boundary towards them. But if you say to them, actually, please don't talk to me in that way, you still can be polite, you still can be compassionate, it still comes from a place of, but you're setting a boundary, then you're sending a very clear message to the universe that that's not allowed in your field. But if you just ignore someone who's being mean to you, obviously, guys, pick and choose your battles. Do you know what I mean? Like, you don't want to, But yeah, that's my experience, and that's how I see it, and that's how I operate and navigate in these spaces. I don't really like, I'm just trying to think. I haven't had someone be nasty to me in like, yeah, like I don't even have like client conflict. It doesn't really. You're welcome, Sandy. Thank you for asking that. And guys, please ask, like, these questions are valuable for everyone, you know. It's happened sometimes that I'll have like misunderstandings, but generally I find that even if there is something that's like a client is like, oh, you know, like I wanted this, that, and that, and there's always like a reasonable and compassionate way to solve things. And you have to also understand that someone being nasty, someone being mean or evil and whatnot, is just a reflection of their own insecurities, of their own unhappiness, and of their own problems and issues. You know, how you treat others is a reflection of who you are and what is going on within you. So be compassionate, be gentle, but don't let people step on you. Take no stuff from others. I don't really swear. And the reason I don't swear is because I don't want to anchor into a vibrational frequency of a word that is used by, you know, millions of other people with a negative connotation. Sometimes my clients come to me and they're like, and it's okay if it happens sometimes, like it's, you know, but it's just not really part of my vocabulary. Because sometimes clients are like, oh, but like I'm using it in a joking way. Yes, you are. But there's, you know, millions of people around the world that are using it in a very negative way. So, you know, the frequency imprinting that the word carries is more negative, and why would you want to bring that into your life, you know? So it's really a matter of being consciously aware of everything, you know, every action, everything you do, and checking in with yourself. This is a good way to figure out and understand, like, am I in integrity? Am I in my truth? Am I operating from a space of love? Am I making the decision that is for my highest alignment? You know, if you're doubting, you know, where you need to go and what direction you need to go down, take a break and feel in the body, like feel the somatic response. Let's say you get an offer for a new job, where you go for an interview and you're not really sure, like, is this for me? Is it not for me? So what does the body feel like? If you tune in, like, does the body feel light and happy? Does it feel like, can you envision yourself there? Or does your body feel dense? Is it feeling knotted? Are you feeling nauseated? Are you feeling dizzy, you know? And if it's a more of like a negative feeling, then, you know, that would be a no. But if it feels good, then, you know, that would be more of a yes. So I think being really in tune with the physical also definitely helps. But I think primarily, yeah, being in the space of, you know, you are unique, beautiful, powerful. There is no one like you out there, but you are also part of, you know, the infinite web of unified consciousness and connected unconditional love pool that you can tap into at any given moment in any given time. And remember, there is an infinite abyss of information out there that you have access to, because you are a part of the infinite creator being. And when you separated from the infinite creator being, you became a part of it within itself, but you're also part of the whole. So at any point, you can go back to that whole and go back to that space and access what is needed for you at that moment in time. So really, really reclaiming your sovereignty, your truth, your power, your individual experience, and understanding that the best way to move forward within your individual ascension process is to lead by example. You can help if people come to you for advice, or if you know, are in my line of work and are in this line of work, you can help, obviously, on a little bit more of a practical level. But if you're still in a space where your life is very much operating on a 3D level, people surround you are operating on a 3D level, then lead by example and shine your light, and those that are meant to see your light will find your light and will start connecting to your light. And you can only do that if you're standing in your truth, in your unity, in your values, in your integrity, and in what it is that you bring to the table, and you bring for these people, for these humans. Okay, I'll do a little bit of light language now. I've still got a bit of time, so I'm going to do a bit of a transmission. Yeah. Okay. So you guys can start by closing your eyes, anchoring into your bodies. As you find your comfortable breathing rhythms, with every inhale, you breathe in light. With every exhale, you release all that doesn't serve you anymore. As you relax the body system and energy field, you stay in a space of openness and oneness. And as we call on the Archangelic Collective, Michael to the south, Uriel to the north, Raphael to the east, and Gabriel to the west, we call on Archangel Metatron with his blue cloak of protection from above and Sinophone to seal the grid from below. As we call on our higher selves, our spirit guides, and anyone else who wishes to be present for the greatest and highest good, you're welcome in the space. Shakoro Ashirayata, Taria Creoquatiate, Ishatkiero, Cocotra, Ishenayatra. Opening systems, attuning Raya Creoqua Ishirayatra, Tranaria Treocoa Ishe, Ra Area Tecoa Ishirayatra, Nahia Shirayatrea, Siesara Corocoa Ishe. Tana yeta krikten ran raya eo ishera yatra. Taya sera karakia tre creo coco kiatea se nayate aiha shira tai. Taya trea kiere releasing, opening, releasing, letting go, releasing, decoding, detangling, removing, attuning, anchoring, more light, divine rays, anchoring, ratsiataka, tashiare atreo kuatia shie kokua ishera yatrakt, nayatreo, na ia ishia. Tiatarea crect croas yesero achet kaishia. Ta asheyat resayata crakt. Nrat creaseo quaishiam narai. Nre atiera seo sitkaishia. Ntakiara trea sietara ishiataka. See Ntakiera trea kiera, expanding, opening, attuning, opening, expanding into more light, divine rays. Rashiat karaishiatara. Trea kiera takat, kre asiero kokora tre atre ro taishinayataka. Tayatea kre nayaro ntashirataka. Uraya shira se okokoa ishira yatra sierra. As we expand, we open into more light, into more love. Yatokoa ishira, we open our hearts to divine codes coming in, anchoring, clean, releasing, expanding, attuning. Letting go. Ooh, some of you have very old programs. Letting go. Letting go. Clean, releasing. Da karaishira taka. Nae ra ya shira taka. Ya treo na 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 shira yata. Shaya te akiro koko aishina ya tra kroto ta 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 tata yateka iare shie koko aishira kakra ishietaka. Tara ia ishera ya natrea seram clearing now on the cranial structure quiero ko aishena taka. Tiera ta cria tre aseia se koko aishena ta. Taina yara trea kia tera ia isie sakuro kot crea siataka. Taia trea kieta rea che kokat cria naratra. Nte yo taia shia te karaya si se nayatai. Taya shieka kuro unaya trasa grounding, anchoring, grounding, nyako korai shira yatra. Trea creo koko trea shira takra, tre akiera kiero kokora isiatara. Ndana ia ishie tokua ia ishie tokora ia ishie taka. Tiatarea treo kokora ia siena taka. Taya isie tara trea treo ko a trea trea sie kokot krai shienata. Trea treo ko tra tre a trea tre kokora isera ya tra. Tia te ona ia ishiera tre a creo koro shira balancing. I'm doing some work on the nervous systems now. Balancing, attuning, releasing. Some of you are holding on to a lot of stuff for family members, clearing, releasing, extracting, removing. Ntai shiataka. Trea kiera ta creo sukuro ko ishira yatra. Ntai shira yatra. Yeah, some of your nervous systems are very, very exhausted. Kai shiro kokora ishina yatra. Closing, sealing, closing, sealing, closing, sealing. Uroi shirayata. Uroi shirayataka. Okay, you can gently come back to the bodies and ground back into your physical vessels. You're also welcome to stay in process, guys. You'll be clearing and releasing for a few days, up to 3 weeks for full integration of everything. You might feel like you need to eat more, sleep more, rest more. You might feel more hungry. You might get more emotions come up. You might integrate in your sleep. Just be mindful and aware that like things will move through. The light language works on a subconscious level. You don't have to understand. It works beyond the constraints of space and time. And yeah, you might feel things like whistling in your ears, or you might have like twitches and releases. If you're hearing this on replay, it's going to be just as effective. Okay, you're welcome. Thank you for being here. I did an upgrade of the nervous system. I did some clearing cords, sacral solar plexus, cranial structure upgrade, blood circulation, cleared old emotions. I did some ancestral karmic timeline clearing as well. And again, everyone integrates differently. My ear got blocked. So ears are generally, there might be something that you're not listening to, something that you're missing, or you might just be clearing through your ear chakras. You're welcome. Thank you, guys. Thank you. Yeah, please let me know your feelings and how you're doing. And again, you're welcome to stay in process. You're welcome to lie down, or, carry on, listening and receiving more activations. I'm sure there'll be a lot more energy work coming up. You're welcome. Oh, your bed shook. Yeah, I thought I was going to go off planet at one point. My chair was shaking from my legs. My legs started activating and shaking because I was clearing energetically through them as well, almost like tremors. So that was quite interesting. So I literally felt like I was almost, going to go off planet, and I was going to get taken up from my ship. So for those of you who want to know where to find me, our website and my link tree is below here. My website is altalucrezia.com. I am currently going to be, I'm going to be in Italy in December taking one-on-one. So if any of you are there, I'll be in Milano. February and January, I'm running a workshop in New York City on the 1st of February, and I'm taking one-on-one clients in New York. I will be staying in Manhattan. And then after that, I'll be at the Conscious Life Expo in Los Angeles at the LAX Hilton, and I will be taking one-on-one in person in Los Angeles as well. I will be there those 2 weeks from the 3rd of February until the 16th, and I'll be holding a workshop on the 15th as well. So if you want to book a one-on-one, please send me a DM or message me through not a DM. I don't necessarily see them all because I've got a lot of people. A message through my website or my email. My email is info@hotelcritza.com. I don't know if I can write it here. No, I can't. But anyway, if the organizers can write it, that would be great. And my website link. And then I'm still offering 6-week program, 6-month program. I've got a whole bunch of workshops coming up. I've got something happening on the 11/11 that's going to help with the Law of One, Dragon Body activations. It'll be light language. You'll get some bonus codes as well. And then I've got maybe like 20 different workshops on my website. There's a lot of stuff. What do I do in Italy? I'm going to be doing a workshop in Italian, though. That'll be in Italian. And then I will be doing one-on-one activations. So if you want to contact me for a one-on-one in-person session, please let me know, and then I can arrange a time and date for that for you. And yeah, my collective healing event of the 15th November is up, and so is my time.
That's a good segue. So everyone can see below your Linktree handle right there. That's how they can get a hold of you, I guess, easiest. That was amazing. I felt that just rocking through my whole body. It kind of felt like pins and needles, to be honest, but like in a good way, like all up my legs and everything. And a bit floaty now, that's for sure. I certainly need to ground. And I know that a lot of people in here would probably need to ground as well, but so much love in here for you. So from myself as well. But thank you so much for joining us today.
Pleasure. Oh, you well. Someone said in Italian, grazie, prego. Thank you for having me. It's always a beautiful experience. And I'm really grateful to be here and just to share. And thank you for everyone who took the time and is here and is listening.
Perfect. Thank you so much. And we'll see you again next time.
Perfect. Bye.
Well, hello, guys. How was that? So fun, huh? Isn't she amazing? Still feeling tingly, Shannon? Yes, me too. Oh my God. That's certainly one that we're going to want to watch on replay as well. So lucky we have it for a bit, right? So straight back into it. Oh, anyway, drink some water, please, people. What a good start. Oh my God, what a good start. Oh, she's amazing. Drink some water, get grounded, because in a moment I'm going to bring up my good friend, the spiritual godmother, Anita Jensen. Oh my God. Okay. Hello, beautiful human.
Good morning.
How are you?
I'm good. I see
You were up late last night, I hear, doing your TikTok. Do you ever sleep?
I do. Every now and again.
Sleep when you're dead, whatever.
I'm just having an experience, right? Good morning, everyone.
So, Anita, thank you so much for joining us again today.
Thank you for having me.
We're so blessed to have you. For the precious few who don't know who Anita is, Anita is not only a psychic medium and an incredibly good one at that, but a quantum energy healer as well. She is basically everyone's mentor. So she's the person that the psychics, the mediums go to for advice. She's a person that I go to for advice. She's
we share, we bounce off each other.
Of course.
Yeah.
And you can obviously get a hold of Anita at energeticerembrace.com.au, but also through her TikTok, which she's obviously already amassed the following on. And and Facebook, etc. So Anita _3_3_3_3.
All the threes.
All the threes. That's right. All right. So Anita, can you see comments there?
I can because I'm on my laptop today.
I
It's taken-
noticed.
It's taken this long that I can see you and the comments at the same time, which is good.
Perfect. Well, Anita, I'm going to leave you to it, my love. Enjoy.
Lovely. Thank
Well,
you.
Okay. Talk to you soon.
Thanks. All right. So we are going to do some mediumship stuff. And if that's moving along too slowly, because I've always got this thing about being fair to everyone, so everybody not missing out and everybody getting something. If it's moving along too slowly, then we might go on to quantum healing and do some intention-based healing. How does that sound? Good morning. All right, so just wondering how. So if you are interested in an opportunity for mediumship, just pop your name in the comments and I'll see who I'm drawn to. And then the way that I work, I ask you who you would like to connect to and what their relationship is to you, and I pretty much go from there. All right, Sandy, I see you. Iona, I see you. Debbie, I see you. Andrea. So what I'm waiting for is a pull from my spirit team to let me know that, and it's not that somebody is above anybody else, it's more that the connection is stronger. Sammy, Mira, Larry, Star Venus, I see you. Jasmine, I see you. Kim, Rachel, Lux, hey Lux, Tiff, Joe, Shalene, Sherry, Sarah. Alrighty, Sarah, I see you there. I'm getting a pull for you, love. Who would you like to connect with, and what's their relationship with you, or what's their relationship to you? Grandpa Perry. The first thing they show me is like apple orchards. So I don't know if there's a connection there to apples or apple orchards, but I feel like I'm either picking apples, eating apples. I'm in like this apple grove. Hey guys, welcome in. Did your grandpa have issues with the liver at all? I think I was eat it. Is that? Oh, you eat a bunch of apples. Look, we never question the way that they come forward, and that could be their connection to you. Is that they're around you, so they're letting you know that in that way. But my liver is inflamed at the moment, so he's highlighting the liver. Not that you're aware of. It's in both those areas. Liver and pancreas is there. I pretty much tell you just how my body's processing with the read. So I will bring through everything that shows. So just give me a minute while I wait for some more information to come through. I feel like this is what happened last time too when I was on, because I'm highly aware of the time, like the time limit, and I put that pressure on myself. Usually I get a visual representation, but I'm blocking myself. Your nephew died. Yeah, that's interesting, Sherry, because your comment was actually above Sarah's when I thought I was drawn to Sarah. Was that liver failure due to alcohol or something else? Alcohol, yeah. Because I feel quite sick, which is why you'll see my face change as well. So he brings through that feeling of, nauseous or something. I also see him vomiting up blood as well. I'm so sorry, Sarah. I actually thought this reading was for you. Was he quite young, Sherry? Was he like in his 20s? Because I get this gentleman that sits in front of me is a younger guy in his 20s, thin. I want to say before he got ill, he was quite athletic. It's like thin to medium build and tall. When I say tall, it's taller than me. I'm about 5'7", 5'8", around that range, in his 40s. So he's presenting in his 20s to me at the moment, and he's showing me he was quite athletic, who liked to do a lot of sports. I feel like he was quite energetic as well. Like when you spoke to him, he had a lot of energy. It's kind of like this energy that's when he spoke to you, quite quick. I also see him being surrounded by lots of friends as well. I heard young and dumb. So whether he liked to party a lot and that was his undoing, there's also a link to depression there as well. Was this, do you know if his drinking started through a relationship breakup? I get chills when I say that, because the way that he comes through, he says like he had a girlfriend, something happened, they separated, and basically would begin to soothe his emotions. You have a message for us. I hear that. I'm sorry. Who, I feel like mother maybe. Who is taking the blame? Who is taking on responsibility that it shouldn't have happened, that I could have done more? And this is where the I'm sorry is coming in. Father issues and had a bad breakup. Gotcha. He shows me that it snowballed quite quickly. Does that make sense? He's showing like in a span of about 3 years. Everything declined. He pulled himself right back from friends. Feels like from family too. He wants to acknowledge the help that people had tried to step in and help as well. He showed me that he pushed a lot of people away. He didn't want the help. It almost feels like he was in denial somewhat as well. It happened really quickly. Yeah. So he says, I'm sorry for Mum, because it wasn't her fault. She's not responsible. He does acknowledge, like, again, he brings forward, he does acknowledge that he had a lot of people around him trying to support him and trying to bring him out of that. So he's almost saying sorry to everyone, like he could have handled things a little bit differently. I hear, I'm okay. I'm okay. So he's reassuring that he's okay. There's not much else, Sherry, if I continue with that. If I continue, sort of kind of want to keep it moving, if that's okay. So I'll leave those messages with you. And we'll see if we can get a message for somebody else as well. I hear, send my love. I don't know why I said it in like an accent then. You're welcome, lovely. So we'll do the same again. We'll see if I can connect better with my pool this time. Oh, sounds like your uncle as well. Jasmine, I just saw your comment there. Sometimes we have like little postcard messages. So while one reading can be very specific for someone, there's parts of those or elements of those that may belong to somebody else as well. Take those messages, like our loved ones will, and our spirit team will take every opportunity to use the things around us to also let you know that they're around. So if they're popping into your head, that would be why. All right. Andrew, I see you looking for Mum. So let's try you, love. There are messages everywhere, absolutely. Andrea, what is Mum's name, lovely? Make sure you guys are drinking plenty of water as well after that amazing healing session. Light language activations. Our loved ones are always around us in some way or another. So if you're speaking to them in your mind or out loud, they can still hear you. They still watch us. Andrew, I'm just waiting to see your comment, lovely. What was Mum's name? I've got a bit of a delay on my end. Can everyone hear me okay? 111. Sammy, I'm just writing your name down as well. Kathy, thank you, Andrea. Thank you, everyone, for letting me know. Just a delay on my end with seeing Andrea's comments. Andrea, did Mum have brown hair? I see brown hair is about shoulder length or a little bit past. I see this fringe that kind of sits on her as well. She used to brush it out of the way or something. I feel like there's a part there. I also get, so if this is not your mum directly, it may be just be open to it. It may be somebody else that you know. I get that her heart was open. She was kind. She was loving. She always had plenty of time for other people around her. The person that steps forward also lets me know that they're a little bit reserved, but also they had a lot of friends around them. Does that make sense? I get this shyness that comes with her. It's either shyness or quiet. Catherine, sorry, got slipped out. Catherine. When she passed. Oh, with the hair? Do you mean with the hair or personality-wise? She was very quiet towards the end. Does she have a cancer connection? Because it's like she makes me feel like she was quite well for most of her life. She wasn't in and out of doctor's offices. It's like she was going along her merry life. Little men. Yes, for both, no to cancer. Okay, gotcha. What is this for her? Did she spend some time in hospital? Because when she comes through, it makes me feel like she's been okay. She never had to reach out for medical and things like that. There was never an issue. But I see this segment where she's in hospital or in some sort of facility. Do you I'm asking her for messages for you, and she lets me know that you question yourself a lot. At the end, short stays. Gotcha. Hey, Lorene, welcome in. I don't know if she was it's not all the time I get the way that our loved ones pass. It's just something that I like to bring forward so you know it's them. But again, I don't always get it. And it feels like, for me, it feels like she doesn't want to put her focus there. So I don't know if there was, I don't know if there was an element of shame, or because it's almost like, no, we don't really need to talk about that. So I want to try and skip 2 messages for you. And the one that she brought up was you questioning yourself. You don't have to question yourself. Why do you question yourself? I'm here. I'm always here with you. There's a lot of sadness there, sadness of emotions that come through a little bit. She's showing them, which doesn't make sense when I say that she had a lot of vibrancy about her, and she felt that there's almost this sensation of passing before her time. Alzheimer's. Yeah. Bless her. Did she used to grab your face all the time? Like, did you have the opportunity to visit her a lot? Because I see her like holding your face even though she couldn't recognize you, or there were moments where the mind was slipping. I see this caressing of the face. She didn't want to get it. Yeah. Was this a oh my gosh, mental blank. Was this something that ran in the family? Was there a father figure for her that had Alzheimer's? Oh, her mum. Gotcha. This is why the emotions are there. That's why I keep going like this to my face. Because she had that awareness there. She actually had that awareness for quite some time. Was she again, this is just like evidence of her coming through and what she's bringing through. It feels like she was in her 20s watching her mum go through that. Or she was quite young. So she had this awareness for quite some time. Chills. So that when she started recognizing these signs for her, oh, my heart is heavy. When she started recognizing the signs for her, it was, yeah, very scary. Messages. I didn't catch your comment because I wasn't paying attention because I was trying to channel through that information. Do you question yourself? She took care of herself. Yeah. That's the thing, and that's what she brought up at the beginning. Like, she took care of herself, so there was no reason for her to be at hospital. So there was almost this element of I couldn't get what the emotion was behind it, but she wasn't. I still can't even put it into words. It was like that. Yeah, I want to say shame, but there's this impending doom there because she was already aware of those little things for her, those little signs for her. And then you took care of her. Yeah. She says you don't need to question. She keeps bringing that up. You don't need to question yourself. You don't need to question yourself. Why do you question yourself? This also feels like the ways that she's coming through for you as well. That sometimes you might doubt the signs that are coming through. And I keep hearing this. You don't need to question yourself. Does that make sense? I don't know if you need to hear this, but you are beautiful and you are strong. You are strong. I also hear that thank you for everything that you've done for me. I know it wasn't easy. I love you. I'm getting teary. I love you. Remember how beautiful you are. And she says this as she's putting her hand on your heart. It's hard. Felt like I wanted to do more. You did more than enough. You did exactly what was needed at the time. So I hope that helps you to begin to forgive yourself so that you can allow yourself to heal from this as well. You did exactly what was needed. You don't need to question. This is where the questioning, okay, thank you. This is where the questioning comes in. You don't have to question those things. You will recognize you were seen, even though sometimes it didn't feel like there was that awareness there or that recognition of who you were. So I'm going to leave that with you, Andrea. I'm going to send you lots of love, honey. All right, Samia, have you written down there? Sammy, what is Dad's name? You're welcome, Andrea. Your dad had dementia before he died at 92 as well, Linda. Yeah. Oh, that's a lot in the family, hon. So beautiful, right? They see us. They see everything that we do. They hear us. You know, they know the things that we're holding on to, especially if there's guilt around where our loved ones have passed and things like that. They don't want you to put your experiences on hold because we're here to have those human experiences. They want you to live life the best way that you can without holding on to that pain because they're still there. They're still around us. You know, they're just not there in the physical, but it's part of that remembering and recognizing how they are around us. Mario, thank you, Sammy. As soon as I say it, Mario, was Dad... I'm trying to word this correctly. There's a gentleman that steps forward and he's quite solid. Part of me wants to... The word hefty came to mind, and I'm like, hefty is really large. The gentleman in front of me doesn't look overly large. So whether he used to joke that he was full of muscle, smile and laugh at that. I also see that, again, this person that is stepping forward has like square features, short hair. It's almost blonde hair or blonde tinges. But I also see it where it's has lost its luster, if that makes sense. It's beginning to fade. It's beginning to, transition between greys, but the greys aren't quite there. So there's this blonde that sits there, but that's the only way I can describe it, is it's lost its luster. Big build, yeah, big joker too. Okay, so is that something he would say? Like, I'm all muscle, and I see him like tensing his chest up. I don't know if you can see. He's tensing his chest up, and he's like, I'm all muscle. But he says that with this massive grin. Brownie blonde, yeah. So it's like kind of fading and not as vibrant. But I feel like his natural hair was like blonde as well. Tracy, I'm also drawn to you, so I'm just popping your name down, love. And writing mum there. All right, let's see. Okay. I don't understand this reference, but he comes through with saying, I was stupid. I was stupid. Like, something had happened, I was stupid. So whether something had happened and he didn't, it kind of feels like he didn't go and get it checked, like there was an infection or something there that he did not follow through and check up with. Does that make sense? Just keep getting this, I was stupid, I was stupid. So he's recognizing if he would have seen to it earlier, things would have been different. He also stands with his father as well. Was his father? Do you know if his father, so your grandfather would? There's a smaller gentleman here. Like, I want to say almost significantly smaller to the size and structure of how your dad was. He hated doctors. Okay, yeah, and that's him with the stance, the arms on the chest. So you understand that statement though, that like things would have been different if I would have. Okay, yeah, gotcha. Part of me wants to say prostate cancer. Not that he's showing anything, but it's almost, it's like there's this embarrassment around. There's embarrassment. You never knew his dad. That's okay. Yeah, he stands. He's letting you know that he stands with his dad. Did he like his beers? Because he shows me like he would. It was almost like a regular getting together with the mates, having a few beers, having laugh. There's this element of laughter. He's bringing forward the laughter. Just having a good old time. That's the way he says it. Having a good old time. I feel like heart attack. Yeah, only 37. Goodness, that's so young. Was there a footy connection as well? Footy, AFL. Again, I see this like going to the pub to watch it and drinking with the boys. He says he hears you, because there's moments that he brings through that you sit there and you're like, I wish you were here. I wish you were here. I wish I knew you better. I wish I had more time with you. All of those things. He hears you in those moments. I don't know if you're sitting on your bed when you're saying this, but he sits at the end of your bed when you are. So he's listening, he's hearing you. The way that he shows me is that you sleep on the left side of the bed. Does that make sense? And he's at the bottom of your feet, sitting on the edge of the bed. So if you feel, I want to say that you're not, there's questions there where you, there's moments there where you question like the bed moving, just these little subtleties, as if somebody is sitting on the end of the bed. But sometimes when you are in those moments, you're really emotional. I can see that you're really emotional and it's been a tough day or a tough week. It's like you hear those moments. Huge footy fan, yeah. He had a home bar, always entertaining. Gotcha. That makes sense. Like I see the TV on the wall as well, like the wall mount. Sammy, do you have 3 boys around you? You miss him, yeah. You sleep on the left, yeah. So there's moments there where you're, hands in your lap and or hands down and elbows leaning on your lap. There's moments where he's sitting on the bed and it's like, I'm just here. But in those moments, again, when we're overcome with emotions, sometimes it's not as easy to connect with our loved ones. No kids, okay. So keep that in mind because there may be 3 little boys in your life. I also want to find, one of my favorite things to do with mediumship is to find ways that he's around you as well so that you can look out for those things. So we've already recognized the bed, that he sits on the end of the bed. I want to see another way that he comes through just so that you've got that awareness there as well for yourself. Give me a minute. This is really random, but do you have something that happens in your bathroom? Like hours after having a shower, maybe the water will run or drip out of the shower head. And technically and logically, it shouldn't do that. The message is he hears you. He's right there with you. He's sitting on the end of the bed in those moments that you're asking for him. So just start talking to him. If you can separate your emotion from how you're feeling, it's okay to have those emotions. It's absolutely valid. But if you can separate those things and know that he's there with you, just start talking to him in a different way, as opposed to, I wish you were here. I miss you. I want to know you more, more time. Bathroom, not that you've noticed. I would pay attention. There's something different in your bathroom. I don't know if it's the water dripping. No, he's still bringing that forward. There's something up with the shower head. So sometimes, right, they come through with subtleties, really subtle cues and signs and things like that, until we begin to recognize those things, and they don't become subtle. They become really familiar. They become second nature to us. And then they become a part of us. I hear just talk. Just talk to me. I'm right here. So I'm going to leave that with you, lovely. They can see that he's a character. Alrighty. Tracy, let's have a look for you, lovely. You've got Mum. What was Mum's name? Patricia, I see you. Patricia, I see a couple there. Vanessa, I'm just going to write you down, lovely. And Harjo. Whoops, Vanessa. Just had to scroll up. Where did it go? Vanessa and Harjo. I've lost those comments, so I'll have to ask you later. I think, Harjo, you had something about grandma or dog. Vanessa, I missed yours. It wouldn't let me scroll up properly. But we'll focus on Tracy for now. You have a lot in spirit. That's okay. You know, if mum doesn't come through, and this is the thing, when you go to see a medium, sometimes it's really important to remain open to the possibility that there may be another loved one that steps forward only because their energy is stronger. But trust the process. There's always some way that they bring them through as well. Larry, I've also written you down there too, love. Okay, Tracy for Patricia. Let's see if we can get Patricia through. Tracy, would you say that mum lived a long life? There's a lady that steps forward. She's slim build. I see her in like a blouse and shirt, or blouse and shorts or pant. I always call them shorts. They're like those kind of knee-length linen shorts, if that makes sense. You know, they've got the pleated seams. See that her clothes were ironed, or at least the pleats were ironed. And it may be just the way the stitching is that makes it look like it's pleated. They're not like culottes, I think it is. But this lady is, I want to say, a little bit shorter than the average height, if that makes sense. But I see her with shorter hair as well. Dark hair, short sides, just tidy. So I don't see it with long hair. Don't see her with long hair. That's your Auntie Mary. Gotcha. Very open. My best friend Deb will probably come through as well. Okay, no worries. That's your auntie. So is this like mum's sister? As in mum's side of the family or dad's side of the family? So she shows me she lived a long life because I see her eventually. She shows me the feet shuffling. So she made it, I want to say up to her 80s. The number 86 comes to mind there. Mum's side. Okay. She describes herself as, like, I got the word besties, which describes the close relationship between mum and her. Does that make sense? Oh, it's interesting. Were they often mistaken? Were they close in age? Were they often mistaken as twins? Or I feel like there's this closeness in age as well, not just their relationship. They were very similar in mannerisms, which it was easy to mistake as being twins. Oh, they really were best friends. Like, I'm seeing them together again, kind of like late in their 80s. But there's this, I love it. How do I describe this? There's like that essence of, children that come through. There's this giggly, it's like if the teacher tells you to shut up and you're giggling with your best friend, it's kind of like that. Not that they'd get in trouble, but there's so much laughter there and so much love. Let's see if we can hone in a little bit more with mum. And I thank you, Arnie, for bringing her forward. What happened there for your mum? Why do I feel like soul sisters? Yes, 10 years difference. Oh my goodness. But they described that when they were seen together, they looked closer than that. They looked like a year apart. Does that make sense? I get this. She comes through and said, yes, I aged really well. I aged really well. So I don't know if she had like an amazing skincare routine or just looked after, or it was just natural beauty. But she's like, yeah, I aged really well. With all this, she's like, I aged really well. Why do I feel like she had some sort of dementia or Alzheimer's? There's this sensation of things slipping away from her. Did she pass peacefully? Like, I feel like there was this expectation that she was going to pass soon. Does that make sense, Tracy? She makes me feel that people were around me, but people weren't around me. You don't know. So it's like she passed over 9, but without loved ones around her. Does that make sense? No one around her. Yeah. Yeah. So I think that's one of the messages that she's bringing forward for you, is that she did in fact pass peacefully. She didn't feel anything. It was just like slipping away overnight. Yeah, she keeps saying I'm okay and I didn't feel any pain. So again, that sensation of slipping away peacefully. So if you always question whether she was, because we have that tendency to sit there and go, oh my goodness, nobody was around, and we start to create these stories and these images in our minds that they were alone, they were in pain, they might have been calling for somebody, that, all these different scenarios. She kind of wants to shut it down, and she's like, I slipped away peacefully. It's okay. Part of the reason too, sometimes that they show, she's not showing it, but this is in my experience, part of the reason they do pass when nobody's around is because they don't want to bring in different traumas to the family, or they don't want you to see that process. I get chills with that. So it's almost a message for you bringing forward is to know and trust that everything was okay there. She didn't feel any pain. I want to say technically she wasn't alone, but I'm not going to say that because, again, she's not showing. Oh, I see her sister there anyway, just in the way that she stepped forward. So she wasn't alone. Did her sister pass before her? Is that why she came through first? You know those memes that you see every now and again of 2 elderly best friends, girlfriends, getting around, causing havoc, but having the time of their life? That's kind of what she's bringing forward. So it's like I'm still having those moments where I'm still the same. I'm still cheeky. She brings forward this cheeky personality that's there. But it's innocent fun, and that's the beauty of it. There's innocent fun. Her brother came to get her. Okay. That's what happened. Gotcha. That's them. Yeah. She's saying to you to, so your message is it's really important for you to hold on to that for yourself. So that cheekiness that you admired, that cheekiness you once had, that spark that you once had, it's almost the I don't give a fuck about whoever is around me. Excuse the language. Sorry, everyone. I wasn't even prepared for that time. And that's not her language coming through. That's just the way that it's being expressed from my perspective. But she's like, keep bringing that forward. Keep bringing that fun. She also has a lot of love in her heart. Now, I feel like she just saw the world generally differently, just beautiful, if that makes sense. Like she had a different perspective on the world in a positive way. So I'm going to leave that with you, Tracy. Sending you much love, honey. So Vanessa, I see there. You'll have to remind me who you had put down to connect with, because I couldn't scroll back to the comment. It had skipped a whole row of comments. We might not have enough time for you, Larry, but I've got you down there anyway. We're going to try and get through Vanessa and Harjo. Who is Roosevelt to you? Father-in-law. Okay. So I've got a gentleman that comes forward with a, he's got this stature, almost rigid type of posture. I see grey or peppering hair. He is also quite tall. I don't know if there's some sort of military background there, or some sort of regime, routine, like regiment, routine. There's this structure about him. Does that make sense? But this could be the exterior demeanor of him. Like when you first see him, feels like there's a lot of structure there. It's quite firm and structured in the way that he does things. I also see slim to medium build or average build, but he's taller than me. He'd be nearly 6 foot. So he was your father-in-law. The person I'm bringing through is your grandpa or his grandpa. Very small. Yeah, the person that steps forward is taller and sort of holds himself almost like he has some sort of military training. Maybe it's just really good posture and I'm just lazy with mine. Let's see. Let's bring it through. That might be your other grandpa. Again, we're just going to be open to who comes through. I'm just asking if you could step aside. Travel. Who loved travel? Or who had traveled a lot? It feels like in the younger days. I'm also getting heartache coming through, heart attack coming through as well. Heart attack or heart, chest, lung issues. There's like issues with the heart attack. 5'6", so a little bit shorter than me. Yeah. Mum's dad. And Mum's dad is not Roosevelt. He's coming through quite strong because he's causing a lot of discomfort. Bringing forward with that. He's persistent though. So Mum's dad is persistent in the way that he comes through because he's still showing. Usually when they show or persistently bringing through the same message, it's because they have something to say, or they're just popping in because their energy is the strongest, and this is what he's doing. He still brings through that. So if it's okay with you, I can hold space for him because I'm not getting Roosevelt come through. You were 6 when he passed. Is this mum's dad? Is that what you're referring to? I get that he dropped. Like he was working away and he dropped. Like it was very fast. He, you couldn't slow him down. Does that make sense? It was like go, go, go. Had to always be doing something with his hands or just pottering around. Even when he was older, it feels. Was he also a smaller man? I want to say average height, thin build. Again, there could be some crossover there. It could be still Roosevelt trying to find his way through and come forward. Okay, so there's a particular character that he wants to bring forward, and it was like his shorts were too big. Like they never quite fit properly. It was too big. He was always like pulling them up, or they just look like they just look too big. I don't know how to describe it. Around the waist it sits funny. Like it never sit on the waist properly. I'm frowning because I'm trying to work out what I'm seeing. I don't know whether he would roll it, or it's like he never had a belt to hold his shorts up. I don't know if that makes sense, but there's something very particular about the shorts that may trigger a memory. He was very old. He was an engineer. Pop was taller. Yeah. But he gets this, like I get that he was moving. It was like even in retirement, or for whatever reason he couldn't work, he couldn't sit still. He had to be doing something. That's how he kept himself busy. So he was always moving about the yard, moving about the house. So for him to have, again, the chest pain come through, and it's like everything stopped. That was it. Does that make sense? I think I'm just going to miss you as well, Harjo, because we're coming up on that time where I have to hand it back over to Jai. Yeah, okay. Oh,
Here I am.
Welcome back.
Oh, thank you.
Vanessa, I'm sorry I couldn't pinpoint anything specific there for you. There was a few loved ones around you all trying to come through and just say hello. Sometimes it really should be enough for us to know that they're there in those ways. But yeah, Harjo, Larry, I think I've seen you both I've seen Larry in the TikTok or responding. So you can find me there. Every now and again I do these because they're just fun and I love bringing forward those messages.
Look, not only that, but as it said on the ticker before, you have a Patreon. So if you want to subscribe to Anita's Patreon, it's patreon.com/Anita_3_3_3. Like she is basically everywhere.
I try to keep it consistent.
Sorry?
Yeah. No, I try to keep it consistent just so that I can be found and you guys aren't having to go through different usernames and things like that. But on Patreon, every fortnight we do quantum healing. That's set in concrete. That's something that we do consistently. So every fortnight we'll do quantum healing, and in between those, it's subscribers' choice as to what we do. This week we're meeting spirit guides. So I will bring forward spirit guides that are hidden to you guys if that's something you want to do, but you guys get to choose. Like we put a selection up, you guys vote. So yeah, we've done mediumship before, we've done Akashic stuff before, we've done everything and anything. And it's just a fun space to connect with, and yeah.
Awesome. Well, Anita, thank you so much for joining us today. We are so
you.
blessed to have you here. Like we said, if anyone needs to follow Anita, you know where to grab her. She is Anita_3_3_3_ everywhere, or head to her website, energetisembrace.com.au. Also, I have one more thing to say. Anita is a finalist at the Spiritual Leaders Awards for mediumship. So congratulations, Anita.
Very exciting. First time ever, but yeah, beautiful experience. Just, blessed.
All right.
Thank you for having me.
Oh, my pleasure. Enjoy the rest of your day.
Thank you. I'll be listening in the comments. I'll be in there.
All right. Thanks, lovely.
Bye, everyone.
Bye. So, guys, how was that? I hope you're all having fun. Yeah, congratulations. Yeah, she's a rock star. Hey, what a superstar. I'm glad that the world can see her gifts just as much as we can. So it's good to get that sort of recognition, even though she's a very, very humble person. Yeah, it's good to see. Good to see one of us shining. All right. So next cab off the rank, we have, I don't know if anyone's ever heard of Cards of Destiny. It is a, I guess, centuries old tradition where it's a little bit like Oracle cards, but it's using a deck of playing cards. I've seen this work in action, and I've been following her for a long time now. She is such a beautiful human, and I can't wait to bring her on. Let me just change this. Here we go. Hello, Karen. Welcome.
Hi, thanks for having me.
Oh, it's my absolute pleasure. I'm so excited to have you on. Karen, can you see the comments there where you are?
Let's see. Let me click over. Okay, now I can.
You can?
Yep.
Okay, perfect. Well, I can't. For anyone who doesn't know, what happens is when I jump off screen, I'm literally sitting in the green room where Karen just was, and I get to watch and interact with all this stuff as well. And so does Sherry. She's there as well. So we all just sit here super excited, and I can't wait to see as well. So once again, thank you so much for joining us, and I'll leave you to it, lovely.
All right, awesome. Thank you so much. I'm looking forward to this. Okay, hello everyone. So nice to be here with you all. My name is Karen Fahey Magi, and I'm going to be sharing today about Cards of Destiny. So I'm going to start this off sharing about Cards of Destiny, a little bit about the modality itself, and then I'm going to save time at the end, the second half, and I'm actually going to be doing some mini readings for those of you guys watching. So just hang tight until I get through this first explanation educational part, and then I'll ask you guys to drop your birthdays in the chat, and I'll be picking as many people as I can get through to do some readings at the end. But yeah, Cards of Destiny. So a lot of people have not heard of this, but most everyone is familiar with the cards. So Cards of Destiny is based on the playing deck, but what most people aren't aware of is that this deck is actually the original divinatory tool. It predates tarot. So there's actually a really common misconception that this deck was inspired by the tarot cards, but it's actually the other way around. The tarot in part was inspired by these cards. And these cards are an ancient occult modality developed by an organization called the Order of the Magi, which has been around based on the history and the text and so the lore goes since the time of Atlantis. And so the cards, the symbols and the codes are actually encoded with the codes of the cosmos. So we have 52 weeks in a year, 52 weeks in a deck, 12 royals, 12 seasons, four suits, four seasons, 12 royals, 12 months in a year. If you add up the face value of all of the cards, with the Joker being 1.25, we get 365.25. So you can see, I like to say the codes of the cosmos have been hidden and embedded in these cards. And you may wonder, well, then why have I only heard of these as games, right? Why have I only heard of these at poker and Go Fish? And the reason that any occult organization exists is back when religious organizations were more prominent, these occult organizations were developed in order to hold sacred knowledge protected, to make sure that the religious organizations couldn't take this sacred information and manipulate it and use it to manipulate the collective. And so these organizations, like the Order of the Magi, were created to hold this information sacred. And the order had this brilliant idea, because they knew that although we didn't want the information to be out there outright yet, we still wanted the codes to get out there, the frequency. And so the information and the wisdom of this modality was disguised and dispersed as games to be embedded in all of our subconscious minds. So let that land for a minute. It's really wild to think about. And if you try to trace back the history of playing cards, go ahead, do a quick Google search, try to find who invented the playing cards. Every single major culture and continent lays claim to the creation of the playing cards. So Russia created the playing cards. All of the Asian cultures created the playing cards. Africa created the playing cards. Every single major culture lays claim to this. And so for me, this is further evidence to support the lore and what has been passed down through the Order of the Magi, that these were truly dispersed out and disguised as games to be embedded within our subconscious mind. And so I believe, and I feel really excited and initiated by the order and the cards, because we're at a really critical time in humanity where the days of the possibility of this information being taken and manipulated in the way that the occult originally feared is over. That's not true anymore. There's no amount of me getting up and sharing about this in front of all of you, or, speaking about it publicly, that is going to lead to that information being manipulated, because the population has hit that critical point of sovereignty where we are now ready. And so it's my belief that this information that, all these many years and centuries that was embedded within our subconscious mind in order to wait for this moment, it's now ready for the subconscious to be brought to the conscious, to be brought to the conscious mind. So that's a little bit about the history of the modality itself. Now, I'm sure you're interested, okay, well, how does it apply to me? What is the use of the modality? And it often gets associated or confused with tarot, obviously, because it's a deck of cards, but different than tarot. So in tarot, you're pulling a card and then you're going to be getting a subjective energy read, based on the symbolism of that card. With Cards of Destiny, as a modality, in order to understand it, it can be better compared to astrology in terms of its breadth and its application. So everyone, based on their birthday, has a birth card. So for example, I am a 7 of clubs is my birth card. And in fact, everyone has an entire chart of lifelong influences. So that birth card, the 7 of clubs, is really my sun card. And I also have a moon, Mercury, Venus, Mars, Jupiter, all the way out to 2 outer planets beyond Pluto, and karmic influences. So that alone gives us so much information. It's like getting a second natal chart, and it gives us all of this information around our unique energetic code. What does it mean for me to be a 7 of clubs? And within that, we also have what I love about Cards of Destiny, these outer planets and the karmic cards. They're really unique explorations into what I call our karmic blueprint. And it really gives us information about past lives, or how I experience them as parallel lives, and what energies we have come into this life with inherent strength and inherent challenge. So we have these things that are karmic gifts, where stuff is going to flow really easily to us in this certain, card represented energy, or there's things in life that are intended to be a challenge. This is why understanding and starting to work with the Cards of Destiny, one of the reasons why it's so impactful, it's because as you start to learn about your unique karmic blueprint, you can learn what are the things in life that are meant to be a challenge for me. And what I mean by that is it's meant to be a challenge because it represents something that on a soul level, through this incarnation, when you put focused attention and intention into that area and learn how to alchemize to the high side, the high expression of that particular energetic code, that particular card, this is one of the fast tracks to soul evolution. It's one of the fastest ways to ascend, right? That's what this this upgrade summit is all about. It's about upgrading and how do we access the highest expression of self. And so with Cards of Destiny, as you get to know your card and your unique constellation of cards, you get this really potent information and really actionable steps that you can take to access the highest expression of your unique soul's magic. So, and that's just layer one. That's just looking at these lifelong and karmic influences. In addition to that, we also have cyclical influences. I just saw Vanessa said, I feel like relationships is mine in the comment. Yeah, it very well could be. It'd be interesting to take a look. Every card has its quirks, and some cards will be, they're going to have their greatest learning through relationship. For me, I have all of my karma cards are diamonds. And so I learn a lot of my soul lessons and soul evolutions has been through working with prosperity templates and scarcity templates and power dynamics and money, and all of these different themes around career have come up for me. So we'll get there when we get to the readings, but I just wanted to comment on that because you're absolutely right. You might be correct. And so getting back to, in addition to these lifelong and karmic influences, we also have cyclical influences. So every year on your birthday, you get a new set of cards influencing you. And it's the same. We have a moon, Mercury, Venus, Mars, Pluto, and we have 2 of each and all these cards underlying it. And you get this new set every year on your birthday, but the system is also fractalized. So it's not only yearly cycles, you also get a new set of cards every 7 years, every 7 weeks, every week, every day, every hour, if you really wanted to get in there and analyze it. But so at any given moment, we have upwards of like 500 cards impacting us at any one time. And the way I like to look at this and how I utilize it for myself is it's really like getting a weather report on your life. So one of the things that I really like to reframe for people, because sometimes people hear Cards of Destiny and they're like, oh my God, I don't know. I don't want to know my destiny. Like, don't want to get information that then feels disempowering. Like if I'm destined to have this karma. What good is that going to do me? And the way I look at it is, there's this intersection between free will and destiny. And Cards of Destiny actually empowers us to make more empowered decisions around our free will because we get the weather report on our life. I can see by looking into the cards for your particular cycles right now, what are things that are meant to be coming up as a challenge? What are things that are going to come easily to you? What are the areas in life that, if put focused energy into, is going to lead to a really good outcome? And also we can make predictions and see potentialities. So for example, for me last year, I had a lot of indications in the cards that I was going to be changing careers, changing home, changing relationship. And I already felt this within myself, but looking at the cards and actually seeing a timeline of there was going to be a shift in energy towards this time, like around my birthday just passed, is a few days ago. So there was going to be a shift in energy as I got close to my birthday, where all of those things that were feeling really hard were going to shift. And now it was going to seem easy and seamless and everything was going to fall into place. And that's exactly what happened. And it gave me this opportunity to, earlier in the year when these things were challenging, I had my sovereign choice of how I was going to react and respond. So bringing it back to the analogy of the weather report, if you are going to go on vacation and you look up the weather and you see that there's going to be a monsoon, you can make an empowered choice. Like maybe I'm going to reschedule my vacation, or if I still need to go on my vacation, I'm going to go and be prepared, and I'm going to cancel my plans to go out, but I'm going to go and I'm going to just hunker down and get cozy and weather out the storm in my cottage. Versus if you don't have the weather report at all and you go on vacation and you have all these plans at the beach and there's a monsoon, you can get hit with it and it's a lot more challenging. So this is the same thing with Cards of Destiny and utilizing it for life planning and prediction. It empowers us to make decisions based on what we see in terms of the weather report of our life. Thank you for all the birthday wishes. And I see someone asking about getting into representing each one. This is definitely learned best in context. So I'm going to share one more piece and then we're going to get into some readings. And then you guys are really going to get a feel for this modality and how powerful it can be. So the final layer, I say final, but just one more important layer, because it's really an infinite rabbit hole, the way I experience it. So we've got our lifelong and karmic influences. Then we've got our cyclical influences we can look at. And I think my favorite part, and part of the reason I got into Cards of Destiny as deep as I have, is the incredible relationship analysis that can be done with the cards. Once you have two people's birthdays and you know their core cards, we can look at the planetary and cosmic influences from each side of the relationship. So how I experience you is going to be different from how you experience me. And we can also see the presence and nature of parallel life connection. So this is one that just consistently blows me away. We've all had that experience of meeting someone and we're just like, do I know you? Wait, hold on. You're so familiar. I must know you. And we have that deep soul recognition. And with the cards, we actually can see that, yes, there is parallel life connection. And not only that, it can get super specific to this person was very likely a father to you in a past life. This person was a lover. There's even certain connections that demonstrate that you were married successfully in the past life, and this person was the husband and this person was the wife. And sometimes the genders can be switched from what it is in this life. And beyond this just being interesting, which it is really interesting and very validating. Because what I've found in doing these readings for clients over the years, the amount of times that I have called out past life connection and very specific ones, especially for people who are, in this spiritual community and maybe have the gift of actually having memories and sight into some of these other lives, the amount of confirmation that I've gotten of calling something out, people are like, yeah, that's right. I saw that life. That's exactly what we were to each other. It's really validating. And beyond that, it also again gives us some bearings. One of the things with the relationship analysis and understanding parallel life connections that I found to be especially supportive for the clients that I work with is one of the things when we have significant parallel life connections with someone, it can be really disorienting because we're having all these emotions and things come up and we're like, oh my God, like, why did I get so upset? Like, I went totally off the handle. And now I'm looking back at it and I'm like, we were fighting about laundry or dishes, but I was feeling like you murdered my family or something. And you may actually be experiencing emotions that were catalyzed in another life. And a situation in this life is parallel enough in circumstance that it re-triggers that emotional response within you. And so one of the things that I do when I'm working with couples or even just working with someone one-on-one to help them process or navigate their romantic relationship or family relationship too. That's another big one. It's so common to have parallel life connections with your family. It can give us really specific information about how to channel this energy and also become more aware in how to orient to it. So I'm going to give you an example. I have my previous partner, we had a parallel life Mars connection in like every which direction you could have. We had like more parallel life Mars than you could possibly have. And how this would show up is we were both could be really quick to react really quick into anger. And I started to recognize and notice and tune in with myself. Okay, when am I angrier than makes sense for the context of the situation? So perhaps there's a parallel life, pouring through me. And by having this awareness, I would make the conscious decision to, when I went from 0 to 100, I would always allow that energy to run through me first, reorient back into the present moment, and then engage from that place. And that alone was really supportive. But then also having the knowledge that specifically where this was stemming from was Martian or Mars energy. The highest expression of Mars is he loves to travel and move and create. I think of him as like this kind of little kid that just always wants something to do. And so what we started to notice in our dynamic was the times that we would get into those arguments or that reactive space, it was most often when we had gotten into a really mundane routine, when things in life were kind of just, same day to day and just doing, like work, eat TV, or, whatever. And so knowing that, I would call it out. I'd be like, we're in our Martian energy. Like, let's go for a walk. Like, we need to plan a trip. And so you can plan this is just one example. There's so much to work with the different planetary energies. But as you learn and attune to which planets are impacting your relationship, you can be really proactive about it. Where, okay, I have a lot of Martian energy in my dynamic. That means we should have like seasonal trips. We should regularly be going on trips. We should go out to eat. When we go out to eat, we should mix up what restaurants we go to. Just do different things to to highlight that. Or another example is if you have a lot of Venusian energy, or if you have a lot of these challenging energies, but you also have Venus in your chart, some advice that I give to couples often is call on that Venus. Like Venus is your friend, it's high compatibility. And so if you have other more intense, challenging energies, if the couple engages in more Venusian activities, like going out and enjoying the arts or going out into nature and enjoying good food or anything that feeds in the senses, then you're going to be activating the part of your relationship chart that is the most compatible, and will help to offset those more intense energies. And just the final piece I want to touch on here, in addition to the parallel life, and also, also just the planetary energies, we also can see karmic relationships. So this is something that I could do, and I probably will at some point, do a whole hour-long lecture on, because I think this idea of the karmic relationship gets thrown around a lot, and oftentimes in a negative context. People will break up with their partner and they're like, oh, that was such a karmic bond. Like, I'm so glad to be out of that karmic connection. And that term gets thrown around a lot. And as I've studied the cards and as I have learned how to navigate my own karmic connections, I've learned a lot about the power of these karmic connections that we have. And in fact, I believe that the reason that karma relationships get such a bad rap is actually because we don't understand how to navigate the power of these connections. The way I think of karma is not, this is good karma and this is bad karma. So if you're in a karmic connection, like it's some sort of karmic punishment. Karma, in my lens, really is the fuel of the universe. It is the thing that keeps the entire cosmos and all of us moving. And so when we have someone who is our karmic connection, there's a certain magnetism between us. And so, without even looking at the cards, if you're wondering if you've ever been in a karmic connection, one of the telltale signs is this magnetism. It is like the universe will not let you get by without connecting with this person in some way. So it's like the experience of, I went to a party and the person was right there, and then the next day I went to the cafe and there they were again. And repeated encounters where you're not intending or planning and it's just happening. This is a telltale sign of a karmic connection. And the way to access and learn to access the high side of these connections is learning what they represent to you on an energetic level. So again, easiest to understand in context. So I'll give my own example. One of my karma cards is the 10 of Diamonds. And the 10 of Diamonds on an energetic level, what it represents is the highest expression of the card is it's a very Jupiter energy. It represents being in a very abundant mindset, and having a lot of luck and positivity in finance. For me, because it's my karma card, I have come in this life with lessons to learn here, where on the low side, I can have the tendency to not appreciate the things around me and be living a really blessed life, but always wanting for more. That's one of the low sides of the 10 of Diamonds, is always wanting for more, always wanting for more. And I learned about this and recognized it within myself, of how, especially when I was younger, I have a wonderful family and we always had enough or more than enough, but I had friends that were uber wealthy, right? And so I looked to them and thought like, oh, I want more of this, I want more of that. Oh, when I get older, I'll be able to this, and that. And I had all this story focused on what I didn't have. So I did a lot of internal work to tune into the frequency of gratitude and really recognize and appreciate the things in my life. So when I got older, I had 10 of diamonds people come into my life. Now, if I had not done that internal work, if I was still in the mentality of scarcity mindset, and always wanting for more, these people as 10 of diamonds on an energetic level represent that pure frequency. And so what happens is it will trigger in me anywhere where I am not in alignment with the highest expression of that energy. It will force me to confront that. And so this is why I believe karmic relationships get this bad rap, is because there's this initial magnetism. And so especially in romantic relationship, it can be like fireworks and whoa, it's like soul merging experience. It's so beautiful, intense. It's literally the power of the universe is just like forcing you together. It feels so divine, so meant. And then the dust settles and suddenly you're like, oh my God, like everything they do triggers me. Like how, like what just happened? Like who am I? Who are you? And you can get like super disoriented with it. And so working with karmic energy and understanding it, especially in a romantic context, it becomes really important to one, like brakes, like put the brakes on, because the universe is like playing wingman. So without any effort from you, the universe is going to continue to bring you together. So it's better, rather than to lean in, which can be the impulse, is to actually like hold your ground a little bit and let the cosmic energy swirl and land and ground a little bit more. And then understanding on an energetic level what they represent, so you can be ready for them to trigger any of these aspects that may come up for yourself, and then utilize them as a gift to alchemize these aspects. So this is the core to alchemizing and having a really great karmic relationship, is rather than pointing the blame on this person is triggering me, it's anticipating that this person will catalyze and spark something in me. And it's actually giving me an opportunity on a soul level to access a higher side of this expression that, for me personally, coming back to the beginning, is going to be my greatest access point for soul evolution. Looking at them as that opportunity rather than the trigger, right? And so even if this karmic relationship does eventually end in a split or a separation, which can happen, we are looking at it through the lens of, wow, this person really came into my life with an opportunity for soul growth. And what's really beautiful that I've witnessed and learning how to work with these energies and alchemize them, the karmic relationship, it's sad that it has such a bad rap, and I look forward to shifting that perspective and empowering people to start to understand how to use these energies, because it actually has the potential to be one of the closest relationships. Because the karmic relationship, quite literally in the deck of cards, you represent two cards that are next to each other in the line of incarnation. And so you have a certain depth and ability to understand and really just hold each other in a way that not every card has access to. And I feel really fortunate that I have such insight into these cards, and am blessed to say that most of my friends, most of my closest friends right now are my karma cards. And they are like the most beautiful, fulfilling relationships. And it's just a testament to what we can access through studying and understanding relationships through the lens of the cards. Okay. So that was a big information dump. I know you guys are all probably itching to get some readings. And yeah, this definitely is understood best in context. So please, whoever is interested, drop drop in the chat your birthday and I will look it up. And someone just asked, where could people learn how to do the Cards of Destiny method? So my website is cardsofdestiny.pro. I am going to be starting to post more educational content and videos. Currently, the leading expert who I studied under, his name is Robert Lee Camp. And his website is called 7thunders.com, 7 spelled like a 7. There's other stuff on the internet, but he is the person who I've mentored with and I recommend starting with if you're interested in studying this. I will say that I love Robert. Obviously, I've mentored under him, and I love his content, and I definitely have taken it and I'm adding layers of the spiritual depth and the parallel and past life connections. And so there's some things in Robert's teaching that I veer away from a little bit. I think that his teachings are really focused in the lens of a very traditional mindset. Like a lot of the focus of his teachings are around the goal of marriage. And I'm aware that the marriage isn't the end all goal for every single person in this life. There's more layered experiences. So, but to get started, highly recommend Robert Lee Camp. And then definitely please follow me on Instagram, Karen Fahey Magi, cardsofdestiny.pro. And I'm just in the beginning stages of I'm going to be putting out a lot of educational content around this stuff. Okay, so I'm going to jump and I'm going to go with the first person who put their birthday in here, Vanessa Hallbrook, March 7th, 1979. Okay, give me one moment while I add this into my software. Okay, March 7th, 1979. Beautiful. Okay. So I am going to give you a quick download on your 2 core cards. So I mentioned earlier, everyone has a birth card based on their birthday. We all have anywhere from 1 to 4 core cards, which are going to represent these core aspects of our personality. So you are, I'm going to show you your cards. You are a 3 of spades, 7 of spades, so a double spade. There's definitely going to be a really big push and a draw to spirituality because the spades represent the ethers, the spiritual side of life. The 3 of spades is very much the artist card. So I'm curious, Vanessa, if you are an artist or in a creative career, because that is a really big part of the path of the 3 of diamonds, is being in self-expression. And one of the pieces of alchemy for the 3 of spades, there's 2 things I'll speak to. So every card has these areas of life for soul growth and soul evolution. The 3 of spades, one of the aspects of it is there's this deeply creative piece of self and this deep need to be expressed, but there can also be a subconscious, often especially early in life, subconscious fear of actually being seen. So they can grapple with this so much creative energy pouring through them, but then pulling back or not being like this kind of back and forth between fearing rejection, but also it's such a deep need to be expressed and be seen. And so one of the things for the 3 of spades to work through in this life is to really overcome any need for validation or fears of rejection, and realize that whatever it is that is pouring through you, your creative energy is such a gift to this world. And if you have something pouring through you creatively, that means it's because there are other people out there who are in resonance with it, who will gain something and be supported by your work being visible. And so utilizing this and actually leaning on your 7 of spades, which in its highest expression is the faith card, moving into this state of having deep faith in yourself, in your guides, you know, whatever higher power that you connect with, is gonna really be supportive of you. And in this life, my prediction would be that there's gonna be situations and circumstances that arise, that quite honestly can be really challenging. Maybe some like health challenges or other things that just feel like completely out of your control. There's, you know, I use health because that's one thing that it's like, it's just like, this is not in my control. And the reason that these things happen to a person with this archetype is because you're being invited into the opportunity to step into deeper faith. And through this stepping out into deeper faith and accessing that higher expression, the gift of what you bring to the world will bring so much ripple of impact. It's gonna allow you to really anchor in to that sense of faith in an even deeper way. Does that resonate? Beautiful. And I'm gonna, while she's answering, I'm gonna just intuitively, there's so many people here, so I'm just gonna intuitively pick one. Ooh, let's do Laureen. Her birthday was on the 16th. Happy birthday, Laureen. We're birthday sisters. So I've got Laureen Sanborn, was born on October 16th. So I'm gonna put that in here. 16th. Okay. Okay, beautiful, beautiful. Let's see. And Vanessa said that was spot on. Thank you, Karen. Awesome. I love to hear that. Okay, beautiful. I'm excited to share Laureen. So you are Laureen, you are a 6 of clubs, Queen of hearts. Oh, such a beautiful combination. Right off the bat, I anticipate that you are someone who is very relationship oriented, very family oriented. Both of these cards hold really potent codes in terms of breeding harmony within relationships, family relationships, romantic, partnership, everything. And for you, one of the greatest soul alchemies is going to be finding this balance between honoring your gift of being such a peace bringer and someone who is really able to intuit and tune into other people's needs in such a clear way and anticipate and support them, but balancing that with being sure that you're not dishonoring yourself. One of the tendencies, especially for the Queen of Hearts, can be being so wrapped up in supporting other people, and the line can become blurred between where are my needs versus someone else's needs. And the reason being, for the Queen of Hearts, oftentimes it's like, my need is your need, because my need is to be of support to you. So being of support to you fulfills me. And it creates this really blurry line. And a part of the growth for this archetype can be getting put in situations where those codependent type tendencies really get sparked, so that it gives you the opportunity to reassess, redirect into, you know, more deeper sovereignty. And one more aspect I'll touch on is for the 6 of clubs. This is a very intuitive card. The Six of Clubs are some of the most tapped in naturally, and may even have an experience of like early in life having it be so powerful that later they're like, whoa, this is like too powerful, and kind of dim it down or push it away. And this is a strength. This is something that you can really lean on as you're navigating any of the themes I was just talking about in terms of people pleasing, codependency. You can always come back to your Six of Clubs intuition and just ask for guidance. Like, I feel unclear. I don't know how to navigate this. How do I hold and honor my boundary while still holding and honoring the people around me? Will allow you to make that shift and really start to access the higher expressions of these cards. Does that resonate, Lorene? And I'm just going to take a peek real quick since it was just your birthday too. Okay, amazing. I'm going to look at your site. I'm looking at your cycle just to see, what's starting for you this year. And so for you, Lorene, this year, a really big focus that I'm seeing is two things. I'm curious if you are stepping out into an entrepreneurial venture, some sort of creative adventure, because it does look like there's a part of your soul that's coming more full focus, like a desire to take more power around your finances, and maybe wanting to step out and start your own business or market yourself in a new way or have a new source of income. And what I'm seeing is that perhaps at the beginning of the year, there's some challenge around that. Like, it feels really edgy or it feels really challenging. But as we get through this cycle, so from birthday to your next birthday, I see you coming back home to yourself more and more, really getting to experience some of those themes I was just talking about of stepping out of people pleasing and allowing yourself to step more forward in whether it be an entrepreneurial adventure, or if you do work for someone else, it could look like taking on more responsibility and creating a new income stream within the role that you're already doing. So you definitely have a lot of support there in terms of making a shift, a positive shift in your career. So yeah, let me know if that resonates, and then I'm going to pick another random. Boom. Okay. The name here is Always at Choice, and birthday is March 8th. So let me put this in. March 8th. Okay, got it. Oops. March 8th. Okay, let's see if Lorene said yes. I would say correct. I was thinking of a new career, woman-owned business. Not sure what type. Just said today, January would be a great target date. As a child, I had a lot of gifts. Thank you. Very cool. Awesome, Lorene. Well, yeah, I mean, obviously there's lots of layers there, but just high level glancing at it, it does look like the universe is in support of your timeline and your new adventures. Okay, so Always says, yeah, your name's Virginia. Okay, Virginia, I am looking at your cards. Very, very cool. You are a Two of Spades, King of Spades. This is a really interesting, unique combination, actually. So the Two of Spades, well, let me talk about the King of Spades first, actually. The King of Spades is such a powerful card. Like, this is known as, in some ways, it's the most powerful card in the deck. And what that means is you're going to have a real strength in terms of willpower. I would imagine that probably ever since you were a kid, it's like if you want something, you're going to find a way to get it. You have a certain power in being able to execute and follow through on things. On the lower side, this can be a very dominating force. So especially for females, for women, the King of Spades can be challenging because it is a very divine, masculine, strong energy. And so in partnership, that can lead to dissonance with partners. And in the workspace, also, this can lead to dissonance because the King of Spades knows, for the most part, like his way is probably the right way. And you're right. It probably is. And so it can be really hard for King of Spades to work for other people, because they're just like there's some cards who will know that they're right. Like the King of Clubs will know that he's right, but he might just bicker about it and like sit back and then complain to his partner about it. But the King of Spades is just like, I'm not going to do that. Like we're going to do it the way I did it and you'll watch, it's going to be better. I see she's saying yes, absolutely, decidedly. That's great. Yeah. So super strong archetype. And why I said it was an interesting mashup is because the Two of Spades, on the other hand, has a real strength in partnership. All of the twos are somewhat of a Libra energy. So there's this ability to attune to other people. The spades are the top suit. So in some ways, this is the Two of Twos. So you're actually going to have a real power in developing powerful connections with people. So I would imagine that although you have this king inside of you, the fact that you also have that two is really positive and allows you to balance. And my what I'd imagine is that early on in life, it may have been like a kind of pendulum swing between the two. Like maybe in relationship, you're really like this in the beginning, and then suddenly you're more like this, and same thing in the workspace. And it's like you can kind of, almost like you maybe confuse people where you're like so one way and then suddenly you're so the other way, and people are like, what is going on? Like, who is this? And so as you mature, one of the Virginia saying yes so much, I love that. So as you mature, and like if we were to work together, one of the things that we would work on is, okay, how do we integrate and really learn about what are the strengths of each and what are the situations where I can really call on the strength of one or the other to keep myself balanced. So for example, a strength of the King of Spades is he's that go-getter energy. So you're starting a new project, you're maybe starting a new business. It's like, hell yeah, let's turn on that King of Spades. Like, let's get stuff done. But then when you are getting ready to onboard someone as a personal assistant or a support, we get to be like, okay, in interactions with them, I want to make sure I'm really focusing in more on my Two of Spades skill set. And so just becoming aware of these two sides of self rather than unconsciously pendulum swinging between the two, we can consciously activate and even call that out in myself. Like, okay, I'm going into this conversation. I can feel my king. But I'm going to come in with my two, my balance, my harmony, and really utilize those skills so that we can move through this dissonance. And then I can use my King of Spades to execute on whatever we come to a mutual agreement on. Okay, amazing. Well, I already got lots of affirmation. Listen to my guides to not fight between two, but use them in balance. Yes, exactly. Well said. Thank you, Virginia, for all the input. Okay, let's see. I feel like I can get to maybe two more. Let me see who is jumping out. Okay, I'm gonna do Anita. Your birthday 3-3. I just turned 33, and you're 333. So that's been my core angel number here for a minute. So I'm gonna do Anita 333. Okay, and we've got put this in here. March 3rd. Save. Beautiful. So we've actually got another Seven of Spades, but your other core card is the Eight of Hearts. Beautiful, beautiful combination. Seven of Spades, Eight of Hearts are your two core cards. So I touched a little bit on this, but well, so the common thread between these two cards, something that I imagine could be really present or is very present for this particular archetype, is a need in this lifetime, or invitation, I should say, an invitation in this lifetime to really move through and learn how to work with the victim mentality. Okay, so this is something that a lot of us deal with. All of us at some point have gotten into the headspace of feeling really disempowered. Why is this happening to me? And I touched on this a little bit with our previous friend who was the Seven of Spades. Something that is not true for all Seven of Spades, but there can be a theme of accidents or ill health, and those are just examples of the manifestation. Really, the core energy of what it's hitting on here is things in life happening that feel completely out of our control. And so things like accidents or health issues are just like really simple, potent examples of where it's just like, I wasn't doing anything. I was just sitting here and something just happened to me. And so it can, of course, it's very natural to fall into feeling like that question of why is this happening to me? And the reason on a soul level that these things are happening for Seven of Spades people is because you're being invited to really truly embody the energy of why is this happening for me? Because the highest expression, the seven, all of the sevens are the first of the spiritual number. They sit at the center of the deck. So they act as a bridge between the spiritual and the mundane. And so all of us sevens, I'm a seven of clubs, all of us sevens, part of our soul mission is to move through a certain amount of density and challenge in order to come out the other side and then be like these beacons for other people to witness and see and look at, like, oh wow, that person actually really, like, if that happened to me, I don't know how I would deal with it, but I'm seeing how they dealt with it and it's inspiring me to more. A really great example of the Seven of Spades is Stephen Hawking's. So Stephen Hawking's had, some pretty significant health challenges, but he's continued to be such an inspiration. And he, just all the way through his life had this really beautiful attitude, and him holding that frequency so well, it had this ripple of impact for the rest of us. And for you in particular, Anita, because you also have this Eight of Hearts. This Eight of Hearts is such a power card. And this theme of power dynamics is also comes out in the eight. That's why I said there's this common thread. What's really beautiful for you, Anita, and what I want you to attune to, I know you feel this in your soul, because everything I'm telling any of you guys, it's all in your subconscious. I'm not telling you anything new. It's something you already know. I'm just reminding you of your truth. The highest expression of this particular archetype is such a beacon of light for other people. You hold within you these codes of divine love and divine faith that when accessed, you become like this just beautiful reverberating energy that has this access. The eight, I think of an infinity sign that's going from the crown chakra down into the heart and back into the crown. And it's this divine channel of love and faith that wants to pour through you and support the rest of us in our ascension process. So it's a very important job and very important role that you have. Let me know how that lands. And I am going to do one more at least. Let's see. Who is jumping out? Lindsay Lobenstein. I'm going to do yours. You are November 29th. Let's see. November 29th. Beautiful. Oops. Oh, perfect. I'm so glad I pulled you. Okay. Anita said, thank you so much. All makes sense. I have worked through a lot of victim mentality. Thank you. You're so welcome, Anita. Thank you for your frequency that you hold. Okay. I'm so glad that I picked you, Lindsay. You are a 4 of hearts, 6 of clubs. 4 of hearts, 6 of clubs. So I've already talked a little bit about the 6 of clubs. The reason I said I'm really glad that I pulled this is I've actually been getting a lot of divine download that the 4 of hearts as an energy is something that is coming through for a lot of us. Like on a collective level, a lot of us are feeling and anchoring in the codes that you represent, the 4 of hearts. So perfect way to wrap this out. This transmission is really for like everyone. So the 4 of hearts, it represents this, it's a very Cancerian energy. So Cancer, like the zodiac sign. What I imagine is that a lot of people in your life probably describe you as like very solid or like a rock, because the 4s are really good at creating external stability. They have a really big drive around like they want to get the stable job, they want to get the stable income, and they want to build structure around themselves. Something I'm sure all of us can relate to, right? But the alchemy and the lesson for the 4 of hearts and all 4s to a certain extent is recognizing and learning that on a deeper level, the drive to create external stability actually stems from a deeper insecurity. And coupled with the 6 of clubs, something else I didn't mention, so this is true for everyone else who had the 6 of clubs as a core card, is probably no one would know, but many 6 of clubs hold a really harsh inner critic. And it's not something that a lot of 6 of clubs talk about. It's a very internal experience, but their internal dialogue can be like very self-deprecating and beating themselves up. And so you have this alignment of these 2 cards where from an outsider perspective, a lot other people may look to you for support and advice and kind of really see you as this like stable rock, but internally you're like, I'm a rock because I'm actually really stressed. I'm actually like really anxious about what's happening here, and I'm trying to find some sense of stability. And so what the message for you and wider the message for the entire collective right now, because I really feel that this is something that is coming online for everyone, is the universe right now in particular is really dissolving all of our external structures. There's a really big push happening right now where anything that we are attempting to anchor into that is external from us, whether it be a relationship, a home, a job, a persona, like whatever it is that's external to us that we're trying to anchor our safety into, there is a wave happening right now where that stuff is going to be dissolved because we are being invited into the higher expression of this 4 of hearts energy, which is coming to a place of anchoring your stability solely in yourself and realizing that the only true security is sourced from within. So, Lindsay and anyone watching, if you are having the experience of feeling those insecurities rattling, that's the invitation right now, is really recognizing where can I pull my energy back in and anchor into myself first.
Karen, so cool. That is so fun. I am so into that. Previous to meeting you, I'd never ever seen it done that way.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm taking what I learned from Robert Lee Camp, and then I'm a psychic and intuitive as well, and have been connecting with the order Beyond the Veil. And so I'm really like bringing the cards of destiny back in a way that hasn't
not just
quite
back,
been
but
yet.
stepping it up, so bringing it to
Yeah.
the forefront. And I love everything about it. So thank you so much. So for them to learn more, about it. It's cardsofdestiny.pro.
Yeah, PRO.
Um, PRO, yeah. So I've got your link tree down there that they can jump on to reach out to you. You can follow her on Instagram as well, guys, which is what is it? Karen Fahey Madji.
Yeah, Karen
on
Fahey Magi. You got
Yeah,
it.
Magi. That's right.
Yeah.
Anything else you got coming up in the pipeline that they should know about, Karen?
Yeah, I am going to be offering. So if anyone reaches out and books a Cards of Destiny reading within the now till the end of the year, I'm offering 25% off to anyone who comes through here. So when you book, just mention that you met me on here and you'll get a 25% discount on your reading.
Oh, that is beautiful. Thank you for sharing that. Okay. Excellent. Well, I'm going to be one of those people, just so you know, because I'm pretty sure I'm a 6 of clubs. It's just the way
you're
you
like
run.
pulling it up. You're like, okay,
I'm that.
that's awesome.
Awesome. But thank you again, Karen. I really appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you so much for having me, and thank you, everyone. It was so great to connect.
Love you. Talk to you soon. Bye. All right, people. Well, how fun was that? Hasn't this been such a good start to the summit? Oh man. And we're going to let the good times roll. So our next guest, as you can see by the artwork here, is Cindy Hamill, who's from tappingintoyourpotential.net. So does anybody not know what EFT tapping is? It's a huge thing in my life. And I'll actually bring Cindy up because I want to talk to her about this. So everyone, please welcome beautiful Cindy. Hello, lovely human. How are you?
I'm great. How are you, Jay?
I am so good. I just want to tell you this, Cindy. The tapping solution was was the first book that I ever read.
Wow.
Yeah, dead
I
set.
love that.
Oh, so into it. It's just amazing. Something so simple, I guess, can be so profound. You know, have some really, really positive effects on your psyche, on your whole well-being. You know,
It's such a powerful tool, and I haven't found much that it doesn't work with or work on. So it's been an amazing journey. I found it back when Gary Craig. I was like almost back in the days of cassettes, but not quite. So yeah, it's been a while, but yeah, it's a very powerful tool. So I'm so excited to be here to be able to share it with everybody.
No, perfect. So just before we move on, can you see the comments?
I can. Yes, I made sure.
You can? Okay, excellent. Yeah. So I'm going to leave the floor to you, my lady, and I will see you again in a bit, okay?
Sounds great. Thank you so much.
No worries.
So hi, everybody. I am Cindy Hamill from tappintoyourpotential.net. I am so excited to be here with all these amazing things going on during the summit. And so my plan for the next hour is to tell you a little bit about me and my journey with tapping, let you know my perception of how the mind works and why tappings can be so effective. And most importantly, I really want to spend a big chunk of this time tapping so you guys can, get some benefits, and hopefully we'll get some good shifts. Certainly, if you have any questions, put them in the chat because I do have that scrolling by, so I'm excited. All right, let's go. So as I mentioned a little bit in the beginning, I have been a seeker for as long as I can remember. I can remember being in high school and reading like Wayne Dyer books. And I was in high school way before the internet. So it was, going to the library and trying to find these good things, trying to understand how life worked, how people worked, why was this person successful and maybe a sibling wasn't as successful. So I've just always been very curious. And then fast forward in life. In 2002, I was diagnosed with ovarian cancer, and certainly was of the mindset that I knew something about mind-body connection. And I had the belief that I had created the petri dish to allow cancer to grow, and certainly needed to make some changes so that it didn't come back. And I think around that point, I probably found Louise Hay and, her kind of the mind-body connection stuff. And so in her book, You Can Heal Your Life, cancer has to do with the deep hurt, long-standing resentment, deep secrets, or grief. So I was like, okay. So I have this great information. What do I do with it? So I went on a mission to find a tool, I guess I probably could have done therapy, but I had other stuff going on. So very fortunately, the tool that I found was EFT tapping and was introduced to Gary Craig. So went through some of his training, and for those that do know, even though I'm losing all my hair, I love and accept myself. So kind of doing the karate chop, and I would walk around my neighborhood. And again, early on in the internet. So I'd just walk around, go on my little daily walks, doing my tapping. I'm sure the neighbors thought I was crazy, but it worked, it helped. It just so happened that the summer that I was diagnosed with cancer, I was also a financial advisor. And it was the summer of the tech bubble bursting. So I had a little bit of stress at work. I had also been living in an apartment and had to move out of that. So I had a lot of stuff going on, and the tapping definitely helped me to keep my head on straight. I'll just put it that way. So then we fast forward, I continued my seeking and searching. Fast forward, I became a parent. I adopted my son, and I was trying to start a business out of my house. And let's just say things weren't going ideally. Again, a little bit of chaos. And so I did some more research. Now I had YouTube, and I found Robert Smith and something called Faster EFT. So I watched a bunch of his videos, and just the process, didn't do the karate chop part. It just seemed to go a little bit faster. And after, who knows, days or weeks of watching videos, my son played ice hockey. And so we had a hockey tournament one weekend. Fortunately, it was local, and we went to the game, and his coach came out before the game and he said, "Now don't get any penalties." And even I heard, that's really what he said, but I was sure my son heard it as "go get penalties." And sure enough, he went out on the ice and got a few penalties, and each penalty he got in the hockey game, you could just see his little deflated body shrinking. So I was like, uh-oh, this is going to be a long weekend if, we can't make a shift here. And fortunately, again, we were the home rink, so we ran home for lunch. And I said, can I do this tapping thing with you? I said, on a scale of 0 to 10, because sometimes we measure how big the emotion is. I said, on a scale of 0 to 10, how much does today bother you? And he's like, it's a 1200. So we did a couple rounds, like literally 2 rounds of tapping, like letting go, let it go, let it go. I said, how are you doing? I'm fine. We went back to the hockey rink. We were playing the same team again, and I thought, oh no. He got on the ice. A few minutes into the game, they blow a whistle. He gets put in the penalty box, like running over to the penalty box thinking this is not going to be good. And he turns around and he's laughing. And he's like, Mom, I know that penalty wasn't on me. He had a great game. I went home and purchased my next tapping course because I was like, if this can work on my child in just 2 rounds, who was very strong-willed, let's just put it that way. So I knew that, how potent and powerful this tool is. Great stuff. So how the mind works. Surely you get it with the kids, right? We will definitely get into this. So I want to talk a little bit about how the mind works. So when we come in to this lifetime, in theory, we come in with this blank slate. Our little brains are pretty blank slate. And so even, I believe, in utero, we start collecting these data points, and we gather them through our five senses: see, touch or feeling, smell, taste, hearing. And so the amygdala in your brain, kind of like the librarian, and it kind of sorts as you start getting the stimulus. And I was thinking, just imagine in utero, the different data somebody might get if they live in a house where there's a lot of yelling outside the utero, that stimulation they're getting, versus a calm, loving environment that they're eventually coming into. And again, it's not conscious thought, right? You don't necessarily, not sitting in your thinking, oh, I'm coming into a violent, situation. It's just you feel it in your body, and that's how you store it. So let's do an example. Just make sure you're not driving anywhere. And I just want you to close your eyes, again, as long as you're someplace safe. And I just want you to imagine that you're in your kitchen, and I want to invite you to go over to your refrigerator and grab a lemon. And today you do have a lemon in your fridge. So I just want you to take the lemon out of the refrigerator. And I want you to notice when you have the lemon in your hand, maybe a little bit of that oily feeling to the skin of lemon, and just notice how cool it is in your hand. And I invite you to take it over to the counter and grab a knife and a cutting board. And I just want you to use the knife to cut the lemon in half. And just notice how much pressure you have to use to cut the lemon. And as you do cut the lemon, notice the juice. Maybe you got a little sprayed with juice. Or if you're like me, you had that little cut you didn't realize you had on the side of your finger that's now stinging. And then I want you to take the half that you just cut and cut it in half again. And notice the smell. Notice where the juice is. And now one of the pieces, the smaller pieces that you cut, I invite you to pick it up and just put it in your mouth. Or take a lick of it. And just notice the sour taste. Maybe you're aware of the saliva that's forming in your mouth. Good job. You can open your eyes. So was that real? Or do you know exactly what that smelled like, felt like, tasted like? Because all that data has been stored up here. When I was thinking of that example, for me, although the sour thing, it brought back some like fun memories. I happen to be the youngest of my 5 siblings. And so, to put the lemon in your mouth and make the funny faces could be entertaining for the other siblings. So that was one of the memories it brought back for me of doing that little lemon exercise. Cool. So the brain is a hypnotic machine, right? So that was kind of, you were in a trance when we were going through that exercise with the lemon. I would say most of our days are kind of spent in somewhat hypnotic trances because we're running, 90 to 95%. Our subconscious is kind of running the show. A lot of times rerunning yesterday's programs, right? And so the understanding that you aren't broken, like you're running your programs exactly as you were programmed, or I sometimes call it the family recipe, depending on what the belief systems are. And sometimes it's hard to change those family recipes or the programming because the brain is created to keep us safe. And so any changes, even if it's a bad situation to go to a good situation, because we're so familiar with the bad, the shift to the good can feel very threatening. So that's just something to be aware of with that. So for example, if I say the word dog, you know, if if you can in the chat, tell me what color dog you thought of. And for however many people are in the room, there's probably going to be all those different types of dogs or color of dogs. So again, it's all our programming. And just, yeah, remember that you're wired to keep yourself safe. Cool. So what is tapping? And we know how the mind works. So what is this tool and how do we do it? There we go. Black and white, brown. Yeah. White. I love it. Lab cream. Love it. Awesome. Thanks. So tapping, what we do, you've probably heard of acupuncture. And so we tap on different meridian lines, just like Chinese acupuncture or Chinese medicine. And these meridian lines are connected to some of the major organs in your body. And these are the organs that react when you feel stress. You know, like the lungs, bladder, gallbladder, you know, stomach, that are all, you know, if you think of walking through the woods and you see a bear, you know, or if you've almost gotten into a car accident like that, feeling you feel, you know, your body just starts reacting and the blood rushes different places. So by tapping, when you're thinking the thoughts, it can interrupt those old patterns you've been running. So we have a thought, bear, then we have an emotion, a feeling in our body. And if we do that over and over enough, it becomes a belief. And a belief are thoughts that we have, and they're supported by evidence. So, for example, being stuck, you know, if you had the belief, I'm not good enough, law of attraction wise, even though you're like, no, I'm trying to change it, because again, we have this pattern, we have a tendency to continue to attract situations to prove our belief, I'm not good enough. And so because we're used to looking for, let's just say it's dark evidence, even if a situation has a bunch of light in it, we're programmed that we'll keep seeing the dark evidence. That might not be a great example, but you know what I mean. So stress is the body's reaction to our perception. And again, the reaction is those bodily things going on. But I think the key in that is our perception. Part of it is based on our programming, right? I may, like I'm here in Virginia, in the US, and it's a beautiful fall day, crystal blue sky. You know, for somebody else, that might be a horrible thing. I personally love crystal blue skies. And that's, again, based on the programming stuff. So again, we're going to tap on the different meridian points, and what I'll show you exactly. I do a few less than the original EFT, emotional freedom technique, and the method that I use, I don't do the karate chop. But again, we'll just make it happen. Anyway, it's going to happen tonight. So part of the reason we want to calm the thing down is so we can get our frontal lobe back online and make different choices or different decisions. One of the other examples I thought of was, I can remember when, tap beforehand. That's great, Sammy. Thanks for sharing that. I can remember when my son was young and he, spilled milk, and I had a reaction, and it wasn't a great reaction. But I can remember, like, after it, stopping going, what was that about? Because it certainly really wasn't about the actual milk that was spilled on the table. And as I delved into it, it was, the memory of my father happened to have a temper. And so when stuff got spilled, stuff happened. And so, inside my being, like spilled milk meant there's going to be a problem. Now, my father's been dead for 20 years, so he certainly wasn't going to show up over spilled milk in my house. But again, that stuff's kind of wired in there. Yeah, it's like nervous system regulation and rewiring the brain. Yeah, exactly. Thanks. So it can be used in so many ways. Tapping on your hand, you can just tap on your fingers. There's all sorts of ways. I used to sit in business meetings, like hands under the conference table, and just squeeze the tips of my fingers, because meridian lines run down your hands. Part of my process is you grab your wrist, kind of cover all the meridian lines going down. So one of the things I want to talk about is memories, like where we think, that example with my father, they're all made up. Like, events happen once, but when we go back and revisit them, we actually change them. So they don't have to have as much power as you think that they have. And part of the process I use with tapping is ultimately to go in and change the memories or the belief systems so that they serve you to the best possible way, not to keeping you stuck in, bad old memories that don't really work. There's a TED Talk by Elizabeth Loftus that kind of talks about how maybe memories aren't as real as we think they are, or how even visiting them, we can shift them. The other thing to think about if you go back to a memory is, are you in your body, or are you kind of like an observer watching a movie of it happening? Because if you're an observer, that's not how you created the memory. So just by that alone, you've shifted it, if that makes any sense. Well, like me telling the story over the spilled milk, chances are you were in my kitchen with me, or your own kitchen with the spilled milk. And so that's, my memory, and you're watching my movie. Anyway, okay, so the process of tapping. But let me just ask, I feel like I've kind of been going at it here. Does anybody have any questions about like how the mind works, or why we use the different points that we use? And again, I'll show you more of that as we get to actually tapping. Well, certainly, if you have any questions, just pop in the chat. So the process of tapping is, we want to aim at something as specific as possible. So I wrote down, excited to learn, yay, thanks. I think I heard the very ending of the last person that was on. You absolutely can tap to reduce pain. And Barbara, I would love to help you with that. It's amazing how easily it can work sometimes. So yeah, I would love to help with that tonight. But at the end of the last speaker, kind of one of the things I heard, and I think a lot of with Ascension and all the changes that are going on, for me, sometimes it can be like fear and anxiety of like the unknown, and how much is it going to change, and how much do I have to change? So I thought maybe we could just, start out with, if anybody has any fear or anxiety when they think about all the potential changes that are coming or that are happening, just so you can get an idea of how it works. I would love, so let me, sorry, I'm back on the chat. So tapping on the meridians, like change, I guess, yes, opening them up or just changing, right? If a tense vibration's going through the meridian line and you're tapping on it, it's going to change the information that's going down that meridian line. Yes, do the meridian lines represent something? Yes, they do. Like the heart, the lungs, bladder, gallbladder, large intestine, small intestines are typically the ones that I use to tap on. And can a negative statement get canceled out? Yes. So, Sandy, if you want to give me an example of a negative statement, we can certainly tap on that. And pain when walking. Okay, I'm excited. So I'm going to just tell you kind of what the process is, and then we're going to get to tapping. This is so exciting. Okay. So number one, what's the issue? We want to have something kind of specifically to aim at. And in a group setting like this, even if I'm tapping on pain for somebody, I invite you all to tap anyway. It's called borrowing benefits. So even if you don't have pain when walking, there may be something else stored in your body that all of a sudden you're like, wait a minute, before we started, I had something on my shoulder and now that doesn't hurt. So it definitely invite everybody to tap along to anything that we're doing. So we aim at something, and then one of the questions I'll ask is, how do you know it's a problem? Because that then gives me more information for us to tap on. And then if do you feel it in your body? Where in your body? And then we'll tap on that. The other thing, once we kind of gather that, is to tune in, and on the scale of 0 to 10, 0, this doesn't bother me at all. 10, it really bothers me right now, or I can make it bother me. That way you just have a measure of, as we do rounds of tapping, if it starts at a 10, to know if we can get it down to a 2 or a 0. And the other thing in my process is a happy place. It's always good to have a happy place. So I invite you right now. Once again, I'm going to invite you to close your eyes and take a nice deep breath in. And go to a happy place, whether it's real or make-believe. It could be out in nature. It could be the first time you held your child. Just someplace that makes you feel calm, peaceful, grounded, supported, loving, happy, whatever good feelings is best for you. And just notice those feelings when you're in that happy place. Just bring it into your body a little bit. Good job. And take a nice deep breath in. And peace. Okay. I like that, Sandy. Thank you. Let's start with that one. So I'm just going to quick show you what the spots are, but as we go through it, I'm going to say them out loud. And you can do 2 fingers, 3 fingers, 1 finger. You can tap or just touch. Like this works for migraines, but certainly tapping on your head with migraine doesn't feel good. So you can touch or stroke. So I do in between the eyes, on the side of the eye, under the eye, and then the collarbone. So I kind of go to the little knobs and go down about down an inch, out an inch. Sometimes I do like a lobster claw thing. I think if you tap in the general area, you're going to get it. And then at the end, I'm going to ask you to grab your wrist. Again, a bunch of the meridian lines come down your arm. So just grab your wrist and take a deep breath. All right. So how about can we start with Sandy's? Spiritual things don't work for me. Or how about, before I get started, does anybody have any other questions before we actually start tapping? Oh, the other little tool. I don't know if you can see. Okay. Well, the emotional scale, like with Abraham Hicks, that's another good thing to, like, just a little tool to tap your way up it. And we can play with that at the end if we run out of. So let's start with spiritual things don't work for me. And you can, if that doesn't resonate, put in my intuition doesn't work for me, or talking to my guides doesn't work for me, or whatever. put whatever you want in that one. And then, so I just want you to tune in. So we're going to aim at that. Spiritual things don't work for me. And on a scale of 0 to 10, 0, this doesn't bother me at all, or it's not true for me at all. 10, it really bothers me, and it's 100% true that spiritual things don't work for me. And just notice what you know for you, your number. You can put it in the chat, or just jot it down or remember it. And then if you want to do a quick body scan, when you think of spiritual things don't work for me, or my intuition doesn't work for me, or talking to my guides, whatever it is, just do a quick body scan. Is there some place where you notice it in your body? Like for me, I can make that feel in my chest and kind of my solar plexus. Great job. Oh, thank you guys. Love that. Yep, a 12. Perfect. All right. Pain is a 9. Okay. Great. All right, so let's do some tapping. And we'll do a couple different rounds, and then ultimately we'll tap out to me the negative thoughts or beliefs, and then ultimately tap something positive in solar plexus. Awesome. Okay. So again, I'm going to use 2 fingers. I a lot of times do it with my eyes closed. You don't have to, but just repeat after me, and we'll just start tapping. So in between your eyes, and just repeat what I say. I'm eliminating all these frustrations. This spiritual thing just doesn't work for me. On the side of your eye, I'm letting it go. Everybody else is better at this than me. Under your eye, I keep coming to these summits and these classes, but this just doesn't work for me. On your collarbone, it's just so frustrating. I let go of the helplessness and hopelessness, the feelings of no control. What if it never works for me? I feel that pressure in my solar plexus. We're going to go back to the in between your eyes. What if I could let some of this go? Side of the eye. What if I could make it work for me? Under your eye. But probably won't happen. In your collarbone. Sometimes things don't work out for me. It's okay for me to let some of this go. I'm choosing a different thought. Good job. Grab your wrist. Take a nice deep breath in. Blow it out. And say peace. All right. So we're thinking spiritual things don't work for me. Just kind of do a quick tune in. Notice what's changed. Notice how it's different. And notice what's still there. You got it? Good job. So in between your eyes, whatever this is, whatever it means, it's okay to let it go. Side of the eye. What if it could work for me? Under your eye. It's okay for me to let go of some of this resistance. On your collarbone. What if it was safe for this all to work out for me? I'm open to the idea of all that potential of some spiritual things starting to work for me. Good job. Grab your wrist. Take a deep breath. Blow it out. And peace. I want you to go to that happy place. Notice how peaceful and calm, loved and supported you feel. Good job. Take a deep breath in. And I would love for you to throw in the comments either how you're feeling, did something else come up, has the number gone down, just any kind of feedback of thanks so much for saying that I'm feeling very calm. And Linda, if your pain was at a 9, even though we weren't necessarily focusing on the pain, has your pain shifted? Awesome. Yeah. So I should have mentioned, sorry, that you definitely could notice the tears coming up, yawning, burping. Absolutely all of that can happen. The other thing I notice sometimes when I'm doing it that I think we're talking about spiritual things not working out for me. And all of a sudden, I'll have a memory of other things in life that didn't work out for me. You know, like I didn't get the date, or I didn't win the award, or I don't know, just something not necessarily related, but kind of on a similar tone. And so with the tapping that I do, it's, you know, on one-on-one sessions, we'll try and go back to the earliest time you can remember something not working out for you. And sometimes if you can address that one, it sometimes can collapse the rest of the stories. Excellent. Okay. So 3 didn't shift. Cool. All right. Okay. And there's my link tree. All right. So tune in. Just notice what's still there when you think of this doesn't work out for me. Notice where you notice in your body. And let's tap in between your eyes. I release and let it go. Side of the eye. All these feelings in my body, they're just reminding me it doesn't work out for me. Under your eye. What if I could let it go? What if I could relax just a little bit? And what if it could work out for me? Collarbone. I choose to feel safe. I'm open for it working out for me. In between your eyes. I'm not really sure what that's going to look like, because usually it doesn't work out. Side of the eye. But maybe it could be good. Under your eye. What if things working out for me actually works better? On your collarbone. I'm open to these new possibilities. And I'm open to that now. Good job. Grab your wrist, take a deep breath. Yes, Jess, you can use like whatever works, you know, and again, if tapping is irritating, you can just do the touch or even, you know, like stroking. Ideally, yes, Barbara, you want to let go. Because, right, if we're feeling something at a 10, it's very hard to have a different perspective, or so we want to tap the emotion down to a 0. And then if there's a positive to tap in, like, yes, it's easy for me, you know, to connect spiritually or for spiritual things to work out for me, then to tap that into a positive. So tap the negative down to 0 and then tap a positive in to make it up to a 10. So how's everybody doing? Are we down to like a 2 or a 1? Because I would love to now do a quick round if nobody's still stuck up around, you know, 5 or higher. I would love to do a physical round on some of the pain. No change in the pain, okay. Feeling lighter. All right. So let's do one on the physical body. Oh, okay, Sandy. So Cindy, can you tell me a little bit more of what makes it a 7 for you? Ooh, a 12 to a 4. Way to go, Brian. Yeah, Sandy, I would love to, because I think the impression that I get is there's certainly that maybe the fear or anxiety of the unknown. Like if things did work out, like who knows what that would feel like. So let's just do while you're perfect. Yep, I totally get the same thing, but the number just pops in my head when somebody asks. So let's just do a quick round on just kind of fear, anxiety of the unknown, like I was talking about when we first started. So just notice if there's something that you're having fear or anxiety about the unknown, whether it's ascension or your spiritual path or what's coming next, what's for dinner, whatever, in between your eyes. I release and let go all of this fear on the side of your eye. I'm letting go of all of the anxiety, all the pressure under your eye. I'm eliminating all the emotional trauma, any of that resentment or guilt. Collarbone, I just feel so uncertain. That feeling in my stomach. I let go of all the pressure in my chest. It's safe for me to let some of it go because I'm safe here in this room, just doing this funny tapping. And it's okay for me to feel safe right now. Good job. Grab your wrist and take a deep breath. Blow it out and peace. Awesome. Anything come up with that one? I feel a little lighter. All right, I just want to make sure we have enough time to do like the physical one. So let's, you can definitely pop something in the chat if something else comes up. But I want everybody to tune in, do a quick body scan. If there's any place that you're feeling pain or discomfort, just notice what it is. Notice how you know. For your own self, you can, on a scale of 0 to 10, again, 0 doesn't bother you, 10, oh my gosh, I'm in so much pain. Give yourself a number. And if the pain were a person, who would it be? That's just something to think about, if that's something popped in your head. Good job. Okay. Oh, good, Helen. I'm glad you're less anxious for tomorrow. You can certainly, again, just tap like on your fingers while you're at the doctor's, or grab the end of your fingers, heading into a doctor's appointment. That's always good. Okay, so notice that pain. That's a great question, Lux. Yeah, you can do two-handed. You can change either wrist, grab either wrist. I think whatever you're guided to do is going to work best for your body. So that's a great question. Thanks. All right, so check in with your physical pain. We got the nerve pinch, left leg. Great. You're welcome. In between your eyes. So we're aiming at our physical pain. I release and let go of all this pain on the side of your eye. I've been carrying it for so long. Under your eye. It really bothers me. I let go of the frustration, all the weariness on your collarbone. What if I could let go of some of the pain? It's really getting on my nerves. I'm choosing to let go of some of it. And it's actually safe for me to do that now. Good job. Grab your wrist. either wrist. Take a deep breath in, blow it out, and peace. Mm. So notice what you notice in between your eyes. This pain, whatever it is, whatever it means, I'm choosing to let some of it go. Side of the eye. I let go of the discomfort. I let go of that burning feeling under your eye. It's safe to let some more of it go. Collarbone. I'm open to who I could be without the pain. And it's okay for me to let some of that go now. Good job. Grab your wrist. Take a deep breath. And peace. And go find your happy place. Just tune into that nice, peaceful place. Maybe in your happy place you don't have the pain, but you can remember a time when that didn't exist. And just notice maybe how easy it is for you to walk. Or move. Good job. Take a nice deep breath in. Blow it out. And peace. Now, it's like there was something I thought of. So one of the questions sometimes I ask is, what is the upside to holding on to that pain? Just one of those, or what is the upside to not being spiritually connected? You know, there's typically an aspect to it sometimes that either, again, keeps us safe or it maybe keeps us connected. Although, for me, having cancer was not necessarily a fabulous experience. In my family of origin, I was always what I called the bus driver. If it was somebody's birthday, I was the one who planned the party and told everybody when and where to be, and blah, blah, blah. And when I was going through cancer and chemo, I didn't physically have the ability to do some of that. And so to me, the upside of cancer was kind of the opportunity to be less responsible in the family. So sometimes there is an upside to these things. Not saying always, but just something to look at. Okay, Linda, so the pain is a 7 and you're tired of this. So let's work on that a little bit. I'm so glad you're getting lots of release this absent. I am too. I'm burping in between your eyes. So just notice what's left in between your eyes. I feel so tired. Okay. It's still here. Whatever this 7 means, or whatever your number is, what if I could let more of it go? Side of the eye. Oh, this is just exhausting. I'm so tired of this constantly being here. I'm letting it go. Under your eye. I'm letting go of the weakness. All of the frustration. All of this anger. Collarbone. It's okay to let some of it go. Maybe another spoonful of the pain I can release. And I can still be me, but with a lot less pain. I'm open to that idea. And I'm choosing to let the rest of the pain go. Good job. Grab your wrist. Take a deep breath in. And peace. So, and again, if you don't have the physical pain in your body, You can certainly, substitute any other thing that's going on, any other challenge you're having. Cool. Well, looks like we have time to do a couple positive rounds. So I had held up kind of the emotional scale. Mine is from Abraham Hicks. So let's just do a positive round. So in between your eyes. I am so excited to be part of the summit. Side of the eye. I am here for my up-leveling. Under your eye. I'm open to these new possibilities. On your collarbone. What if I gain all this great energy and insight? In between your eyes. And what if things just keep getting better and better for me? Side of the eye. What if it feels safe for things to get better and better for me? Under your eye. I am so open to all these new possibilities. On your collarbone. I am so excited. Anything's possible for me now. And it's safe for me to stretch and grow. And I'm choosing to do that now. Good job. Grab your wrist, take a nice deep breath in. And peace. So I'd be very curious on that round, who had resistance? Because even when doing, what it feels like are positive rounds, kind of, we were talking about like the ego or that reptilian brain's going, no way, I'm not trying something new. That's going to be too dangerous. So if anything came up, any like resistance or like, just pop that in the chat. You can certainly, big burp. Love burps and yawns. That's great. Thanks for sharing. Yeah. So one of the things, yay. Awesome. Thanks. This is great. I'm amazed. Big yawn. I do know quantum healing, but I promise you I'm not doing any. I'm just doing tapping. It does work. Thanks, Odette. Yeah. So Gary Craig originated the original EFT. Nick and Jessica Ortner, as Jay had mentioned, the book he read, every year they do a summit with a bunch of different people doing tapping and stuff. So certainly keep your eye out for that. Yeah, the tapping. Getting big yawns. Oh, I love this. See, I'm used to having people in the little boxes so I can see the yawns and the burps going on. So after you grab your wrist at the end of the round, you take a deep breath in, and when you blow it out, you say peace. I also will have you go to your happy place. So especially if you're working on something emotionally uncomfortable, kind of after we kind of shake up the snow globe of your emotions, I want you to have a safe place. So, if it's one of my clients, it's in a kayak, in a marsh by the beach, on a beautiful sunny day. So, so grabbing your wrist is kind of to ground you into the peaceful, happy, just a peaceful, happy place where you feel safe. And what that does is it kind of helps scratch the record, right? So if we're playing and say peace, thank you. If you're running, the record or the CD of the negative belief system, then what we do is, we're going to go in to that, tap on it, tap on it, tap on it, but then we want to kind of pull you out and go to the happy place. So we're kind of interrupting the pattern, for lack of a better way to put it, and ultimately starting to scratch the CD. And so when I do a session with a client, it's usually about an hour and a half long, and we kind of get all the stuff up first and then do the stuff. And literally, when you go back to the previous memory, you can't find it, or you can't recreate it, and you certainly can't recreate the feelings in your body, which, you know, if it's like a car accident or something like that, which is a great thing. And again, since I have the belief that memories aren't real, you experience them once and then you just kind of keep running a movie that happened once. Why not change it into something that you can benefit from, and finding the good aspects to it. Awesome. Yay. Oh, the other thing I was going to say too, another tip or tool. Well, let's do a round together. Who knows? Yeah, or I mean, you can do a couple things. So you can just do, Cindy's asking if you get stuck like on a number. One of the questions I would ask is, what does the number 6 mean to me? Like, how do you know it's a 6? Oh, well, I'm getting the pressure in my chest. Great. I want to go the pressure in my chest. Okay, it's still a 6. Well, how do you know it's a 6? You know, is it a movie? Is it a word? Is it an emotion? Is it a feeling in your body? So you can kind of start picking it apart, and tapping that way. The other thing is, if you know Ho'oponopono, so you can do it to something like that. I'm sorry. Please forgive me. I love you. Thank you. I'm sorry. Please forgive me. I love you. Thank you. You know, if you have positive affirmation that you use, or like, you know, with a full moon, if you have affirmations, you can do the tapping. And what I find is, again, that resistance can show up, or, yeah, that's really great that you're affirming that, but really, oh, look, I have resistance. I didn't realize that was there. And then go tap on the resistance. The other thing, Louise Hay, you can heal your life. You know, the different physical symptoms. That's a good starting place. Like when I mentioned with the cancer, the deep hurt, the long-standing resentment. I can just sit there. I have all this resentment. They say that's what this cancer is about. I'm letting go of this resentment. I'm still feeling pretty resentful. And just kind of tap it out. And one other tool, because you know where the tapping spots are, you can sit at the family dinner. Like here in the States, we're heading into Thanksgiving. And you can just imagine, okay, I'm tapping between my eyebrows. I'm letting it go. These people are so frustrated, you know. I sometimes do that at 3 a.m. if I can't sleep in the middle of the night and I don't want to really wake up and actually tap. I can just lay there and either, you know, under the covers, grab my wrist, or just imagine that I'm tapping and letting it go. And it can be as simple as that. I don't know. I'm just letting it go. Whatever. I'm just letting it go. It's okay to let this go. I'm choosing to let it go. It can be as simple as that. Yay.
Wow. That's so cool, Cindy. Thank you so much. So what I have found personally, right, is although tapping is effectively a simple method, you've explained it so simply, right, and the places that you tap are all kind of the same. The scripts vary. So it's one thing to be able to quickly go to Google and say, can I have a script for feeling worthy, or, you know, how to deal with that? And you can get that. But the difference between that and a one-on-one session is night and day, because the script that comes out in relation to the one-on-one session is more intuitive and personalized to you. Therefore, the results are better, in my opinion. So I don't know if you've had the same thing in your sessions as well.
I totally agree. I mean, I think just like affirmations, like I can say it all,
Yeah.
but until you have like the awareness of the resistance or whatever, but the same thing, like I've done a few sessions in my time. So like you said, to be able to either intuitively know or just like, okay, you say it's this, but what about this? Or I'm getting an intuitive hit to ask you about,
Yes.
this or your first aid or, and certainly I think one of the things I love about the method that I use is even if you have like big T trauma that may show up in your physical body, that who knows, maybe you forget, that you don't have to go through and talk about it all. Like we can just tap on it without like bringing it all up to the table. So it's, it's a pretty powerful tool.
Perfect. Well, you're a powerful human being in your own right. So, so for people to book one-on-one sessions with you, I put it up on the screen that they can go to tap into your potential.net. But you've also got a Linktree, which is Linktree/Cindy Hamill.
Yeah.
So, pretty simple. So if you guys need to find Cindy, you know exactly where to go. So do you have anything else coming up on the horizon?
I actually do. I have heading into the holiday season, I'm going to do kind of a workshop like once a week towards the end of the year for grief. Tapping works great with grief. And I think the holidays can be tough. And here in the States with the political thing, I'm sure there's going to be some depressed people after our election. So I'm going to do something on grief.
Yeah.
That's a little crazy around here. And then the other thing is I do a program about chakras and shadow work and use tapping and journaling and all that stuff. So that program's coming up to get people going in the new year. And those are both on the Linktree.
And that'll be on your Linktree as well. Okay. Excellent. All right. Well, look, thank you so much for your time.
Thank
it's
you.
very generous of you. We love having you here, raising the vibration of the world. As you can see by all the comments in there, they all think very highly of you, as does Sherry and myself. So, yes, thank you again, and feel free to stick around and enjoy the rest. We got an action-packed next couple of days, although we're going to be on a break next.
I'm excited to be here to participate, and I hope to hear from some people. And if you have any further questions on my website, just email me, text me, message me on the different platforms or whatever. I would love to answer any questions that I didn't answer today.
Oh, perfect. You're amazing. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it. You guys have a great night or day.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Bye. All right, team. So that has been an action-packed first session, right? It is really important that you're spending the next hour, which is the break, to hydrate, definitely, to eat some food to help ground, but to actually ground. If you can go out and stand on some grass or something, or just connect to the earth, then please, please, please do that, because we're into a pretty powerful second session after that. So we are foot to the floor. So thank you so much for being with us so far. God, we're so grateful to have you here, and we are going to be on this break for the next hour. So let's take advantage of it. I love you. Well, here we are. How did everyone go on their break? Interesting sessions. I'll keep tapping to the replay of the EFT session and try to get down to 0. Yeah, weren't we all? Weren't we all? That was beautiful. What a fun morning. Well, morning for me, afternoon for you guys. Fun first session. Yes. How did you like it, Cherry? Can't hear.
It's all been amazing. It's been amazing just to watch everyone and show their gifts and their talents. And yeah, some of them I know and some of them I don't. So it's really cool to watch them all shine their light and help however they can to
Absolutely.
help you guys upgrade.
Yep. How cool is the Cards of Destiny? It's yeah, wild. A method that predates tarot. That's pretty crazy.
Yeah. Yeah, it's cool to watch the symbols. And it's not limited just to that as well. Like you can play around with it and create your own coding for it too. So it's so expansive, all of it. Even tarot is the same. You can change the meaning of anything that you want and create it as your own. So I think it's really cool how, one thing can lead to the next, right? Cindy's tapping is she omits certain things from the original plan to make it her own. And I think that's
Yeah.
brilliant.
Yeah.
Everyone's got their own uniqueness and it's shining your light.
Absolutely. So I hope everyone's grounded and drank their water and ate their food and did all the things that they need to do on their break, because this next session is going to be based around healing. Yes. Yeah. All right. Well, I will leave you to it, lovely, and you can take the floor.
All right. Thanks so much. Welcome. I hope you guys are having so much fun already. So I've just been kind of sitting in the background watching, just observing. Like I said, there's some people I know, some people I don't. So just watching everyone kind of share what they do and how they do it has been really cool. And if I look at everything that's been shown so far, it's all in this evolution of your own consciousness. And so my guides want to come through and do some trance channel. So we're going to start with whatever they want to tell you as a message, as a group or a collective. And then they want to do some healing as well. Just before I came on, they were showing me some light stuff that they're going to do. So we'll let them do that. So I just want to share a little bit about, for anybody who doesn't know me, my name is Sherry Collins. So I'm a psychic medium, medical intuitive, psychic surgeon, but I also do trance channel and trance mediumship. And that allows me the ability to take a step aside and let spirit come through me. And when they come in, I don't know what they're saying. It's very rare that I even get to watch unless they allow that, depending on what they want to show me. So I don't tend to remember what kind of transpired. So feel free to post whatever in the comments. I can read it after, if it resonated with you or what you felt or received. When I come back out, then I'll be able to see your questions and stuff, and I'll answer whatever they bring through as a channel, because sometimes they'll give me kind of like same as trance channel or channeling. They'll just give me the definitions or the meanings of what came through, and then I'll get either Kamimi or Lara, and I'll get them to come in and just do like a half in trance channel, if that makes sense. So they come in a halfway, and then they'll answer your questions. Wisdom said he might even come in. Wisdom is one of my guides. He's the spirit of the highest of high, one hand below God, Wisdom. So if anybody knows Anthony and Michael, his is compassion, mine is wisdom. So he stands at the ready. So he said he might come in as well. So that will be very interesting, because the last time I did that, he's very large. So only half of him really fits in my body because he's ginormous. So he's quite fun. The eyeball tends to move all over the place. So let's dive in and get started. Yeah, trance channeling is so much fun. So I'm just give me 1 second here. I'll just drop in. If it goes a little bit longer, Jai, just jump in and they'll jump me out. Welcome in today. Grateful to have you all here. We are grateful to be able to share this transmission with all of you that are here today. We're grateful that you decided to spend your time with us, and thank you for joining in this channeled message for you. We want to share with you that this time ahead is going to be somewhat of a linear expansion for some of you, as you would say. Some of this expansion you're going to be going through is going to calibrate through your heart center and allow your heart to recalibrate with your brain. Some of you are a little bit of overthinkers, and when we bring the thinking brain in, we tend to limit ourselves. And we want you to come from more of a heart-based center for yourselves, allowing your heart to connect in with your higher heart and be able to expand that energy further. We also want you to understand that as you move forward into the next 6 months of your time, you will feel as though you're being propelled forward and accelerating quite substantially in time, your time of linear time. And this is going to feel uncomfortable for some of you. You're going to feel as though you're not hungry or that you've lost time. Your sleep will become heavier and deeper. Know that this is by design for you to be able to upgrade faster. We are trying to elevate you into a different conscious understanding of your body cell structure. This cell structure tends to amplify energy within your body. You may tend to feel more aches and pains in this time. Know that this is not something you need to be overly concerned about. Some will freak out just a little bit and decide that they need to chase after an outcome or a solution. Know that it's okay to sit with yourself and allow those energies to work through you to heal you. We also want to share with you that in the next few months ahead, there is going to be a period of time where there will be an upset for some of you regarding your political views. This is only to bring awareness, not upheaval. Some are stuck in their own mindset that it has to be a certain way. This is not what we intend for your planet. What we intend is for you to reach the consciousness that allows you to settle yourselves down, to understand that you can be a higher frequency and bypass certain things that you do not like. These things will come into future alignments in the next 8 months. You will see lots of timeline shifts, allowing you to see your direction shift and change within your mind consciousness first. It needs to start within the mind and the heart, and then you will see what shift on your reality external. We do understand at this time there is many of you who are unsure of your direction and your purpose. We ask that you find something to bring in some joy to your life. Find something that you've never done before and allow yourself to dive more into this passion. This passion will help you to stay grounded and centered within yourself, allowing your heart space to open up more. When we come from the heart space, we tend to not overthink the journey ahead. We know that in the next coming years for your planet, that some of you will not understand certain things that are going to happen. We know that you are anticipating them, but the anticipation for some of you is also fear of the unknown. And that is okay. We want you to know that we will be by your side to help you and move the energies through you faster so that you can understand that this is just an evolutionary period. Some of these things that will take place on your planet, you've already witnessed, just not in the physical form you are now. Already we can feel this moving through you. That is not a good thing in your stomachs and your throat. Just know that in this time, when this happens, that you will be safe, and that there will be nothing that you need to worry about your safety. We will only send through the highest of light in the beginning. When you completely understand what is transpiring, then things will shift so you can see all aspects. You will see so many interdimensional beings that you never thought possible. But those beings cannot come through until you, a species of humans, are ready. Some of you have already witnessed these within your imagination or within your channelings with your own guides. They will continue to bring those messages forward, and you will acquire new people to bring forward through you. This is helping the rest of humanity to get ready for what is to come. You will encounter beings. They will step out of the suits they are wearing so that you can see them in their physical form. But we need to get you ready, as in your mind's eye first, so that you don't freak out. Some of these encounters that people have said already that have happened, you need to see it from a viewpoint of this will be you soon enough. Whether their experiences is true or not, however you believe it to be in your perspective, is what it will be. Just know that eventually all of you will be able to have contact with whatever beings it is you need to have contact with. We are preparing you at this time for all of this to come in, but we want to bring it in slowly. You know, some of you are anticipating it faster and want it. You're excited, but we don't want you to be in fear. You will have noticed that some people will be trans-channeling or channeling messages from extraterrestrial beings, and they're all different types of beings with different names. You take what they're saying, what resonates, and leave the rest for now. Eventually, when you are downloaded with everything that you need, it will make more sense in your journey ahead. We would like to bring through the Circle of Seven. And the Circle of Seven would like to do some healing work around your heart and around your third eye, and opening up your crowns to allow the channel to come through you at this time. This will also allow any healing that needs to be done through your bodies to be able to be transmitted through you at this time. We ask that you close your eyes at this time. Namayate sere. Resere mianakiata ese. Nese esere mianayete. Nasai shanakiata yete. Nayesere kiatara miata se. Nayesere kiana mayana kiasare. Nayata kiatare sere. At this time, we're going to allow you to experience, with your eyes closed, some of who you truly are. As we see you in your true form, we want you to be able to open up into your own sight, to see your true form, to be open to receiving what it is that you need to see of yourself. At this time, you're going to feel your third eye start to open. Please just know that this is something you've already experienced, and if it's too much for you, that's okay. You can allow yourself just to relax into it further. At this time, we're going to just ground in your lower chakras. It's just to allow you to become a little bit more balanced within your activation. We would like you at this time to set an intention for yourself, something that you can take with you with this activation. Our intention for you is to take these gifts and allow yourself to use them not only for you, but for somebody else. Allowing yourself to feel the love and the joy and sharing that with somebody else. Thank you for allowing the circle of 7 to come in. At this time, we feel that you have questions. We feel that you have uncertainty and that you would like these questions answered. Feel free to post them in the chat, and we will allow the channel to answer them for you. We would ask that somebody read these questions out to the channel.
That somebody is me. So,
Thank you.
hi, thank you for joining us.
Very
So
welcome.
grateful. So Debbie Jenin has written, do you have any messages for me? How is it going to go until the end of the year? I guess for her personally.
For you, we see that there is a time that you need to spend within yourself. You look as though there's some things that are troubling you, and we would like you to sit with yourself and do the inner work so that you can step out of your old programs. You have done a lot of work up until this point, but it feels as though at this moment you're needing a little bit of a retreat. Go back within yourself. Everything will line up from that point forward. The path is already laid. It's just not being shown right now. We are the end of the year. You will find reason to celebrate. You can celebrate now, but for you, you would say that's premature. It can be now. It's always something to celebrate. Whether you deem it good, bad, or indifferent, there is always a reason to celebrate. Add more of that into your life while you go within.
Perfect. Vanessa has asked, why can't I see anything?
We think you see just fine. Your eyes work just fine. I think you are seeing the channel on the screen, yes? Would you like to rephrase your question?
I do believe she's referring to intuitive seeing. Clairvoyance.
We see back at 3 years old for you that you have witnessed something in a confrontation that didn't sit well with you. You decided that at that point you didn't want to see the confrontation anymore. So you turned the sight off. We do think that this started and are shown that is with your parents, but you also saw spirit when you were that little and you have shut it off since then. We will help you to activate that, but please remember that the more you encourage yourself not to see by using your words, you will not see in that way that you choose. Your sight comes in many different forms.
Perfect. So Linda has asked, is there any messages for me?
Linda, we encourage you at this time to journal about things in your life that you take responsibility for that are not yours. You have placed a great deal of weight on your shoulders to show up and to be the matriarch of your family. We do not require you to do this. You have chosen this. And as you choose these things for yourself, they don't always end up in alignment. So we would suggest that you journal some things and allow yourself to release that which is holding you stuck in this pattern. We see at this time that the journaling is the easiest form for you. We also see that there is something transpiring in the right hip, in the back apex, that is limiting your mobility. It also clouds your judgment. So we would like to assist with that.
Beautiful. So Larry, the wonderful Larry Moore, has written, do you have any messages for me moving forward?
One moment, please. We'd like to switch the channel.
Sure.
Welcome.
Hello and welcome. So thank you for being with us.
Thank
So we're just reading out questions if you didn't already know. And Larry Moore asked, do you have any messages for me moving forward?
Yes. We see for you coming up in the next few months that there is going to be an accelerated amount of growth. There is going to be a moment where you realize that you are meant for more. You just haven't seen it yet, but it is coming. We want you to know that as you're getting out there with your channeling and with your healing work, that people are starting to notice. You will be taking this further than it is now. It's building your confidence to get there. We encourage you to stand in the mirror and see yourself for who you truly are, and not just the suit you see in front of you in the mirror. We encourage you to start stepping into confidence for yourself, as we have chosen you to do far greater things. You just have not been aware of them yet. You're holding yourself back just a little bit, that we are having not trouble per se, but persuading you to move forward and to get going. You tend to want to stay still. We want to push you like a little child on training wheels. It's time to go. So we will encourage you over the next little bit to get going, to increase your following and to increase the amount of people who see you. You are ready. See that for yourself.
Beautiful. So Sammy has asked, how can I be more accepting of myself?
At this time, we see a relationship from your past that is truly anchoring you into how it is you feel at this moment. This relationship was not for the highest, and we see that this relationship has actually split you. We would like for you to go back and revisit your relationships and allow yourself to really see for yourself or feel for yourself that none of that was actually the real thing that was transpiring. You have labeled it into yourself, and we would like you to counter that for yourself. We would like for you to see the truth of what it actually was. This splitting yourself in two has brought about two paradigms for yourself of how you love and how you fall in love with yourself. We don't want you to place conditions on yourself with relationships. We want you to put the condition on yourself with your own relationship to you. So we ask that you revisit that. We also ask that you start to understand that both sides of you are equal, and that both sides of you require your attention of self-love and compassion. Know that the beliefs that you carry about your past and about you are not real. They are something that you have used to create the construct of who you are in this moment. And those belief systems are holding you stuck. So we ask you to do that work for yourself, because we see this divine, wonderful, beautiful being that needs a little bit of anchoring into herself to bring herself wholeness and oneness.
I love that. So Star has written, anything I need to know for my spiritual growth.
We see you in the next few months being able to tap in and create more of a business structure for yourself. You are very talented within the Mayan ruins, but also within other ruins that you are not aware of yet. These ruins are going to help you move forward. They're going to help you create symbols for others to learn. This is something that you have done in the past. We see many symbols coming in for you. You're going to create them on wood or on paper for people to understand how to use them. First, that needs you to be able to go back in and use your own symbols within you to create them and to remember them and bring them back towards humanity. These symbols are going to anchor people in a different way. They are not truly 100% healing, more anchoring symbols. And as we anchor into the things that we truly desire, as you would say, like a manifestation, it will help people to realize how grounded and centered they are within their own true gifts that they have to offer.
Beautiful. So Lux has written, is there anything I need to know?
We see a deep compassion inside of you for one, children, and two, for your work. We encourage you to start stepping out and start stepping forward. It feels as though you have let yourself sit too long in one spot. It's time for you to realize that you have this great ability to tell a story and to write, to create, and to infuse that with love for people to understand. Something that you have not tapped into before is that you used to be someone who created books for storytelling in the fairy world. I see gnomes around you and you're telling them stories. Some story you will understand is Robin Hood. And this story is something that you actually have created long ago in a different form. Not only that, is you are able to travel through portals and you have not seen them yet because you are sitting still. We encourage you to get up and move because those portals are all around you. There is literally one to your left right now that is purple. And so we want you to open up your sight to be able to walk through these portals and be able to see your past and to be able to create from your joyous moment and your highest compassion. And as you go through these portals, you will understand more of who you truly are. And you will start to drop any illusions that you feel are still in place. So this will be your next upcoming 4 years of your human life.
Oh, how awesome does that sound? So Deb has asked, what is it I need to know at this time?
We ask at this time for you to allow yourself to, how do we say, automatic writing, but with yourself in a deep meditation, not just a meditation. You would say hypnosis meditation. Go as deep as you can and be able to automatic write. There is some healing that's going to come through in your writing. The codes that will come in on paper will allow people to heal much faster in a cellular way. Some of your gifts are yet to come in, even though you may think that your journey is almost ending, but it's not. It's just beginning for you. So we ask that you sit with this and try for yourself. And we know from past that you tend to be frustrated with this exercise as you have done it before in the past. But we ask that the deeper you can go into the hypnosis meditation, the easier this will become for you. This is why we suggested that avenue. We ask that you bring this forward as soon as possible, because this will allow you to do your own healing work. And you will see that the pains and aches that you have right now going on in your body will diminish. And you will see that the true beauty in what you are creating was the truth all along.
Lovely. So Regina has asked, anything for me?
At this time, we ask that you focus on the things that you consume within your diet. Your intestinal tract does not care for some of the things that you eat. So we would ask that you start with that for yourself, and then we will ask you to start to step into creating, we need to find the word. We would like you to create plant-based tinctures that people can put into their drinks and over top of their food that they choose to eat. We would like you to infuse this with a language of sorts that will come through to you starting in the next 8 months. And this will infuse the tinctures that you're going to share with people. You will also only put them in certain kinds of fabric so that you're going to need to sit and channel that in for yourself. This fabric is very important because it helps the tinctures to mature and help people even further. We have seen you from past times doing this on people who have been very much injured, and they have healed very, very quickly. So we encourage you to sit with that and help yourself to move this through your own body system first, and then you will be able to see what it does for other people.
Perfect. So Lindsay Lobenstein has said, any messages for my path forward?
We feel as though you already know what path you would like to take. And we also feel that you are stuck between two options. At this time, we ask that you find balance within yourself, and everything else will line up with that. We also encourage you to step into finding a passion that ignites inside of you. We see what you call like the tarot and the oracle, these whole passes for yourselves. We see you taking this further, but again, you're going to adapt it into something that resonates for you, not something that has necessarily been told to you before. We see something very different coming in for you. You will create your own cards that will help people to shift their consciousness. It is allowing yourself to step out of what you think you have to do and follow your passion to the highest of light for yourself. We also see that there is children around you, and these children will accompany you with this later on. We feel at this moment they are interested but not fully engaged. So we ask that you share slowly with them so that they are able to step forward with you when the time is right. These children that are around you are very intuitive. So we ask that you share your knowledge and wisdom with not only your own children, but with the children in your surroundings and in your family and in your extended family. And we feel later on, 4 to 5 years from now, you will be doing classes for children, helping them to be able to understand that they could receive messages in so many different ways. So we ask that you start this now for yourself in your journey.
Lovely. So Deborah King has written, any messages for my highest good?
At this time, we see that there is a lot of spirit around you. You have an older gentleman that is behind you who actually walked this earth many years ago. He is actually one of us, and he would like to come back through and channel with you. So we see you as a trans channeler coming forward in your next few years. So we know at this moment that may not be something that you had thought of, but we have thought of it for you. So we would like you to step in and start doing this for yourself. Many of you in this group are channelers. It's learning where to get started and learning how to put the messages out there. We want to share with all of you right now that being a trans channel or a channeler just requires you to be open to receiving a message through you that you can share with anybody. It doesn't matter who you want to share your messages with. It's all the channel of information that needs to be shared. And as you perfect your channel, it becomes easier not to doubt the information that's coming forward. We know some of you tend to pull back when you try to say something. Please do not pull back. You are given the information to share for a reason. And some of you need to share those messages to move you out of this shyness you have or this insecurity you have. The more you step forward and speak your trance channel or your channel, the easier it becomes. And then you stop doubting and you start trusting yourself. So we encourage all of you at this time to do this for yourself. Now, when it comes to the trance mediumship, there is many different levels in which you can do this. And there is also the healing aspect of the trance mediumship. This is a different aspect, and it requires you to go a little bit deeper into your own consciousness to be able to bring this forward. Every single one of you is capable of doing this. We encourage you to try. We encourage you to step forward, to try this for yourselves, because this is something that is actually very natural to all of you. And so when we all step forward, we raise our conscious awareness into the channel and into the messages that is brought forward. So at this time, we appreciate that you have been here to do these messages so that you can see what it's like to be able to want to step into this for yourself.
I love it. So Sammy has asked, can you guide me to my purpose, please?
Your purpose is to help people understand the constructs of the spine, how the spine actually moves, whether it's been in distress or been in an accident or been held back. Your purpose is to help understand the spine. We feel like at this moment you're going through your own spinal things that are transpiring in the left side of your body. So as you're going through this, you can understand it in a different way to help other people. We are going to do some healing for your spine. This feels as though it's out of alignment. There you go.
Perfect. So Venus has asked, any guidance for me, please?
We feel at this time that you feel stuck. You feel as though you are 1 foot out the door, as you would say. We feel that in the next 3 months for you, you're going to make massive changes in your life. We feel as though part of your journey forward at this time is to take a stand for yourself. And as you do that, you will find your strength within you. As you move forward after the next 3 months, we see for you an expansive journey ahead. There is much that you need to learn and much that you're going to channel through for yourself to help others as well. We see that you will be going on a retreat, and this retreat will help you to tap into a different conscious awareness in your own self, in your own brain, and in your own cell structure. And that is going to help you take this even further with other people. We do see you in the future doing retreats to help other people, to expand consciousness through them, not external to them, and bringing the aspect of community oneness back to self. So we are excited to have you on that journey. We ask that you start it now for yourself because you feel stuck, and seeing for yourself that you are the guiding light will help you to get going. We will also say that taking your internal focus out of your brain would be very helpful at this time. It feels as though it is busy. So we ask that you calm your mind, go into a meditation and allow yourself to walk through that for yourself, of just removing all of those thoughts that are not necessary at this time through you.
Excellent. So Harjot asked, any future things coming in or messages?
Oh, yes. Oh, yes. We see for you. It's exciting. We see for you in the future for yourself. We see a marriage, and we also see some children. We also see a very big move for you. There is a move for you and your family first before the rest of these things transpire. The place in which you are living now is not where we see you. This move is going to be very good for you. It's going to shift your conscious awareness of society, of your being. there's parts of you that are stuck on how your body is and what it looks like. And if there is, we hear the word hope, but it's not hope we want to use. We want you to understand that inside of you, there is this flower that's ready to bloom, but you are suppressing it from blooming. There is part of you that is stuck in lack of yourself, not finances, not males, not children, and not your family. You carry a great responsibility on your shoulders to make sure that everyone is okay. We ask you at this time to take a step back from that role. And we ask that you start to understand the internals of who you are. We see that you have so much love to give, but that love gets dispersed to everybody but you. So moving forward, we ask that you start with yourself. And this goes for every single one of you in this call today. It has to start with you. And when you start with you, the external starts to change because you're coming from pure love within yourself. So we ask at this time that you have compassion for those who are around you and love for yourself. Compassion and love is two different things, and it vibrates at a very different construct and a frequency. So we ask that you just be the observer for a minute and watch within yourself what starts to change, what starts to transpire. And what's going to move forward for you is that you are going to come from pure state of love for yourself. When you come from that is when the male comes in and when the children come in, and it is plentiful. You may not want that many, but we see the plentiful. But right now, you need to understand for yourself, in order to have that, you need to come from yourself first. We also see a great abundance coming to you. This abundance is just not around family and money and tangible things. This is an expansive energy within you. And we also see within the next 5 years that you will start your own business and you will have people who are working in a hub and a network for you, because you are going to understand what it is like from your own perspective, how to start fresh and how to love yourself. And love is the highest frequency. So when we come from love, everything always emits love. So we want you to spend some time within yourself. And yes, everything else will follow. We see that it excites you very much.
Why wouldn't it?
We see that there's something there for you. They are coming. We don't want you to get discouraged that it's not coming. It is coming.
Excellent. So Melinda has asked, what do I need to hear, please?
At this time for you, we ask that you come from a state within you that allows you to use your voice. There is many things that you have not said over your time, and we would like you to start speaking that out loud to yourself so you can hear it for yourself. We feel at this time that you don't hear yourself speak sometimes, so we would like you to start listening to what you say. You have been through quite a lot, we see, within your life, but we'd also like you to know that moving forward, things will get easier. We want you to know that there is some adventures we'd like you to go on, one of them being to Mount Shasta. We would like you to go visit them. We would like you to go visit the beings that are there because you already know them. And this will help you to reconnect back into your roots. We would like you to go speak to the guardians of the forest. The guardians of the forest will give you more information as you step forward on your journey. And we ask as you go there that you bring some sage and that you bring a book that has a wooden cover. And this will help you to understand more of your journey into grounding your energies and grounding your truth. And when you leave there, we ask that you touch as many trees as you can on your way out, as they will start to feed you information of part of your purpose on this planet is to help nature. You're going to help them rejuvenate and you're going to help them to replenish. And you will see where the road opens up for you to start helping more.
I love that. Shannon has asked, any messages for me, please?
At this time, within you is a deep inner magic. And this magic is something that filters through the back of you into your heart. This was something that you used many, many lifetimes ago. And this is also something that you've used on different planets. This has been given to you as a sacred gift. This will come back to you. This gift is going to help you channel a different form of crystalline energy through you to other people. This will be transmitted through a hug or through touch. So using this online, not necessarily to the highest capacity, but we would encourage you to start introducing yourself to people and giving handshakes. You could all use with a little bit of that. And we ask that you start doing this a little bit more often. When you give a hug, we ask that you come from heart to heart. And that will help you to activate some of this coming through people. We see it through you as a purple light. Some of you may call it a violet flame. We would not call it that. We would call it somewhere of a frequency much higher than that. It is almost like purple electricity when it emits from you out of you. So we ask that you start to share this and start to tap into this for yourself. We ask that you start to bring this forward for people so that they can start that healing process for themselves. We would like you all to remember that when you were born, you forgot most of why you were here. Only a few of you are lucky enough to remember your journey into this world and to still hold those gifts now. So as you move forward, we are going to start giving you gifts so that you can understand how to awaken the love within you and others, because most of you have not experienced that, but it has to come from somewhere. So to channel it through you first to help somebody else is where we'd like you to go with that.
Lovely. So Charlotte, my fiance, has written, any messages for me, please?
We ask at this time that you take a moment to be with this little one. We would ask that you spend time with all of those that are in your family. We will also ask you not to rush yourself back to work. We will also ask you that when you go back to work, that you use the channel of energy that you have from the ancestrals to also channel in something to do with helping fertility within others. There is something that's going to come within the womb, and you're going to feel it first. You are going to channel this energy, and this energy is actually going to be a child of yours from the past coming through you, and it is going to come through the womb. It is not the child who is now with you, but it is a different child. This child is going to help you to understand this journey more forward for ladies who cannot conceive and who have struggled to conceive. In this time, though, we ask you to rest, but this will start as soon as you are in good health and when baby is in good health with you. We also ask that at this time that we would like you to think of six different properties of crystalline energy that you're going to channel through as rays. These rays will come through you as well. We see them for the meantime coming through the hands, and then that will change. This is the easiest way for you to be able to comprehend what it is we want you to share. This will also come through when you are outside, because you're going to gather some of these rays from outside as well. And then you will transmit them through things, and you will see physically with your eyes what it is going to do. And as you do that, you will see the extent of this that is going to come through you. This is not the end of it for you. We have 6 different components that will be brought through you, and you will be the 7th component. So if you understand your chakras, it will be the 7th chakra is you. And this will be creating a pillared channel of energy that you will start to use all the time. And this channel of energy will become part of your main construct of your business, helping people move forward. This looks as though it will be in a national event as well, where you will be hosting this with other practitioners. So you will be teaching this outward eventually. Please, again, do not rush, because that will not flow through you if you rush. This time is for you to be able to sit and be. But you will start to channel through the understanding of what this is very soon. Again, we ask that you be in good health before you even attempt to bring this in. This is a lot of energy, and we know that you are ready, and we know you are excited, but it has to be in due time. We ask right now that you rely on other people to support you in your journey forward, because as we grow, we need support. So make sure that you're asking for the things that you need. We are grateful that you are all here to serve humanity. We are grateful that you are all here for a purpose. And if you don't know your purpose, that is okay at this time. We ask that if you don't understand your purpose, that to find the passion within you to just love. Be love for yourself. Be the thing for yourself. Be everything for you. And you will start to see your body and your energy start to shift and change, where it impacts every single person on the planet. So we ask that if you haven't got a clear channel yet for yourself of where you're going, be that for yourself. Thank you to all of you for joining this channel today. We appreciate you, and we appreciate the Circle of Seven for joining you as well for some healing. We appreciate every single one of you, and we wish you good day.
Thank you so much. You back? I'll give you a second. So that was wild. So I find it very interesting that they knew exactly when to stop, because I didn't know how to ask them. There's so many more questions, so many more people wanting to. And I could have just kept running through them all day, but obviously we've got Liz waiting to share her wonderful gifts. But that was wild. How are you feeling?
High as a kite.
Yeah, man. When I was trying to read it, like I was all going blurry, and my head's going all weird, like it's just opening my channel as well. I'm like, I got to try and get it together to read these questions. That was so cool. I love that. That was amazing, Sherry.
I don't even know what happened.
Yeah, well,
I'm
definitely
moving
go back and check it out. I certainly will be, and I bet you everyone else in here will be doing it as well. That was wild. That was so cool.
So I have my guide wisdom in the back. He's like, I didn't even make it in yet. I'm like, okay.
Yeah.
Was it everything you guys needed to hear? Again, I don't know. So I just to give you guys some insight, and I don't want to keep Liz waiting, but just to give you insight, when I first start to drop in, like I'm gone. I have no idea. And then when I come back, until they drop out, I literally have nothing until they tell me. Like they'll tell me bits and pieces.
Yeah.
So cool.
Well, yeah, it was exactly what everybody who asked the questions and got answered needed to hear. And even the stuff that was channeled for the collective, yeah, that certainly struck home. So it was so good. You don't have to question it. They nailed it. Yeah.
Okay.
I was wondering whether I'm meant to go up and read the questions, and they asked me to. So it was good. It was good.
Yeah, I was like, hold on a second. Yeah. Cool.
Yeah.
That's amazing. Well,
Sweet.
I'll give it over to. Thank you guys so much for letting me do that.
Oh God, it's our pleasure.
My whole team's like, thank you. I'm like,
Yeah,
I'm gonna go read the comments. Thank you guys.
Sweet. All right. Thank you very much. Talk to you soon.
Yeah. Enjoy, Liz.
Well, hello there, my dear.
Hello, hello.
It
How
is
are
so
you?
good to see you.
Thank you.
Um,
Very good to be here.
So Everybody, we've got Liz here. Liz is back from last upgrade. Liz is
know.
a light language activator and overall like a pixie type human being. She is that full of fun and love, and I could only wish to be as open as you are, Liz.
Aw,
It's
well,
such a blessing to see.
oop, 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 oop. Hold on. My light is wanting to fall for me. All right. There we go.
Are you good?
I think we're good. I think we're good.
Okay. Now, Liz, can you see the comments?
Let's see. Says chat with every comment. I can. Yes. Hello.
You can now?
Hello. Yes,
Oh,
I can.
excellent.
Hi,
All right,
everybody.
lovely. Well, I'm going to leave you to it. They're all waiting with bated breath.
All right.
And I'll see you after it.
All right. I look forward to it. Thank you, Jaya.
Okay.
I appreciate it. Well, hello, everybody. Thank you. How is everybody tonight? Oh, I was just waiting. I was just being respectful. So, how is everybody enjoying the summit tonight? I'm on a lot earlier than I was last time, so, and I don't feel like I was rushed today, so definitely. It's a little hard to be here. Why is it hard to be here? Doing really good. It's really hard to hear me. Is anybody else having a hard time? Maybe I can just shut my mic or shut my earbuds off. Here, I can also turn myself up here too. All right. Is that any better? Okay. All right. So, because I don't want to yell or anything, but I want y'all to be able to hear me. So, hello. Okay. All right. I can hear you clearly now. All right. So let's do a little light language, just except for your highest good. And we're going to do some healing here. All right. Here we go. Here, definitely feeling somebody has some lower back pain. Shoulder pain. Thank you. Thank you, Venus. It's funny because I can hear it reverberating from the TV. Okay, short. I got my own little reverbage in the background. Ayo. Whew. Whew. Siata. Siala. Kano. Choko. Tiaya. Tata. Shoo. Tia. Tia. Ah, shoo. Tia. Toto. Kia la la la. All right, how you guys feeling? Warm and tingly, fuzzy, warm feelings. Kia shota. It's just amazing. Like, it is so hard to believe I have been doing this now a year. Like, yeah, you felt that in your back, yes. That I've actually been speaking light language for a year. In fact, the 7th of October, I had my light linguistics class with Tyel, and the next day I started speaking it. You feel giddy? Yay! Yeah, just a year. Yes, yep. I literally have just stepped into spirit and just allowed them to use my vessel. Only the light beings are allowed to use my vessel. And well, hang on there, Debbie. We'll get that. And so, like, it's it's very humbling. Excuse me. It's very humbling to have. Thank you, Star. To be where I am, you know, in literally in a year, like literally. So, and you know, and it's, I can't tell you. Some of you might remember like my story from last time, but how many times you have to set your brain back here and just tell it to be quiet. Especially anybody that is just starting your spiritual journey, and you know, your head wants to tell you one thing, your heart wants to tell you another thing, and your gut wants to tell you a whole nother thing. Listen to your gut. Your gut will never lie to you. Now your heart and your head, they'll lie to you. They will. They will. Yeah, they will. They will. They will. They don't mean to, but they will. But like, it's just allowing spirit to use my vessel in the way that they see fit, you know? So, all right, let's get back to the healing. So if you're starting out, just definitely tell your brain to shut up. Just shut up. It has nothing to say. Quiet. Shut up. Yep, it is, Larry. It really is. Well, technically, if you think about it, it's your first. Technically, if you want to think about it, Larry, it's your first brain. Yeah. Yeah. Because, you know, we all do start with the umbilical cord. Ki ayatur shaikatur. Kono no no. Ki ayatur. And it's so funny because there's times where Spirit will show me the things that I need to pull or remove or discard. Can I clear your heart? Your heart wall is in pain, trauma, sadness, so my heart can fully open. Of course, Jay. Of course. Having trouble sleeping. Well, Linda, when you first go, before you lay down, make sure you tell yourself, I will wake up refreshed and well rested, because that is telling your physical body to rest and stay refreshed, so that when you wake up, because your spiritual body is up there flying around, battling, doing all the things that it needs to do. So when you come back into your physical body, when it's time to wake up, you feel like you've been run over by a Mack truck, you've been rolled over, you've been beat up by a baseball bat, and you have sore spots and spots where you're just like, what? How? How did I sleep wrong? Well, you technically didn't sleep wrong. You were just getting the battles. You were doing the battles. So just start telling yourself, I will wake up refreshed and well rested. And it's amazing how well that works. I mean, amazing. So, all right. Yep. All right, let's get back into this. And they don't always show me exactly what I'm doing. And I'm okay with that. Because they're like, you don't have to understand what you're doing. You don't have to understand what you're doing. Like, as long as I'm allowing Spirit to use my vessel. And there's times where, when I first started out, yeah, I might have done the wrong thing, or, channeled the wrong being, or, yeah. But, that's learning lessons. So, but yeah, Linda, so just tell your brain to sit back here and shut up. You have to do it over and over and over. You can't just do it one time. Oh, no, not just once, not just twice. Try a million times, probably. Just say it. I would be on live and I'd be like, sit back and shut up. And they'd be like, who are you talking to? And I'm like, myself, my brain, just. So shoulders hurt. Absolutely. Oh, by the way, hydrate. Hydration check. All right, let's get this party started. I can. sound. I just got it cut this week. Woo! Stop that one. I can. Kashorti akat. Feel some popping and a snapping and a cracking and a popping. And everything kind of warm and fuzzy. Ooh, Kiyashata. I do, Barbara. I do. Kashota. Definitely a lot of the blue avian. They really channel through me a lot. I see them and feel them sometimes, and it's different each time. And they definitely, each being also has a different frequency, a different, I don't know how to explain it, but it's like a different frequency. Like they sometimes they show themselves, sometimes they just let me feel them, and sometimes I just channel them, and I love the healing for my tailbone if possible. Absolutely. Left knee is possible. Yes. Yes, I love that, Larry. Yes, I love that. I love that. I love that. So, okay, so when we start, I guess I should have asked this in the beginning. So, when we started out with, before I started, with the pain level between, okay, 1 being no pain and 10 being the worst pain, where were you and where are you now? When we first started out, where were you and now where are you? Between 1 and 10. You know, I love when I can take something that is like a 20 and take it down to a 2. It's so humbling. It really is. 8 to a 3. Yes. Yes. I love that. I can, yes. Can you please work on my hip and shoulders, please? Yes, absolutely. Yes. You're welcome. And I bet before I'm done, Larry, I bet it goes down to a 1. Just stick around. It'll go down to a 1 or a none. Well, let's get those 8s down to a 1. You're so warm and toasty. I love that. Oh, yeah, it'll make you feel like you need to strip your clothes. It's like da 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 da. Oh, I guess it's not that show. Sorry. I can tell you this, Absentine, if you want to direct this energy to them, yes, you can do that. But I usually don't do like third party, like outside, usually it's, but yes, if you want to send them the energy, yes, you can. Neck looser, yes. As I say, I feel some popping. Somebody also feels like their neck is up, or their shoulders is up into their neck. There you go. Feel like the shoulders are back down where they need to be. Yay! Love that, Larry. Love that. Whoever had the tailbone, how's your tailbone feeling? Yay! So, Star, what you need to do, they're showing me that you need to rock your hips. And there's a lot of you probably right now, actually, that could qualify for this. There's a lot of stagnant energy in the hips. And so we need to start rocking more, whether it's front to back, side to side. We all tend to get a lot of stuck energy down in your hips, and then your lower back hurts, your tailbone hurts, your sciatica starts hurting. And so we definitely need to start rocking more when you're standing cooking. Rock back and forth. When you're in the shower, rock back and forth. Move those hips. Just wiggle them around, because that will move a lot of the stagnant energy that is stuck there. I mean, it doesn't matter. Yes, burping, yes. And it doesn't matter how goofy you think you look. It doesn't matter who's watching you. Just do it. Just do it. You'll be amazed when you do that, how much better it feels. So, from the pain level from, again, 1 to 10, where you were to where you are now. And I feel like somebody, there's probably a few of you actually, that your throat, it just feels like I want to constantly. Yes. Good, 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 good. Yes, I love that star. So just keep setting your intentions as to wanting it to go down. But anyways, like somebody's like feels like they can't speak their truth in their throat. We're gonna remove that. Yes, Larry. Yes. Okay. All right. Well, we're going to work on that, Vanessa. Just set your intentions as to where you want the healing to go. It might feel, Vanessa, like there's like maybe a like maybe like a little jackhammer just kind of like working on your chest right now. But a lot of these symptoms too that y'all are experiencing, whether it's sinuses, some of you might be experiencing like bowel issues, or even throwing up. There's a lot of collective energy that people are just, it's just some of the upgrade ascensions. Okay. Neck area, please. Got you. To your legs. Got you. Blocked ears. Yep, we could get that. Yep, we could get that there. Barbara. Well, let's get that down further. We're moving down. We're moving down. Yep. Sandy, you might actually feel like there could be like a tugging on your sciatica, like feeling like it's almost going, like being pulled down, which is kind of what I'm doing right now. You may almost feel the urge to stand up and stretch that leg. Yeah, bioflow. Yes, lots of draining in the throat, lots of draining out of the nose. Some of you could have the cough, like just a cough. But those are a lot of upgrades or downloads, or however you want to call them. Okay, Lux, I feel like you really you've got a lot of stored tension in there, that a lot of trauma that is stored there yet. If after you leave the live, maybe get a tennis ball, put it on the wall, and maybe work that little area right in there, and I have a feeling that it's going to pop real good for you, if that makes sense. But yeah, lots and lots of drainage through the you that okay, you actually probably should maybe get some magnesium flakes and soak your feet in them. But no, I definitely that's gotta come from, yeah. I mean, I can help regenerate it, I can help restart it, but I definitely can't put it back in. Not me anyway. At least not that I'm aware of. You know, all things are possible though. Okay, I shut the tikata tokoto tokoto tokoto. Okay, I have to chokoto. The thing is sometimes taking magnesium like pill form, your body doesn't absorb it as well as like having a magnesium spray, or even making a magnesium cream. Like your body doesn't absorb the pill form nearly as much as what it would if you make the magnesium spray or buy the magnesium spray. Okay, it's okay. That too. Okay, it helps with cramps. It's amazing what magnesium spray does. Yes, the magnesium bath. Yep. Okay, you know, you can buy the flakes. They have them on TikTok. You can buy them through Amazon. Yeah, make your own. Yeah, exactly, Sherry. It's like you have to use it's not the sterilized, it's not purified water. distilled water, and the magnesium flakes. Yeah. And then you can just put it in a spray bottle and you just spray. Yeah. Yeah, it works great. It's amazing for muscle cramps. So is mustard, guys. I don't know if y'all know this, but mustard is an amazing muscle stopper, like of a cramp. I actually have I keep my mustard right here. I don't even put it in the fridge. I just keep it right here. But a squirt of mustard on your tongue will help take muscle cramps away. Pickle juice. Pickle juice also works. Yep, the old mustard plaster. Yep. Yeah, spray it on the bottom of your feet. Yep. Yes. And on your palms, the palms of your hands. Yep. It really does. Squirt some mustard in your mouth when you're having a muscle spasm, and it'll take it away within 5 minutes, less than that actually. You know, I mean, there is something about the old saying, the faith of a mustard seed. It's amazing what mustard can do for your body. And it can also be a lack of water, not enough hydration. I mean, the muscle cramps can come from lack of hydration. Never heard. Me neither. I don't know what that is. I don't know what that is, Deb. Okay, that's cool. Okay, when tired, why does the body jerk? Honestly, I don't know that answer, Linda. I don't honestly know the answer to that. Come by, drink it. It's from Indian tonic water. The mustard bottle is going to look strange. Oh, listen. The mustard, you can keep it out. It doesn't need to be refrigerated. It doesn't need to be refrigerated. Like, yep. Keep the mustard beside your bed. Buy an extra bottle of mustard just to keep beside your bed. You know, I mean, keep your door closed. You don't have to explain the mustard beside the bed. Somebody asks, mustard. Who doesn't like mustard? You know, I mean, we won't go into other things that, that people could think, but it's okay. Yes, it is. Yes. Yep. Yep. que haya to coto que no chiquita to que no que haya to que haya to que shata que no to Kasho to Yep, pickle juice, mustard, vinegar, yep. Thank you, Deb. I love being myself. I do. I appreciate me. You know, I've worked very hard to be authentically myself. Okay, and people either like me or they don't. There's no gray area anymore. Nope. You either like me or you don't. Okay, and I'm okay with that. So where did we take the pain levels of everybody and where have we brought it down to? Okay, Canor. Thank you, Vanessa. Well, thank you. I like my energy too. And I would much rather be, feeling good and being upbeat than to be, oh, well, hi guys, how we doing tonight? My name's Liz. I'm here to do some energy healing. Yeah, so let's get this party started. Yeah, this is fun. This is a good energy, right? Hell no! It's like, let's get this party started. Let's get this party started. You feel good, da 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 da. So good, da da, so good. I feel good, bum 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 bum, ba da 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 da. Kasante yan to kita ketchup to kia chukuto ke aya to o ke nana ikoto sikita ta ke to ke aya to teater ke aya to ya to okur ke aya to chokoto or ya pep I can ke aya to or ke aya to Whew, whew, whew. All right. Okay, ayat. I love doing this. I absolutely am so grateful for Spirit for pulling me out of my job and allowing me to do this full time. It's so humbling. It's such a blessing, such an honor. Y'all just don't know how much of an honor this is. Thank you. So where's everybody stand now? Like your pain levels. Barbara, I'm glad to see that you were 10, now you're 5. I love that. And I go live randomly. Like, I am so random on my lives. Sometimes I'm in the middle of the night, sometimes I'm during the day, sometimes I'm in the evening. There is no rhyme or reason. I just listen to Spirit when they tell me to go, and I go. And usually I'm on live for quite some time. It's amazing how fast time goes, and it just doesn't feel like it's my job. Lots more comfortable, yes. I'm gonna ground you all. Because I know that Jaya is going to be coming back real soon. So let's ground you all. It has been such a pleasure. Like, it's been such a pleasure to be here tonight. A 1. I love that, Larry. I love that. Yes, I love that. You are so welcome. You are so welcome. It's absolutely my pleasure. And make sure you guys all, when you like disconnect from either, a live or even this, make sure you disconnect from it. Say that you are calling back all your energy and you're disconnecting from the live. That way your energy is not being siphoned out by other people. So it's very important.
You're very important.
Thank you, Jai.
Look, Liz, that has been amazing as usual. I just love and I'm addicted to your lighthearted approach. Yeah, it's just so nice to see, and the energy is so light when you do it, but it's still so strong. So, many, many blessings to you, Liz.
Thank you.
Yes.
It's been so much fun. It's amazing how fast an hour can zip by, and it's just like, did that really just go by? Like, did it really just go by that fast? So.
Yeah, I hear you. But from the comments, you can see how important it is, and therefore how important you are to the raising of the vibration of the earth. So hats off to you, Liz. We very much appreciate you. So To get a hold of Liz in a one-on-one session, she's primarily through TikTok. So
Right.
for anyone who doesn't know, it's Light Language Liz is her handle, and you
Yep.
can DM her for personal readings and healings, etc. So
Yeah.
yeah, by all means, that's the way to go. Now, Liz and I will be doing an event coming up in November at Showcase, so look out for that. That will drop.
Yep.
And yeah, can't wait to see you all there for
You're
that.
so welcome. You're so
Thank-
welcome. You guys all have a great evening. Enjoy the rest of the summit, and I will see you all later.
Thank you, lovely.
Here. You're
Okay.
welcome. Have a good
Yeah.
night. All right. Bye-bye.
Okay, guys. So before we move on, it's really important that you drink some water after that and you ground. I know that we've been banging on about it the whole time, but I'm sure that you can all feel it now. The heat, the changing vibration, your body trying to adjust to that new vibration, everything associated with it. So you need to ground. Deb says, do I have my baby yet? I absolutely do. Yes, her name is Willow, and she is 6 days old now. So thank you for asking, Deb. She's a beautiful little spirit, a little Arcturian being who cluster feeds like there's no tomorrow and nobody gets any sleep. But she's fantastic. Anyway, Liz is still in the green room, so she can actually read those messages as well. Anyway, so next on the agenda is the beautiful Tanya Powell. So Tanya, as you can see here, is a dowsing specialist. You can catch Tanya at adventuresofconnection.com. So I'll just bring her up and we'll have a chat to her before she gets going. So hello, beautiful human.
Hi, nice to meet you. Congratulations on Willow. What a beautiful name.
Oh, thank you. It's not the name she chose. But yeah, we actually chose a different name at the start and she's like not having that. And she chose the name that we weren't having. So her name ended up being her middle name, which is Azura. So yeah, it's kind of a happy medium, we'll say. But
absolutely. And
yeah.
I have to confess right off the hop, I have no idea. Can you see these vibrations going on?
Yes, I can.
I have no idea why. I haven't
Yeah.
changed my lighting. I haven't changed anything. So we're just going to roll with it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
wow, that's so cool. Well, thank you so much for sharing your gifts with us today.
Yeah.
So being a dowsing specialist, I often, used to until I lost my dowsing rods, I use them primarily to find my car keys,
Yes.
and I found that it worked very, very well. But I know that it's a centuries old tradition. So yeah, I can't wait to see what you have to offer for these beautiful viewers. It's such a tight knit group of people that are so loving, which you'll find.
Absolutely. Oh, I've been watching. And so that light activation was really beautiful, and the movement of the body and the grounding in the water. And it's like, yes, yes, yes.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Well, my love, I'll leave you to your sharing of your beautiful gifts, and I'll see you in a little bit.
Sounds good. Awesome.
Thank you.
Hello, everybody. My name is Tanya Powell, as it says below, and I'm a soul here having this experience like all of you. And I tapped into dowsing several years ago, working with a master dowser and searching for ley lines. Who knows what ley lines are? Do you know what ley lines are? Do you know the meridian system in the body where the energy, the chi flows? And it's an ancient traditional Chinese medicine that uses that. So Earth also has that. Earth also has these meridian systems, these ley lines, these energies running through her. And so working with dowsing rods, I've traveled the world, including Egypt. I went solo just over a year ago, and I surrendered my entire trip to the rods. And it was quite profound and quite beautiful what came into. So Earth has so much to share with us right now. And I just want to start with saying this. You are all so perfect just as you are, just where you are. You are meant to be exactly where you are at this point in time and moment. And as there is no future and there is no past, really, there's only this moment to enjoy. I really welcome you, and I'm very grateful that you're here and spending some time with me. And so I want to make sure that you get the most out of this as possible. And I'm just seeing the comments, and yes, beautiful, working with ley lines. You know, I've been plugging crystals into Earth. Metatron's grid was what I really started with and did a lot of work with. And I've got that grid hidden in plain sight in Egypt. I've got it down in Georgia. I've got it all over BC and Mexico at ancient sites. So it's really what I tend to do is go and plug in, anchor in, so that at any given time, I can close my eyes and tap back into that energy, that space. So it's quite beautiful when you start to trust. And so has anyone, we're going to do 3 different types of dowsing today. The first one we're going to do is body dowsing. And then I'm going to do a little bit of pendulum dowsing, and I'm just going to use my necklace. It's very easy to use anything you have. And then we're going to tap into some dowsing rods. And you're so lucky. I just got these in. These are custom for me, made by the one they called Luke. And so those are some beautiful new rods that I have that I'm very excited to play with and share with you. Yeah. So let's get started, shall we? So knowing that we're all energy beings and we're all souls having this human experience, then one of the most important things you can do is get to know you and your energy. What makes you tick, so to speak. And we take off the layers and the masks that we've put on since we were childhood, and we get rid of the programming, right? Everything we've gone through in life has programmed us and added to the programming. And so let's just chat for a minute about this, because I think it's relative as it's coming through, that you are not the one speaking. You are not the one thinking. You are that which observes that, right? So you're not the one speaking. You're not the one thinking. You're the one observing that. And so your mind is always in action and having thoughts. Thoughts are not facts. They're just thoughts. You could imagine them like clouds in the sky and just witness them going by instead of attaching to them. For when you attach to them and you bring them in, you begin to bring it into manifestation, right? Every word you speak, every thought you think, and especially the ones you mull over and over, and every action you take is manifesting in this 3D reality. And so if you would like to shift your perspective, being the observer, remembering that you're that observer, and that we don't have to take our thoughts as facts, and that our energy is ours, and the most important commodity, your health is your wealth, your energy is your currency. And so with that in mind, I'm just going to ground you all in. Remember that we've all been programmed, this subconscious programming, and your subconscious only knows you, doesn't know anybody else. And its main purpose is to keep you safe. So it's to keep you safe. From your birth up until age 7, you are picking up millions of pieces of information per second with your subconscious. And that is the base programming. And then from then onwards, it adds to it and keeps upgrading it and upgrading it. Think about that. Millions of pieces of information per second. Now you know how easy it is to be subconsciously programmed. And so as we go through life, we're removing that programming. We're remembering who we truly are as energy, light beings, light workers, light warriors. And you are all doing amazing. I've watched you through this last show. I'm just honored to be here with you. So just know that, please. Absolutely. And so let's start with body dowsing. Now we want to connect not just with our mind and our heart, but body, mind, and our gut too, right? You got 3 brains. When you come into the womb, your heart is a vortex, moving energy, and it forms first. It is like the micro of the macro, right? So you think about the universe as a torus field, your body as a torus field, your heart is also similar to that, right? So remembering when we operate more from our heart space, then we are operating not with our mind, we're not caught in our thoughts. And so maybe we can all just take a moment after I show you. Take a few deep breaths in through the nose, fill the belly, and then pause and breathe out through the nose. As you do this, it calms your vagus nerve. It brings you into this now moment. Now I'm tapping my chest to bring my consciousness there. And let me just turn sideways. And actually, I'm just going to put a little more light on me. There we go. Okay. Body, please show me a yes. My body pulls forward. You may be different, and that's okay. Just depends, doesn't it? And then let's try this again. Thank you. Body, please show me a no. And it's like a hinge, right? It's going from my feet backwards. Some people, it's different. And so I'd love to know in the comments if you could take a moment and tap your consciousness here. And let's play with this. And let's see, what do you get? Do you get a yes? Do you move forward? Do you not move at all? Some people move side to side. Everybody's different. That's what's so beautiful. Your heartbeat is not like anyone else's. And as we get better at this, you can ask things. My yes is perfect. Yes, if you're aware of movement in your body, yes, absolutely. Thank you, Jay. Yeah, absolutely. I do it in public all the time too, especially holding specific food, right? And I'm checking fruit. I'm dousing with my fingers over fruit all the time. Yeah. And no, is my left knee moving? Great. You know, just being yes, forward, no back. Perfect. Just being really connected and with your body is very good. Side to side is maybe an ask again. Yeah, absolutely. Perfect. So isn't that interesting? We're all so different, yet we have very similar ways of body dosing. You could even ask about a crystal. You could ask yes or no in a crystal store. Is this the crystal I meant to buy today? Because sometimes we just get in our head and we're wondering if we should do. Yeah, yes, and you can do this as well. That's right. That is another form star for sure. Beautiful. Larry, I hear your power's out. No EMS for you. Awesome. Enjoy. I'm grateful you're still here. Yeah, beautiful. Beautiful. You're all getting very similar results. So use this for yourself. You know, and when we tap here and we realize we're the observer and you can pull yourself back and you can even visualize yourself lying in a field of grass and looking up at the clouds. And you can do this for a meditation, just when you're sitting there and close your eyes and you're lying in your back and you're looking up at the clouds. And your mind's going to want to have thoughts, and that's okay. It's supposed to. And then as they go by, you can just observe them. Interesting we're thinking about that. Now you become more of like set back from it, so you're not so entwined in it. Just a little tip for you around that. Absolutely. For food shopping. Yes, Linda. Absolutely. Great, Vanessa. Yeah, very similar. Everyone's very similar. Yeah. Wonderful. And so is anybody not getting an answer? I guess would be the better question, because you're all doing amazing. I'm so grateful for you. And sometimes we'll get into the tools, because the more you use a tool, the more you need to pull back from it to allow it to do what it needs to do, to get out of the way. Yeah, absolutely. There's no right or wrong. And I'm certainly happy to tap in and assist anyone who would like some extra support on this. Okay. We're just going to do a little grounding. You guys are all high vibing right now. Beautiful. This one's also from Luke. Little infinity there. A beautiful one that he made for me to play with. So it's fun having tools, especially when you know they were made with love, or it's a crystal that grew with love and it's meant for you. I don't move or get conflicting answers. Yeah, Sandy's. So do you find, Sandy, that sometimes you get thinking too much? I find if I was thinking too much, then I would really doing a little meditation beforehand if you can, and working on that observer mode. And then maybe you're better off using a tool. Do you have a tool that you like to use that works well for you? Yeah, if my body doesn't answer, I clear. That's right. Yeah, absolutely. Luke's lovely creations full of light codes too. Absolutely. Oh yes. He's never put crystals into dowsing rods, but I asked for them. So, and he did the infinities at the bottom too. Yeah, he's a special soul. Absolutely. You're all special souls. You're all just remembering who you truly are. Yeah. Luke is on TikTok, the one they call Luke. He's also on Etsy. So if you want, you can find me on any platform with my name, TikTok, LinkedIn, Instagram, Facebook, and kind of a little bit everywhere. Telegram. So I do have a group on Telegram as well. Yeah. My pendulum always helps. Beautiful. And so remembering too, as we're doing this, especially when we're asking about, yes, Luke is on Instagram too, asking about future things, and we want an answer. Remember, your answers are only good for this moment in time. So trying to pick a date, I will do dates. I will do dates for events. And what ends up happening is it's usually a new moon or a full moon and I wasn't paying attention. So now that I'm aware, I'm just like, oh, we should book these things around these events. Absolutely, Jay. Absolutely. I agree. To me, dowsing is learning to trust yourself. When you're dowsing, you're learning to trust yourself. I really use my rods quite a bit when I go to Vedette Lake. Vedette Lake is somewhere that Adventures for Connection host retreats. It has an energy vortex there that was dubbed the center of the universe by Tibetan monks. So it's an energetic vortex. And there's a beautiful lake there. It's on a few tectonic plates. So I can see why this vortex is there. And I've been going there for about 3 years. Beautiful, Shalene. Well done. About 3 years. And Shannon, I will answer your question. And every time I've gone now, the lines are getting stronger. So they're, I say gritting up, but they're expanding. And so the rods used to, as I walk through a certain area, the rods used to turn, go another 5 steps, turn. And now it's like every 2 feet, boom, 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 boom. So it's definitely stronger. Indigenous people, so many celebrations there. So many events I've been there where there's so much more spirit in our photos and showing up for us. It's been really profound to be able to be there and really tap in with the dowsing rods there to show people that your own energy precedes you. And you guys all know this, part of this beautiful community. But I show people, and when somebody just closes their eyes and I read their energy, and then I ask them to think about someone or something they love, and then I read it again and I've got to step back. And then I ask the rest of the group to send them love. And then I got to step way back. So, dogs read energy, kids read energy, and some of us are getting more and more tapped into reading energy again. And so this is what the dowsing does. It teaches you to trust yourself and get more connected with self without needing to use anything. And for those of you that get a certain signal in your body, that's great. Yeah, there's no right or wrong way for this. Absolutely. And Shannon, I would body dose a pendulum if I was you. Yeah. Something that you love, that you're attracted to, that's beautiful. Yeah, you'll know. You'll know, absolutely. Yeah, don't keep asking for the answer you want. Yeah, yeah, you got to let go of your mind sometimes. Yeah. Yes, Jay, that's true. So when I was speaking in the future, I was speaking about trying to book for events, and I would douse those. But if you have a question about an expectation about the future or when some event might happen, yeah, not the best. You just have to trust, yeah, and be in your heart space and realize you are loved right where you are. You've always been taken care of. There's nothing you need to worry about except this present moment. Yeah, absolutely. All right, so I'm using, and I'll show you what I got on here, labradorite, a little ankh from Egypt, and a little sword. I use this for energy work. And this, you can't really see it because it's got a few little Egyptian carvings on it. And so it's got Isis on there because Isis is with me. It's got a bear and an eagle. Remember to always have that higher perspective. Yeah. Egypt's super fun. Sherry and I went to Egypt together, Serafina. We had a wonderful time. All right. And so I find with this one, it's good to actually have your elbow maybe on a flat space. And a few really deep breaths. Just noticing my necklace needs a little love. And then just wait till it stops. Please show me a yes. And it's going back and forth just slightly. There we go. Clear, thank you. Not clear, thank you. Please show me a no. And now it's going side to side. So, yes, it was an amazing adventure, so expansive. Yes, it was so much fun. We had a beautiful trip and traveling. Yes. I use my receiving hand. Yes, good point, Jay. I am also left-handed, so it would be my intuitive hand to use. I would say whatever hand you're called to use. I don't believe in rules. I think there's a good way. We start putting rules on things, and suddenly it's no longer open to everything, is it? And I believe we're open to everything at this time and space. There's so much energy. There's so much love going on right now. And those of you with the pendulum, does anyone have any questions? Does anyone have any questions right now before we move over to the rods? You guys go ahead and let me know. And in the meantime, it's about trusting. You can also do this. Here's another way of dousing energy. You can write out questions and then be that observer. And I keep reminding you about being that observer and just really stepping back in your power and realizing that, I don't have to attach to any of these thoughts. I don't have to attach to what they're saying. I don't have to attach to what's being done over there. I can keep my energy for me in my space. And so you can write those questions out. What's the best way to ask a question? Thank you for that. Yes, good point. For me, the best way to ask the question is to tap into your heart space, whether it be the pendulum, and I quite often will close my eyes because then I'm not in my head as much, paying attention to where my hand is tapping, where this love is, and whether it be with the rods or be with the pendulum or be with my body, it brings me into this now present moment, brings me into my heart space. Yeah. Yeah, the rods are coming. And you can ask questions before you go to sleep. And then be observant. whether it be that in your dreams or be that the next day. Beautiful, Jay. Yeah, however it works for you. Very curious about the bubble heads. Very curious about the bubble heads. Yeah. And then let's get into the rods a little bit. And as I said, I took the rods to Egypt and I asked, where should I go? Should I do this? No. Should I? And whatever would come into my head during my meditation, I had dreams about smashing a crystal in half that I had that was sent to me from Australia. I'm talking about the best adventure game ever here, because this is what your life is. It's an adventure. It's an adventure to be here. It's a gift to be here. And to remember to have gratitude for the smallest things will always help to shift your energy. But as I went to Egypt and I was like, you want me to smash this beautiful crystal in half? And then I was to go across on the boat and drop half in the Nile. And then I was shown all kinds of things under the Nile and the energy system. So you think of Karnak as like a big computer chip for those that might know. And also, as Serafina and I went through, absolutely, there was so many things that are fake that are just there to make money off of you. Yeah. It's a nickname from drinking champagne. I love it. I love it. And so that was the beginning of a huge activation for me. One, I went by myself, solo, female, in Egypt. Everyone's like, aren't you afraid? I'm like, no, I don't have anything to be afraid of. I had a contact there to work with, so to speak. And then I just followed the rods and went where I was supposed to go. The last 3 days, I had to stay and be put. And the guy's like, you don't want to do anything? What's wrong with you? Like, I was not a typical tourist. I'm like, I'm supposed to stay and just integrate. And so I had many elementals come in with me at that time. We all know that everything is spirit, everything is energy, angles of light or angels, archangels, or angles of light coming through. Remembering that the spectrum of light that we see with these eyes is like the rainbow, and then what colors can be made from that. Meanwhile, we have infrared, but we also have X-ray. So there's so much more to perceive. Yeah, it was a great adventure, aside from being harassed a little bit at the pyramids. But in going back, the guards remembered me because I bought an Egypt linen dress in this bright orange. And I just walked around like I knew the place. Like I was there all the time. And so it worked really well in my favor. And I got to go lots of cool places within the pyramids. So yeah, it pays to have a few contacts and friends. And so we are looking to go back, I think maybe this spring, but for sure next fall. So these are the rods that I'm using. And when you get rods, and then I wanted to give you the other example. Here's one. This one is from Amazon, and it works. This one I haul around in the car with me to show people. I go to lots of singing bowl and healing events that I co-host with people. And I like to just show people their energy even before and after they've taken that time for self and really tapped in. And it's quite beautiful because then they start to believe. Now, I trust that all of you here know that in order, it's no longer I need to see it to believe it. It's I believe, therefore I see. And so that is where we are going to in this time and space. This one is quite easy and small, but if you notice the end, if you're looking at getting some, it's wrapped around there, and then it's hooked. What this does on these rods, and I'll share this one too. This one's got the same thing. So this allows the rod to swing, right? And so if I hold it low enough, it just swings on its own. So we're going to get into all of this as far as the points. Now, these ones from Luke. So this one, I think, was about 44 Canadian for the set, but also came with a dowsing. And I have no way, I think I lent it to a friend. as well as a little plate, a wooden plate that you could work with. And the reason I picked it is because I've had the ones with the screws on the bottom, and they would just fall off eventually. And so I'm like, well, that's pointless. I really need, you can use a coat hanger, you can use copper, you can use a lot of things. So generally it's been metal. You can use wood if you know which wood and the willow and stuff to use. Yes, absolutely. We're getting to that, Sandy, 100%. Yeah. Yeah. So, and these rods, because they also have the crystal in the end, just have a little extra amplification and have been doused. And I like copper. I have an affinity for copper. I drink water out of a copper jug, not all the time, but intermittently. Like, to me, copper is one of those important things that, you know, our pipes all used to be copper. So there was water, like there was copper in our water at one point. And now our water's, you know, not so good these days in a lot of places. Unless you got well water, you got the best water on the planet. So just being highly aware of what one is consuming can affect your vibration. And as you cleanse and clear energetically, physically, mentally, emotionally, you will find that, yeah, you're going to get more tapped in energetically. You're going to be much more connected all the way through, grounded into Mother Earth, and connected above to your guides, higher self, source, God, whatever you choose. You can talk to different beings. Yeah, that would be, and knowing that you're safe, because when your vibration is so high, you don't need to worry about being fearful whatsoever. Okay. All right. And with any dosing, and thank you, Sandy, for pointing that out. I appreciate that. When you're working with body dosing, when you're working with the pendulum, yeah, ask questions that you do know the answer to. And for example, with the rods, please show me where the window is. And my window's over there, right? So you can ask different questions. And as Jai was saying, lost keys. Do you know how many times I've found lost keys, or we find something we're missing? Unless I'm in my head. And then I will get all these different messages about it. So it's quite profound that when one really just relaxes, takes a few deep breaths, and allows the rods just to be au naturel, and I'm using these ones because they're nice and long and you guys can see them. I only use one sometimes, yep. Because I don't need to use two. For me, two is for show and tell. Right? And then you move on to the other dosing. So rods clear, thank you. Only for the highest good and the highest good of all. You can also say that and says yes. So please show me a yes. And see, they cross right away. There's my yes, clear. And then please show me a no. And they don't move at all for a no. And that's for me. Now, other people get different answers. Sometimes they go outward for a no, right? It depends. So it just depends. Yes, on the farm, they used to use willow. And I have dosed for water. And I've dosed for ley lines here in Vancouver. And there's a spot not too far away where I've got crystals plugged in, where there's actually a square of energy going straight up. It's quite impressive. And so I've plugged in there per se. Yeah. Yeah, you don't have to use two. Yeah, you can use a hanger. Just straighten it out the best you can. And often plugging them into dirt will help to clear them, or putting them onto your crystals, right? I've got one downstairs. I just leave it plugged into a plant and I just grab it if I need it. Or my daughter has a question. She's like, can you use the rod? Sure. Right? It's just learning to trust self. Yeah, absolutely. When I lose something, I say, it'll find me. Absolutely, Linda, 100%. No, I have two. And this one, I only have one here. One's in the car. So I was just showing you the different styles. And so for dosing and working with this master doser, do you know you can even redirect water using rocks, right? So you have to remember everything is energy. And so one could, douse for their garden or making something. You can use copper and plug copper, wrap it around wood, and then you could have it up at the top. It's going to collect more ether. But plants grow like crazy. Electroculture. Check it out. So we're so many things. Use salt to clear yours. Absolutely, Jay. I have a big tray with salt, and I clear my crystals through there after events. 100%. Yeah. Absolutely. All right. So let's go through the dowsing rods, knowing that if you're up in your head and not in your heart, you're going to have a little bit harder time. I get lots of people on TikTok. I posted a few videos on how to do this, and I get questions probably every other day. They were working great, and then they stopped working. I'm like, so how much are you in your head? Yeah. Beautiful, Linda. I use copper with, yes, absolutely. And so we really want to tap into more of our heart space. And when we operate more from the heart, it makes it easier to operate in life, dowsing aside, really. So somebody can be, every trigger is a gift. Okay, I'll share this. So the one person that can still trigger me years after we were no longer together, but he did still work for me, is my ex, the father of my child. And the day that he couldn't trigger me, I was like, oh, yes. Because it takes space to get that. And I know it's me. Why am I being triggered again? And, when I found out that he was my son in a previous life, it all made so much more sense. Or a timeline, another timeline. Yeah. And so that's why I felt so responsible for taking care of him. Regardless, that's been done now for some time. And I'm very grateful. So now I look for those glimmers, those little clues that just light me up, where I know I'm being guided. Last night it was watching the full moon, and the cloud show that happened in front of the moon for me. I was like, whoa. I was only in the park for 15, 20 minutes. And it was a good capture. I was pretty impressed. So you can watch the sky, you can watch the trees, and I see faces and shapes. And that's from being the observer, from not having an attachment to what I'm expecting to see, but what would you like to show me? I'm here. Whether it's the birds showing up in front of me, or the noises I'm hearing in nature, or watching the water, or watching at the beach, the sunset, the waves. You're always being supported. There's faces and rocks. I was a rock climber for many years, and I suppose I could still call myself a rock climber, but my feet don't want to go in those shoes anymore. But I still hike a lot, but I would, you can see faces, you can see the energy. You look at trees and the bark on the trees, and you can see different time frames where things were captured within the bark on the tree. Yeah, it's so fascinating. Beautiful, Linda. Yeah, copper stakes. Electroculture brought it. Yes, absolutely. Yeah. Yeah, stories in the sky. You can cloud watch for hours and never get bored. Yes, Vanessa, absolutely. Absolutely. Beautiful to bring a tree back to life, isn't it? All right, so let's go ahead and use 2. Now, I'm holding them quite high. I'm going to say on average, you want your arm naturally, not shoulders sticking up, but naturally down. Let's just pull this down a little bit. There we go. So just want to be naturally down and relaxed. So I'm not holding tightly. I'm really holding it with my one finger and just resting it on my palm. And I'm holding them slightly higher for today, but generally it's waist. And so it's not bad. And I like showing them to you, so I tend to hold them this way. And I'll tell you more about this master dowser as I go through this. He would douse your home and put copper symbols and copper with maybe copper paint on certain walls to block any negative energy that was coming through. Yeah, quite profound. Yeah, I got all kinds of crystal points around the house. Yeah, there's many ways, and it's not so much, it's these energies that even energies even travel through from one hillside to another, from one rock to another. There's an energy always going on that we don't tend to perceive with these eyes, right? And yeah, you can use copper paint. I have some copper paint. Play with it too much. All right, so as we are relaxed, same goes, those deep breaths in through the nose. And little breath out longer. Remembering that this breath is like a Fibonacci. It's going in, and notice how it goes on the inside of your nostrils as you breathe in. And fill your belly. And then pause. And your out breath should be just slightly longer. And as you breathe out, it hits the outside of your nostril. This is your Fibonacci breath. This is how we should be breathing. You have more hairs on the bottom of your lungs than you do on the top. And when we breathe this way, we're cleansing, we're clearing, we're breathing in light and activating our bodies by flooding our body with oxygen and getting all those cells. Your cells are shooting off light constantly. We are light beings. We are plasma. We are flashing so fast we just don't see it. So it's such a gift to be within this vessel, to have this experience here with you. All right, back to the rods. All right, so I'm going to show these a little higher than normal, but again, just that relaxed. And then, hello, is my name Tanya? Well, that's a good one. Yes, thank you. Is my name Fred? No. You guys have some questions you would like me to ask, just out of curiosity? Yeah. I'm so grateful to be here at this Activation Summit and be able to share this with you, these tools for guidance. Is dowsing a good tool for guiding the soul? Yes, thank you. Clear. Is Isis here right now with me? Thank you. So I happen to be standing on a rug that I bought in Egypt. And I can feel the warm sand. I can feel Karnak. I can feel the good energies. Yeah. Absinthe. Perfect. No, this isn't copper paint. This has copper wires in it. This is a gift. It's actually a wheel of chaos, because chaos is a form of energy that can be harnessed. And so this is harnessing chaos energy. And there's lots of that right now. And then these are actually all wood. This is just a small that I made for myself. So I played with copper a little bit. Looks are way nicer. So we're just going to put that up for now. And so this actual paint is purple. Yeah. So copper paint's very expensive. A whole wall, might not be too bad. Maybe only about $100. No, I use it more for symbols and shapes and for setting intentions. I use the copper for connecting with that energy. Is absinthe to go to Egypt? I get a yes. You know, so many people will be activated going to Egypt. Here's what I did learn. You either are open and activated, or you're getting purged. And you might be doing both, which is what happened for me on the second trip. I had to purge. Yeah. And Vanessa, am I going to be traveling the rest of my life? Is Vanessa going to be traveling the rest of her life? Somewhat. At some point you will settle in. All right, Deb. So this is for this now time and space. Will Deb have a new grandbaby next year? Whoa, that was a pretty strong yes. Sammy. Is Sammy's partner a twin flame? That's a hard yes. Clear. Will Jay birth another child in this lifetime? It's a very soft possibility. So it depends on what you mean by that, because have you heard of soul babies? And Linda, am I meant to heal people one-on-one? Is Linda meant to heal people one-on-one? Somewhat. Is Linda meant to heal people in groups? So that answer already came through as soon as I saw your question. That's what I mean. I don't really need the rods, but it's really nice for visuals. Yeah. Linda. Will Linda meet her twin flame? Yes. Will Linda be a partner with her twin flame? See, twin flames aren't necessarily always meant to be like this. It can also be a connection, a time of coming together to know each other, but it doesn't mean you need to be, will you meet them? Yeah, you'll have some lessons with them. Yes, Jay, of course you do. There, you know about this. Yeah, you're welcome. Yeah, absolutely. Ask away, guys. I'm happy to answer. Remembering it's for this moment in time and space. Here, I'll ask a few that I think would be pertinent. Do we all have an opportunity to upgrade ourselves right now? Yes. Thank you, Clear. Is meditation important? Somewhat. Or is subconscious reprogramming important? Yes. I'd probably say it's more important than meditation. And the reason we say that is because when you start to redo that programming, actually do it through a custom meditation where I do with people is have a conversation. And for everyone on here, if you go to the website, there's a free 30-minute intake. You can have a free 30-minute session with me. But I do custom meditations to help reprogram the subconscious. I've done freedom from self-sabotage coaching, but it's a reprogramming of the subconscious. So it's up to each of us individually to choose that we want to be different and show up differently in each and every day and every moment. And by reprogramming our subconscious, we become more connected. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, ask anything you'd like. Larry's asking, will Larry meet his soulmate soon? Yes, Larry. It depends on what soon is, because to the universe, soon could be 5 years, 10 years. Absolutely. Linda's asking, will Linda's son meet his twin flame? That's up in the air a little bit. Soft yes. Yeah. Kimberly. Will Kimberly meet her soulmate? Yes. Vanessa, Claire. Will Vanessa marry again? Well, that's a big yes, Vanessa. Clear. Deb. Will Deb's husband heal from cancer? That's a yes. And so making sure that he wants to heal, he has to choose to heal. Absolutely. But I'm getting a yes in this time and space. Jay, will Jay meet his divine counterpart next year? The year after I'm getting. So that's 2026. Yeah, clear. Yeah, happy to. It was yes, smiles. Yeah, absolutely. Will Linda have another grandchild? That's a yes. Interesting. I want to say, because it's coming in on the left, that will it be yeah, it's going to be a grandbaby, a girl. That's what I'm getting. Yeah. Lindsay, should I continue developing my medium? Should Lindsay continue developing her mediumship? Yeah, everybody should follow their heart and follow their passion. If you love doing it, and remembering that it's, you didn't learn how to cook instantly. It took practice and time, and some things you don't even need a recipe for anymore. You just know what to do. But so many people don't realize that this trusting self, and that's what this is about, is learning to trust yourself. Yeah, do what lights you up, what brings you joy. For when you raise your vibration and you send out that frequency, that's affecting other people. You don't even realize the magic that you've got going on. That's why you're plugged in where you're plugged in, is to activate and elevate your energy so you may in turn lift others, be that lighthouse, be that beacon, so you may light their flame, and then on and on and on. That's what we're all here to do. Yeah. Regina. Will Regina do healings on others? You already are, my love. You already are. Just don't realize it. Yeah, you already are. Every word, every action, every thought. Yeah. Vanessa. Will Vanessa be reconnected with her older son? That's a soft yes. That might take some ho'oponopono. If you want to. Do you want to? Then it might be good for you to have forgiveness for self and for him, and realizing that doing a ho'oponopono Hawaiian meditation would help with that. Yeah. Linda, will Linda need to move to make positive changes? Nope. No, no matter where you go, there you are. I have a friend that moved to an island close by thinking, oh, this is going to happen and this is going to happen. Well, first of all, she had an expectation. Second of all, wherever you go, there you are. So dealing with you in the here and now, no matter where you are, is the most important thing. Absolutely. Beautiful, Deb. I'm so glad Sherry could help. Absolutely. She's magical. Yeah. Will Star be able to travel in the next 2 years? She'll be traveling to her star destination in the next 2 years. So soft, yes, but in for sure for 3. Yeah, I'm getting that. So 2 to 3 years. Yeah. Sandy would like to know, is her new grandchild a girl? Yes. See how that left one swings way further back? That's like a confirmation. Yeah. All right. Is one of Jasmine's soul missions to build schools for gifted children in Africa? If you choose, yes. Absolutely. All children are gifted. We just want to cultivate those gifts within them, to see that magic and not let it be dimmed, not let it be programmed, but to cultivate that magic. Yeah, absolutely. And Sherry's asking, will Sherry do live healings? Yes, absolutely. Absinthe. Will Absinthe meet divine counterpart next year? That's a yes. That's a pretty big yes. Yeah. Oh, Debbie, you're allowed to sleep, love. Do you know you're getting all the good even if you fell asleep? Absolutely. You're welcome, you guys. Will Sherry get engaged in 2025? Soft yes. Will Sherry get engaged in 2026? Hard yes. I want to be at the wedding. Sun goddess. Will Sun Goddess meet her divine counterpart next year? That's a yes. Clear. Remember too, when you're wanting to meet, and this isn't for you in particular, Sherry, it's just for everyone, to go in and act as if, feel as if you already have it. And you all know this, that when the mind does not know the difference between watching a movie, closing your eyes and visualizing, or what you're picking up with these eyes, doesn't know the difference between all three. So it's why I won't watch like scary movies, because I'm like, I don't want to program myself with this. No, thank you. This is not beneficial to my soul right now, right? I don't need to feel like my heart's going to, right? So what does that feel like? I was in the kitchen a couple weeks ago and felt a man's arms around me. And I was like, whoa, where did that come from? That feeling of love, desire, support. Lock that in. Lock that one in. Larry. Will Larry do dimensional healing in the future? That's a yes. Keep going. Absolutely. Thank you, Jay. Yeah. So I find autistic the most beautiful souls. Absolutely. Yeah. No, that's really beautiful. Absolutely. I love that. Yeah. And it's such a gift. And I do trust as we move forward, they just won't lower themselves to our frequency. They're vibrating higher than us. So watch as we raise our frequency, how it's in the future. Will we connect more in the future? As we raise our vibration as a collective, will we connect? Will we be able to understand autistic children more? Yes. See, their frequency is so high, they can't communicate with us. They can't reach us at the level we're at, even if we believe we're higher vibration. They're like angels, incarnate angels. And so keep going, because I trust as this earth vibration, as the photon belt that we're going through increases the vibration on earth, that we will get to see all of this. Yeah. Sorry, Kimberly, just trying to scroll through. Will Kimberly move next year? Will Kimberly move in 2026? Yes. Give it another year. Yeah. Linda's asking, will her son meet his true love? How can he not? Absolutely. Lux, does Lux know her person? That's a yes. Absolutely. Linda's asking, will Linda move closer to her son next year? Yes. There you go. You watch Hallmark movies, yeah. Absolutely. So Sammy, will Sammy get married next year? Oh, that's a pretty firm yes. Absolutely. Yeah. Absolutely, Jay. Love that. Thank you for sharing that. So yes. Absolutely. Yeah, no, it's, the more, and, I have a neighbor, and so I don't try and communicate with them because it's not for my place to step into that family to do that. But I definitely, as I witness and watch, and, I just have so much love and my vibrations go out because they're just pure light. It's so beautiful. All right, a couple more questions, and I think I'm pretty close to the end here. Yeah, absolutely. Yes, Vanessa, beautiful. Will Larry buy a place in Rattan? Will Larry buy a place in Rattan? Yes, that's a hard yes. Good job, guys. I hope you guys are all having fun with this summit. How good is this summit? Yay! Absolutely. Yeah. A Sun Goddess is also asking, is Sun Goddess meant to move? Is Sun Goddess meant to move this year? I'm getting no. The following year? That's a yes. Absolutely. Yes, these summits are amazing. And so, one of the important things too is as we wrap up, so it is a belief that often using the rods is opening portals. And so I always just take a moment and ground myself in. Put my left hand out. Activate me, please. And close all portals. Thank you. Just don't want to leave energy portals open. Then the other one is I disconnect. Clear this energy, clear this energy, clear the energy. That's the best way to do it.
That was awesome. Oh my God. You're right. This summit has just been so incredible.
Yeah, it's beautiful.
It's not only good teachings and, activations and things, but lots of aha moments as well.
Yeah.
Yeah. And the teachings, like, as you could tell by Liz before and yourself, it's in a fun way. It's not a schoolwork way. Yeah, exactly.
Laughing and learning go hand in hand.
Yeah, right. So when it's fun, it's aligned. So, we're all sharing the same intention, that is raising the vibration of the world. You are a big part of that. So I thank you very much, Tanya.
Yeah, I'm grateful to be here. Thank you for having me.
So I put your TikTok handle up on the screen before. I don't know if you saw it. So everyone, in fact, what was it, Tanya Jade Powell?
That's my full name, Tanya.
Yeah.
So that's saying your full name, Tanya Jade Powell. That frequency, that tone is very healing for your vessel. Your full name, people. Yeah.
So there's a lot of people here on TikTok. So by all means, go and follow Tanya. She's got some great content. I follow her as well. And yeah, if they want to book individual stuff with you, you have a link tree.
Yep. I have a link tree. We have the website. You just have to punch in my name, Tanya Powell, and it'll be like, and you'll see a bunch of stuff on Powell Painting, which is my, as I call my 3D business, interior exterior house painting that still kind of operates and does its own thing. And and I get to play. So beautiful. Yeah. So grateful, you guys. I had so much fun with you. Yeah.
Oh, good. Well, you're welcome to stick around, and we've got, all tomorrow as well with such amazing facilitators tomorrow.
Yeah.
But yes, thank you ever so much for gracing us with your presence.
Absolutely. And what time is it there for you right now?
It's 1 p.m.
Oh, in the afternoon.
In the afternoon, yeah.
Oh, beautiful. Enjoy, you guys. Enjoy the rest. So grateful to see you all. Bye.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye.
All right, team. So let's bring me up. I've actually got it saved as me. That's funny. All right. We're making myself laugh. So how was that, everyone? How has Upgrade been so far for you? I hope, I can see by your comments that it's all been pretty great, but I hope so, because we've really, both Sherry and myself have put in a lot of hard work. So it's really important that we do what we can for you guys and for ourselves, and therefore the collective. So I'm glad that fabulous, amazing, fantastic, they're all pretty good adjectives. Lots of gratitude. Perfect. Great. Well, it's probably getting a bit late for you guys, so I might just wrap it up. No, I'm just kidding. I got my own stuff to do. So let's do some energy work. But before we do, can I please ask, and I know that I've said it a lot during the day, but can you please just drink some water, maybe go to the toilet if need be, and I'll get started in a couple of minutes, and that'll give you enough time to do so. I am so grateful to have you guys here and sharing this experience with me. The facilitators are like family to us. They're people that we can lean on, and they lean on us. And it's just about helping each other. And it's been an example of exactly what you guys have been doing in the chat. helping each other out if we've got questions. It's just a beautiful group. It is closest thing to a soul fam. So we're very, very grateful. We've been waiting for the finale of the day. Well, there you go. Okay. All right. So is everybody ready if you want to get started? Oh God, I've been pounding so much water too. Something happened in Sherry's channeling session. I think it was that healing that she did beforehand, when it was in the collective healing in which she wouldn't remember herself, that just opened everything up. Yeah, it's been wild. It's been wild, and I can't really see straight, but that's okay. Who needs eyes? Just your third eye. So grateful for you and your Patreon activation station. Oh, thank you. It's been very helpful. Thank you for being you and doing what you do. You're a sweetheart, Lux. Okay. Oh my God, so amazing. Good. All right. Let's get into it. Let's see if I can put on some music first, and we will just see if it's too loud or too soft, and we'll go from there. Oh God, maybe I can't. Yeah, I'm not going to do that. That's going to be too hard. It's okay. Just like normal, we'll do it without music. Tomorrow I was buzzing so hard after. Yes. All right. So if everyone's ready, I'll make a pit stop quickly. Okay. Let's wait for Deb. Yeah, this has been fantastic. As Lux said, we have this what's it called? Community, I guess, called Activation Station, which is on Patreon, and you can get it through it in my link tree. You can't meet Willow; she's asleep right now. I will see if I can bring her on at some stage tomorrow. But she's always asleep or feeding, so. But we'll see. I'll try and put in a special request and we'll see. But anyway, while we're waiting for Deb to come back, Activation Station is a beautiful community of a lot of people who are already in here. It's got heaps of healings. It's got all my live group healings save in there. I've been doing healings with different galactic beings each week as well, so it's been cool to have that that difference in the energy, but it's all there and it all saves. And you ready? Oh, perfect. Okay, there's heaps of meditations and things in there as well, but check it out, tinyurl.com/activation station. Anywho, let's get into this. Thank you, Star. So what we're going to do today, as you might have seen by the timetable, is we're going to use the 9th dimensional Arcturian Council. So I used these particular beings in a healing and activation station, and it was wild. So you might get deep, but yeah, there's going to be a lot of clearing and a lot of activating. So I will go through each chakra. We are all going to be just fine and dandy. Okay. Venus, that's exactly right. All right. So when you're ready, just closing down your eyes with me. And let's begin by taking a slow, deep breath in through the nose. Just bring in all that beautiful light. Feel it travel right up to the very, very top of your head. Put all your attention there and hold your breath at the top. And on the exhale, just feeling your awareness drop down to your heart space. Good. And one more slow, deep breath in through the nose, just bringing in all that light. Feel it travel right up to the very, very top of your head. Put all your attention there and hold your breath. And on the exhale, just once again bringing that awareness, feel it drop down to your heart. Just bringing your breathing back to a normal, comfortable rhythm. But on each out breath, just feeling more and more relaxed. Just noticing any tension in your body, just soften, let go. Feel the muscles in your jaw, just relaxing. Just becoming aware of how your hips are connected to the chair or couch or bed, wherever you are. We're calming our body. We're calming our mind. Just repeating after me now. I am open. I receive. I fully surrender. I trust. I am so safe. I am activating. Firstly, let's just begin by placing your attention on your ankles, which is where I will be as I bring forth ninth dimensional Arcturian Council to come be with us now, to gather around you, make their presence felt, to release anything that no longer serves you, to activate your DNA, to shift you to your highest and most abundant timeline, to raise your vibration. May this healing be just as powerful to the people who are watching it and as a replay. So be it, and so it is. It is done. It is done. It is done. So just start by placing your attention on your ankles and just relax and breathe for me. What I'm doing firstly is just, with the help of these Arcturians, clearing away anything from your Earth Star chakra, which is below your feet. Anything that no longer serves you. As this gets cleared, with the help of these Arcturians, I'm just opening, activating, and amplifying your Earth Star chakra now. So you should start to feel this energy get stronger. Just relax and breathe. You are safe. You might feel this energy moving up your legs, up into your hips and abdomen. Just getting stronger as it moves up into your stomach. Into your chest and shoulders. As it falls effortlessly down your arms and into your hands. You might feel it in your throat. It's clearing as it works its way through your energetic system. You might feel it up in your head, swirling around. It's filling up your whole body now with this beautiful energy. Now that things are cleared, I'm just going to turn this energy up. If it gets too much for you, take a step back and disconnect. It's okay. Now as I move up to your galactic chakra, which is about 3 feet above your head, I want you to imagine this bright purple portal opening in that area above your head. And just expanding that portal in all directions. Just watch it get bigger. And coming out of the middle of that portal, coming down into your crown is this beautiful, bright purple light. Just opening, expanding as it travels down into your third eye now. Just illuminating your head. Just feel as it travels down into your throat. Expanding, getting brighter as it travels down into your heart space. Just lighting up your whole chest as it travels down into your solar plexus. feeling this bright purple light as it travels down into your sacral. And then down into your root, filling up your whole torso. Feel it travel down your thighs, past your knees, down your calves, into and out the soles of your feet. Feel it travel out around your energetic field and back up into the universe. And just now imagining my hands on your crown. If any thoughts, feelings, emotions, or physical discomfort comes up, please just observe them neutrally. Don't judge them. Don't try and push them away. It will help us to clear it. And now bring forth those Arcturians to open, activate, and amplify your crown chakra. It's just feeling that energy expanding in all directions. Feeling the presence of these beings gathered around you with so much love. And just feeling yourself start to get lighter as they slowly begin to lift you up to the astral realm. Just breathe. You are safe. Moving down to your third eye. Releasing any hooks, any blocks, any shadows, anything that no longer serves you. And now opening, activating and amplifying your third eye. Just feeling that energy expanding in all directions. You are worthy. Now moving down to your throat. Just releasing anything blocked out of that throat chakra. To allow for your light language. To allow for your truth to be spoken. Release. Now just opening, activating and amplifying your throat chakra. So once again feeling that energy expanding in all directions. Good. Now moving down to your heart. Just feel as we release anything out of that heart space that is no longer serving your highest timeline. Just feeling as these Arcturians open, activate, and amplify your heart space. Feel that energy expanding in all directions. You're doing so well. Just relax and breathe. Beautiful. Now moving down to your solar plexus. Just breathe. Just letting this energy flow like a river. As we open, activate, and amplify your solar plexus now. Just feeling that energy expand. Just observing anything that comes up for you without judgment. Beautiful. And just moving down to your sacral. Just removing any fears, any blocks, any limiting beliefs. Huge shift. So we now open, activate and amplify your sacral. So much releasing. Good. And then moving down to your root. Firstly, creating a new grounding cord. And putting it down right in the very center of the earth. Huge shift. So we now open, activate and amplify your root chakra. Perfect. Now as we keep that running, move down to your knees, releasing any guilt and shame. Feeling the energy from your knees go to exactly where it needs to after it. Doing so well, just breathe. And now moving down to your ankles and just filling that area with gold light to help bring you back into your body, back from the astral, back into the present. Just start giving your fingers and toes a bit of a wriggle. Start bringing more awareness back to the sound of my voice. Take a deep breath in and out. One more deep breath in and out. And when you're ready, you can open your eyes and come back to me. So does anyone want to share their experience and what they felt? Because it would have been different for each of you, I imagine. Give you a little bit of time to come back, but definitely drink some water. So calm and sleepy, yep. Anyone else feel the shifts in the, specifically, they were everywhere, but specifically in the sacral and the root? What a beautiful way to end the day. Didn't want to come back. So wonderful. Also, saw your dragon helping as well, yeah. 2 dragons, actually. That's cool that you saw it. 3 dragons, actually, I'm sorry. Yes, very much so in the sacral and root, yeah. Big emotional release, yeah. Very hot all over. Me too. Me too. Low releases, good. Yeah, I think those low releases are certainly synonymous with this full moon releasing, hey. with the supermoon. It's pulling out all those fears. Thank you, Sherry. It's pulling out all those fears and insecurities, and bringing some value back to yourself, some worthiness. Yeah, I'm so high. Hands are on fire. They were for me too. Oh, well, I'm glad that you guys enjoyed it. Feelings of expanding and contracting. Yeah, like I wanted to throw up, pressure and lots of shifting. Yeah, there's a significant amount of releasing. It's catch-up mode. I started to doze off until you got to my foot. Then it was when I was wide awake. That's because you weren't dozing off. So when I was at your head, what happens is those beings, they gather around you when I was at your crown, and they take you to the astral realm, depending on what's needed. So it feels like you go to sleep, but you just go deep. And because everybody says the same thing, they're like, fall asleep until you said feet. But that feet is the reason that I'm at your feet again, is I'm putting gold light into your feet, which brings you back, and myself, back from the astral. So that's why you come back at the same time. Very relaxing, was hot at times, comfortable, sleepy. For some reason I felt restless. Well, I think I fell asleep. No, you didn't. Got rid of so much. Thank you. Felt like I was levitating. Yeah, that. You would have started to feel that when I was at your crown. Tingling feet and hands. Awesome. Huge shift. This was indeed. I tried so hard not to fall asleep. Good job, Shan. Oh, Sammy, you are very, very welcome. Okay. All right, guys. Well, that about wraps it up. Cherry, did you want to come back on for a minute and say anything?
That was awesome. Great
Oh,
job.
good.
That was
Good.
amazing. I was just about to sleep.
Yeah, it's a late one for you guys.
Yeah, that was a nice way to end the evening, be able to touch
Yeah.
that relaxation. So thank you.
Oh, it's my pleasure. Yeah, as I said, you guys might want to crash straight away, but make sure you drink some water before you do. And no doubt you're going to sleep very, very well.
Yeah,
Because we
I
need
would
you
recommend,
refreshed today too.
like, go ground if you can, if you feel like you need to. Go to sleep, but then get up and ground then. And then even tomorrow, like, have a good meal, have a good chug of water, because you're going to come and do it all again. So, make sure you're taking care of yourselves as well. It's a lot of energy. You might not even feel it all right now, but you will. So just keep mindful of that for yourselves.
Absolutely.
I know I'm still high.
Yeah, I bet you are after your session. That was wild. So if Ash is still injured, then we might get you to come back and do more trance channeling and finish off those comments.
Absolutely.
What do you think?
Yeah, we could totally do. Yeah.
Excellent.
We'll just send little prayers. Hopefully she's okay. And
Yeah, of course. All right, beautiful people. Thank you so much for joining us today. It's been so good. It's been wild. Can't wait to see you all tomorrow.
thank you, Jack. And thank all of you guys for joining. So much.
You're
Appreciate
welcome.
all of you.
You're welcome. Okay, legends. See you later.
Good night, guys.